Tacos, that song is no longer accurate. I don't just only talk about morality anymore. You've heard me. I was talking about some Christian stuff, you know. I've branched out. I've left my my nest and started going on to bigger and better things, you know.
I guess so.
Clowning on me and shit. What a eclipse. Well, I don't cry on stream, Tacos. I don't do that. Not anymore.
Dude, how much
I'm sure you've had some moments, Joss.
I know. I mean, I had one with Bob Jim.
How much AI B-roll do you have? I feel like this entire time I've looked up, I've never seen the same clip.
2 terabytes.
This is like a 44-minute video.
The slop is real.
I love the one where you're on
I spent like 10 hours one day making this.
Yeah, how are we defining slop, by the way? Because so many people call anything AI slop, and I'm like, I don't know. There's some hitters out there. I wouldn't call them slop.
What the bit I like on this roll is the one with the where you're on the balance beam. That's quite cool looking. Yeah, so
yeah, where he does a twist.
Yeah, yeah, like belly flops on the beam. It's funny. It's fun. I like it.
How much did you pay for that, for the 45-minute B-roll video?
Whatever the Suno monthly was.
Oh, really? That's it?
You just pay for whatever your monthly like the songs. The songs are, I don't know. That was a long time ago for the Suno, but the songs are no, songs are Sora. I have an active one now for that. That's like $10, $12 a month or something.
Oh, that's it? It's only like 10, 15 a month or something like that?
Yeah, that's all. I mean, you get a limited number of songs. Like the video stuff, they give you like limited, but you could make like it during off hours on the videos. They let you make like unlimited videos. But it was like really slow. That's why I did it like over 10 hours one day. I was just doing other stuff like prompting it, you know, to make more videos. Just like when it had free time, you know. And then what else? I use ChatGPT for the images. That's like $20 a month or something. 20 something a month.
Does Gemini Pro have a good AI?
I don't know anything about that one. Although I'm sure they're all good.
I've used Gemini for a few images, like some of my Discord, like the images that I used on my Discord for my DayZ server are Gemini generated. They're actually pretty good.
What about Midjourney? Do you guys use that?
No.
I've used it before.
But honestly, you can get whatever you want done with AI cheap. It is very cheap. They are doing it at a loss right now.
Who?
Everybody. Everybody is doing AI at a loss right now.
Yeah, that's going to change at some point.
You can get AI cheap for whatever you want. You get a powerful tool, very underpriced right now. This like this is capitalism. This is a very underpriced tool. This is going to be a much more expensive tool in no time. But right
once they figure out how to monetize it correctly and they get their shit on, like they're gonna make sure to get squeeze as much out of it.
Like you get $10 a month. If I really focused and if I wasn't such an idiot and if I learned more about music, I could probably produce and the ways to produce music, I could probably produce an album a month of like straight up radio hits.
I don't know about that. You mean straight up
seriously?
On a slightly different note, does anybody else?
There are people that do it, dude.
Does anybody else have issues?
There's people that do it.
With
it's like $10 a month,
subscription model for software. Oh, sorry, Tacos, you.
I'm saying it's like $10 or $12 a month. People are doing it, man.
I mean, I think there's this something to the nicheness of like having a content creator that is, or like a music artist, kind of like Gorillaz, where you have this character And that's, you're kind of selling that alongside of the music. And if you had like some sort of compelling AI character that also made AI music, I can imagine there being an audience for it. But I do think as time goes on, people are going to start becoming more and more like fed up with you know, AI in music and AI being pitched. All that. I mean, they're already doing.
Nah, people are gonna
Doing it.
like the good stuff. People will like, I think.
Maybe.
What do you think? Do you
It
think
can't replace jobs. I mean, I mean, at least not right now. And when it does, we'll be ready for it.
but
Like,
do you think Hollywood's going to end up
this
being
was a
replaced?
giant warning to everybody that they're all replaceable. That all these people that thought they weren't replaceable, their entire career is replaceable, right? Their entire livelihood can be stripped out from underneath them. And now they know that, right? And that sucks to hear. But what I think is going to happen is people are going to start looking at other fields and they're going to start figuring out in areas where AI isn't going to be able to influence right away. And people are going to start moving into other fields, right, over the next like 10 years. Because there was this whole, you're going to be replaced by AI. And then they tried replacing people with AI. But I think I think like from what the data saying is, it actually looks like these layoffs are related to overhiring in COVID. It seems like a lot of people overhired in COVID, and they didn't want to tell their stockholders they overhired in COVID, obviously. So it seems like,
Overhired?
yeah, they overhired in COVID, hired too many employees in
Yeah,
COVID.
because people were working from home, so they weren't capped off by their office space, stuff like that.
Hell, I know.
Yeah.
I was laid off as soon as COVID hit. I was
Just
immediately laid off.
Super quick, Dave Gar, I see you dropping the Clint Eastwood lyrics in the chat. I see what you're doing.
Yeah, but so I think this is probably related to that. They're letting go of those people. And that with the mix of AI, I don't think it's all AI, but
Do you know what?
but
my
obviously,
business exploded over COVID because I build a huge part of what I do is building home offices. So the fact that so many people were working from home,
right, and people thought that shit was gonna. People in those fields thought that was gonna go on forever, right? And
it
so
has lasted. It has lasted, to be fair, because a lot of companies over COVID, they were paying like ridiculous business rates on offices that were now empty because they sent all of their employees to work from their dining room tables at home.
Right, but at least in
they
the
downsized
U.S.,
their
what we're
offices.
seeing now is that has stopped, and so they're laying people off. Right, is what it looks like. But there's also companies that are doing AI, but the AI and the companies that are doing that isn't replacing the employees. Right, it's doing worse. It's in fact, one company had its entire customer database deleted by AI.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
The AI went in there and it on a whim decided to delete the entire customer database.
It didn't like mince the files as well. It flipped them all. Like it did proper routed the drive.
No. I think it just straight up it went to there's like a database, an external database that they use that was like protected, and it went and it had admin access, and it like deleted that, and then just for good measure, it made sure to delete the backup as well.
It went purely utilitarian. We can't have any losses if we don't have any customers.
Yeah, we don't need this thing that's got all these safeguards on it.
Right. And so they had to so they had to go and they had to use customer information from 6 months ago because of this, right? Like AI is not ready for full deployment. Dave Gar says AI is totally coming for my job. Too bad, it sucks right now. I'll probably be unemployed in 5 years. And that's what I'm saying, right? This whole thing with AI right now, I think this is a big warning telling people to diversify their skills, right? Is what this was. I don't think this was. I think this was them trying to scare people and trying to cover up that everybody overhired in COVID needs to fire people now, right? And I think AI is a good. We're investing in AI. We don't need as many people. That sounds great for the stocks, right? And so I think that's what's going on.
Yeah, people definitely need to, like. I mean, it's somewhat self-serving, but I would certainly recommend that people, if they're going to engage in an intellectual exercise, at least have like a something else to back it up. Become competent in like a trade as well, like plumber and like gas engineer or something. I mean, even if AI is coming for the intellectual roles sooner, like, I mean, eventually we're going to end up with sort of like humanoid robots that are going to do it all. But at least if you're working in a trade, you're going to be replaced further down the line, like we've the production line process where people in like car factories were replaced by robots is obviously in our rearview mirror.
Yeah, no,
Now,
our kids aren't going to be replaced by robots and that stuff. It'll be our grandkids probably.
yeah,
Or their kids.
So
Or, yeah,
like,
I mean,
could
who
could
knows?
it
There might not be that enough rare metals that I guarantee you there's not enough rare metals to do that. Actually,
I guess what I mean is like an AI could, in principle, do all of my accounting. It could do all my quoting. It
oh,
could
Dave
design the
says
buildings.
sucks because I got almost 20 years of experience, bro. I learned to trade. What is it you do, Dave Gar? What trade are you in? How does AI lay bricks? Well, it doesn't exactly lay bricks, but what the AI can do is it can plot on a computer a 3D model of a home that can be placed with concrete and uh and then basically guide that process, and it can build a home out of concrete, an entire home with a 3D model or a 3D print home printer thing.
He said he's a lab tech.
Lab tech. Oh shit, yeah. So okay, so he's in the like what we were talking about, what Dave John was talking about earlier. I gotcha.
That could be replaceable depending on what role he has.
Yeah, that's a while. That's medical laboratory technician. Yeah, that's a while away. Hopefully, I don't know though. You got to learn how to. Honestly, I'm thinking about like I don't know. There's a whole new profession that's opened up called prompt engineer. Oh man. I think I've become a prompt engineer, self-employed prompt engineer in addition to debater. Because of the songs and stuff. Like Jessica keeps calling me a DJ or something. I think instead of DJ, well, DJ prompt engineer is going to be one of my titles too.
DJ
You know?
Taco.
Yeah, DJ Taco. I don't know if I'm a DJ, but all right. So is God just a cope for death, chaos, and meaninglessness?
Oh yeah, the actual.
Yeah, we got to
Let's
talk
get
about the
back on
prompt.
topic.
Speaking of prompts,
If it's different than this prompt,
no, that's what I'm saying. Speaking of prompts, we got one on the screen.
so do you hate AI? So real quick before we do that though, Chris, do you hate AI slightly less now after this session?
I don't know. I'd say I feel about this. I'm impressed by the Basement Sun. That was pretty impressive. Like that was actually that was actually kind of a banger. To be real with you.
I'm glad.
So my AI music capability, faith has went up a lot.
Yeah, it can do some wild shit.
It's kind of impressive.
I think it's about so like I bet you I wasted a lot of CO2 emissions figuring out how to prompt engineer effectively. I guarantee you I did, you know?
But it was worth it.
But
Totally
now
wasn't.
but now even you're saying it's totally worth it. It's bringing enjoyment to a lot of people, I hope. But now it's a lot less, right? It's like my prompting is precise and quick, and I get what I need. The songs, I'm still getting better at, but for a while I was having to make like 50 to 60 songs to find something. Now I can usually get it within like 15 songs or 20 or like 16 songs, right? It's like yeah, these tools. It's about using the tools responsibly, I think. And it's hard to learn how to do this stuff and do it responsibly, right? I think learning how to use these tools effectively, if you're trying to be good at them, there's no guidelines. You have to do it just by playing with the tools. And I think they don't charge you anything extra, and you overuse your limits, you know?
Well, isn't there like going to be a certain efficiency, and you're trying to achieve a particular goal? So what prompt you put in,
get
and
better,
you'll get better,
more
at it,
efficient. But I think you're a lot less efficient early on. So everybody that sucks at it, that just gives up, is a lot less efficient early on, and just I don't know. maybe it doesn't matter that much, but everybody uses AI. You know what I mean?
And here's the thing.
I think we need better guidelines.
Here's the point I was going to make way earlier, and I didn't. We ended up talking about something else. Is that when when people say the studies of the water, the training is way different than the like the actual running on it. When people say one prompt, takes like 2 gallons of water, you can disprove this. Okay, you can go to offline LL. You can download chat.
No. What I'm saying is one image is less than an AI, a real artist. But if you're doing like 60 images to make something, that's probably less efficient than a real artist.
Well,
you get what I'm saying?
You have to account for time too. But here's the point that I was making about like LLMs, like because LLMs mean large language. So I'm talking about language, like generating language. Is that you can run a prompt and it spits out the prompt, and you can do this on an on-device version of ChatGPT 5. You can download ChatGPT 5.2 from GitHub, download the offline LLM. They all keep it all open source. A lot of those companies do. Download the LLM onto your laptop and run it on my laptop. And obviously, it doesn't take 2 gallons. I don't have to use 2 gallons of water at my house to cool my laptop down to do a prompt. So that's obviously complete bullshit. Like, I don't know where people get that from. Because if I can run it on my laptop offline, then what do you mean it takes all this water to run a prompt? Because obviously it doesn't.
Yeah, I think when you get the all of the servers in one place and you condense all of your processing power into one server, there's obviously going to be a force magnifier at play there.
Yeah, but that would be more efficient than
not from a heat point of view. Like you put all your servers in one place, you'd actually be from thermally, it would be more efficient to spread them out. In the same way as like your laptop generates heat, but if you stack 17 laptops one on top of the other, then you'll kill the laptops because they overheat, right? Even though individually they're only processing.
What I'm saying, I wasn't talking about water. I was talking about CO2 emissions. So, like, if you're doing a lot of stuff with it, it can potentially do more CO2 emissions than an individual artist. But if you're a good prompt engineer, that will never happen. But it takes a lot to get to that point.
I think CO2 emissions are a lot overblown. I feel like,
probably. I don't like the studies I've seen on it. It doesn't look too bad. But like I said, if you're doing like a shit ton of like image generation, that might I could see that going over if you're bad at it. You know what I mean? Like if you're really bad at it and you keep getting shit images and like you spend like 2 hours making like 60 images trying to get, I could see that being way worse. You know what I mean?
I've never actually given a shit about my CO2 emissions. It's never even crossed my mind.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The water, nothing that we do at the consumer scale. All that the water is just, that's entirely at their scale, and that's for like the mass AI, which I get.
What we're dumping into the atmosphere because of AI is probably going to be
negligible. And there's a personal testimony. Professor Hizzle says, "Without Taka's music, I am incomplete."
I think that
testify.
The atmospheric CO2, the biggest concern would be if the permafrost.
And Dave Gar looks like he's worried about the diagnostic stuff with the AI because he doesn't want people to die from the AI. He says it's stressful too. You got to be 100% of the time, or patients get harmed. Management is really pushing for AI, and it's full of problems, in my professional opinion.
But you don't have to be 100% of the time, though. You only have to be more corrupt than if a human being was doing it.
Well, he's saying that he's taking people's lives into his hands. Anybody that gets into his hands, he's going to make sure that he's giving them correct results.
But he can't because he's a human being.
Yeah, right, but he can say that he is like inductively certain this is the case, right?
Well, you can.
I guess it wouldn't be inductively. So he can say he has good credence to believe this is the case and present like these are the results. You have this, and then it's like very high certainty, right? Of course, they can be wrong, but very high certainty, right?
you could present objectively verifiable data that AI-driven vehicles, for example, are on average safer than humans, but people still prefer when they're sat in a vehicle to take charge of it themselves.
Of course you can be wrong about stuff, but they can diagnose and present accurate results, Chris. You understand that, right?
Yeah, I mean, with the AI vehicles, is that the AI vehicles, I don't think they're there yet. Like I like the mistakes that I see them make are like mistakes a human being would never even make, and I think like they're actually worse than human beings. So I don't know if the AI vehicles are like a
Dave Gar says it takes a lot of concentration and attention to detail. Well, the issue with AI, one of the issues that's going on right now, is that AI is currently so like 2023 to 25, I think AI was like really good. But now there's a ton of AI information on the internet, and the AI is trained on all the information on the internet. So the AI is training on AI information. And so it is in fact becoming less human.
Well, it's like in universities, you got all of these university students that are writing their dissertations using AI, and then the university lecturers who are marking the dissertations are using AI to mark the dissertations. So AI is literally marking its own homework and coming out with an average 2-1 degree. It's nuts.
What jobs?
You better know the Lord. That way you can pray and say, hey, AI can grade my AI and be like, hey, he's legitimate, not AI. Jesus
what
can
jobs
do
do you think can be replaced by AI right now?
Probably some things like drafting some legal contracts. I do think there are some areas in diagnostics where you could probably the AI could, and when I say replace, I mean at least do as good a job on average as humans. It might make different types of mistakes, but like a human might make a mistake because they're tired or because they're going through a divorce or because they've got some emotional issues. That doesn't apply to an AI, whereas an AI might make other mistakes because it doesn't have the human experience.
So you think for legal stuff, AI is pretty good?
Yeah, I think anything that's heavily like rigorously formatted that doesn't require too much quote unquote interpretation. So like
there's another interesting phenomenon that occurs that is like any AI that can quote unquote think, it goes insane at a very high rate.
Yeah, it's very prone to hallucinating. That's what they call it.
They did a game. No, they go insane. They did a game thing with these language models, and the language models did turn into like Bonnie and Clyde, and like did like destroyed the video game city and like lit stuff on fire, and they like off themselves. Like,
there's a very
in a
specific, famous AI Gemini chat that was being shared around where like the AI literally just like says it wants to kill itself because it couldn't finish the task, and then it just refuses to continue.
Oh wow,
God, that's fucked up.
Well, have you? It's I assume you guys are all aware of a chap called Alex O'Connor.
And Dave Gar said, Dave Gar says, all I do is assist in diagnosing disease that doesn't apply to me. I do my best to not make mistakes. There's no point. Stop selling humanity short, John.
I'm not selling it short. I'm a. Last time I checked, I'm not AI, but I do think there are some sort of
AI.
There are some rudimentary functions that we could probably hand over to AI. I'm not trying to elect people out of their gameful employment, but there is some pretty rudimentary stuff that we probably could hand to AI because it's so pro forma.
So I think that I think if we can get AI and technology to the point where it can do a bunch of the stuff well, like the sciences, medical profession, with like minimal guidance, I think that's going to open up. So I think this is good. So I think that given we don't fucking send all the money to these corporations that are going to just like turn this into an autocracy, and somehow we can manage some semblance of normalcy, and work towards like a Star Trek. Like if we can work towards like Star Trek communism over the next 100 years, that would be the play. In my
we
opinion.
have tried 3 times to get back onto the topic.
Yeah. But
every time we always divert.
I'm just saying, I think we need to work towards like Star Trek communism, because AI is a powerful tool. Imagine if we get actual AGI and it can actually do like uncover the secrets of the universe and fucking like everything. If it can actually do this shit, like top tier mathematics with a prompt, like, oh my god, it would change the world. It would we would have the power of the universe in our hands, basically, right? People would be, but it would be, we'd be able to automate like everything, medical, sales, most business stuff. What else? There's so many fields, and that would allow people in so many different industries that are currently going to work. They're getting trained in a profession just to pay the bills. That would allow these people, if this is done properly, to go and do stuff that they actually want to do. That instead of going to work to go be a plumber and go, hey, don't get me wrong, it is a valuable profession, and it is important that we have plumbers now. But imagine if your kids don't ever even have to consider that as a profession, and they can go make a living doing whatever the hell sounds like fun to them.
I think
there's no like corporation holding them back and stopping them. Nothing. They're just able to go do what they want, right? Like that would be the dream, right?
That's a very nice view.
You want to go be an astronaut? Go learn how to be an astronaut, right?
Yeah, but I just like if you remove the requirement for people to serve some kind of function just in order to provide for their continued existence, and therefore they can just go and learn in it. Like, the Star Trek universe is, everybody plays an instrument, they speak multiple languages, they learn how to become an expert in physics or whatever, and they just do what they feel like doing, what interests them. Whilst I'm sure that is going to apply to a certain number of people, and because of the vanity that's kind of built into humanity, I think we all like to think that that is what we would do if we had this abundance of time. But I also think that it's equally possible, equally likely, and equally viable that we'd all end up like those buttery fucks floating around on the Wally cruise liner.
Yeah.
If you have all
no, Dave. I think he says no medicine is already commodified. Additionally, AI in the West is being sold as a commodity. Do you really want your health to orders in the hands of for-profit companies? No. I don't like that health is commodified. No, what I'm saying is that I think that like 100, 150 years down the line, working towards like Star Trek, communism, global society type thing, where with appropriate automation in all sorts of different areas, you have like a doctor or whatever, and then you have all the different AI tools, right? And maybe robot assistants and stuff, right? Like I don't want that to be like that. But I don't know if we'll ever even get close to there, right? But I'm just saying that's what I think would be ideal, is having some type of like Star Trek communist world government, right? But
Yeah.
no, we can get back on topic. Yeah. Oh, Dave Gar says I'm going to shut up now and get back. I used to like John, but he sucks now. That's unfortunate for John.
Damn, John. Oh no.
I just think it would be cool if we had enough people that had the dream to want our kids to be able to do what they want, where we could get them to the point to, you want to go learn about the universe, go learn about the universe and go collect stuff from another planet, you have that option, right? That like how cool would that be? Anyway.
Now I do understand what John was saying about like, taking jobs from like, let's say we just rid the world of jobs and everybody gets to do what they want. I do understand like from a, just from the pure utility of it, the fact that people have jobs and they're contributing to society in some way has some sort of positive benefit for their mental state.
Exactly.
But like imagine, and this is just in some like kooky hypothetical world, imagine if whatever benefit you got from that, they were able to synthesize inside of whatever society that Tacos is talking about. So no longer does that become even a problem. They get whatever benefit they would have out of that through some other means.
Yeah, I think there are multiple different personality types that exist within humanity, and some personality types would thrive in an environment where all of their basic needs are met, and other
Yeah.
personality types
Well,
that would actually kill them. You know,
So all I'm getting at is obviously plumbers are important, and it's wonderful that we have people working such a hard profession. I am not talking down on plumbers at all. That is a wonderful profession. I'm glad we have them, but they keep me being able to shit. But do you think anybody actually wants to go and plumb shit? They do it because they want to make money. They want to go make 150K being a plumber, you know?
Well, I mean, there is a certain degree of like when I build one of my buildings and we do the first fix electrics, we put the plumbing in, etc. There's a certain degree of satisfaction with knowing how all this stuff works, and it does give you like a degree of confidence walking through the world. Like if something breaks in my house, I don't need to call a guy to come and fix it. I've got the tools in the van.
And there are people that actually want to learn about and do that stuff. But for a lot of people get pushed into just random shit. They get a degree in something they're interested in, and then they get pushed into random shit because that's the only thing that's hiring them.
Yeah, they'll go and do agree in something.
Or they gotta pay
bills. They have
bills.
a vague interest in that they can monetize, and that becomes their quote unquote career, profession, job.
Now,
and they don't love it.
And they get
It could have been
pulled
anything
from
else.
And they get pulled from what they're actually interested in and passionate about.
I'm gonna take a page out of T Jump's book. Just make it optional. You know, have everything, but just make it optional. Just go, oh, well, you want to work a job? You can. If you don't, go live your life as, you know, somebody that just gets.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, in Star
want,
Trek communism, that's what I'm saying. You can do what you could be an artist. You could go collect alien life from other planets, right? Like what type of job do you want to do?
Well,
right? You know what I'm saying? There's stuff. They need people to do everything, and as long as people are doing the stuff that needs, of course, you'd have to have drafts at some point, right? To send people to grab alien life if nobody wanted to do it, right? But that's no different than drafts going to war, right?
I think if you had that kind of world, I think those obsessive motherfuckers that develop all the technology that we have would still be those obsessive so and so's. Like we're not just.
I would go do space stuff for free for my career. You know what I mean? For that, not free, but like my career. I would love to go do space stuff for that. You know, send me to space and have me do anything. You know, how cool would that be? I'll be a deckhand.
Become a space plumber.
Yeah, I'll be a space plumber. Let's go.
Yeah, you gotta clean the poop jet.
It's fine. But and once again, I was not putting down on plumbers. They're very hardworking. All I was getting at is all of those people probably would have more fun doing something else. And if that was a profession where like robots were able to do it, they might be interested in doing something else. And some people may legitimately be like, hey, this is the best thing in the world. But for a lot
I love shoveling shit.
I mean, I do agree. Like, you know, when some poor plumber has stood over like a septic tank that's holding the collective fermented memory of the last 10,000 toilet visits, it's not like they're stood over it going, "This is my fucking calling in life." Like,
God, I love this.
Yeah.
I just dive straight in.
I doubt anybody wants to jump into that. You know what I'm saying? Like I doubt there's anybody that legitimately gets excited to jump into that.
Hey, depending on what the pay is, I might.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If there's not the concern about money, but I don't know. That's a long way. That's 150 years down the line. You know.
Yeah, maybe somebody does get a pure enjoyment.
200 years down the line. That's like restructuring the whole world.
Maybe they have a shit fetish or something.
It doesn't have a name, isn't it? Like luxury automated communism or something.
Space luxury communism.
Yeah.
I don't have any idea what it's called, but.
Space luxury
space communism. That's what people call
we need to get back on topic. Not topic. Is God just cope for death, chaos, and meaninglessness? All right, we're on topic for real now.
Well, my gut feeling is that it is like we've got a big I don't know, and people are trying to insert a I hope I think it's
Yeah,
more of a hope rather than cope, if that makes sense.
Copium. They're on that hopium instead of that copium.
Exactly. Yeah, I would think.
But I mean, like, if we're talking about like the invention of religion, I mean, it's all purely speculation. But if I had to guess, I would say that something like religion probably started from someone's like desire to not like just perish in like like death be all that there is, you know, and then they create like some sort of religion around that, talking about a god, and then there's a heaven, and then that story starts to spread, and then people start getting very creative with it, and you know, we've told stories thousands and thousands of years.
Well, I think it does. Again, it's the distinction between a type 1 and a type 2 error. So you've got like hominid A who stood next to a bush and it rustles next to him. Hominid A assumes that it's the wind and doesn't do it and doesn't run away. Hominid B assumes that it is a predatory animal in the bush. So hominid B assumes agency and runs away. Now, hominid B is wrong most of the time.
They're wrong.
But is more likely to survive and procreate, which gives us a predisposition to assuming agency in things like lightning and rain. And
it's just a utility factor of like you would like don't get me wrong, like if I had the choice, like let's say I was born and like prior to me being born, a god, you know, a god like got in front of me and said, would you rather value, or would you rather have more truth in your life, or rather have more good experiences in your life? Would you rather your life be more enjoyable? And I think most reasonable people is going to go, well, if me knowing the truth is going to lead to some sort of like negative in my life, for the most part, I think I would want to just have a good life rather than just knowing what's true, especially if knowing what's true.
Isn't that just red pill versus blue pill, like Matrix?
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is most of the people who say the reason why they want to know what's true is because it brings them some sort of value or it makes their life more enjoyable. But if that wasn't the case, then they would obviously opt for enjoying their life rather than just knowing what's true.
Well, yeah, but like we run this hypothetical all the time. Like if you had like a terminal disease and you were going to drop dead tomorrow, would you want to know about it, or would that knowledge inhibit your enjoyment of your last day on Earth?
Well, most people would have different answers to that, but you could make it the hypothetical even worse. Like, let's say you're gonna you are known that you're gonna drop dead in like 5 seconds, or like let's say 10 seconds. And where you're going to go is like you're going to go to hell and you have to burn for all of eternity, and nothing you're going to be able to do is going to be able to stop it. I think you would not, like, if it was going to be 10 seconds, I think you would much rather just go, you know, because like you're going to be anticipating going, you know.
Do you know what? It's weird. Like I've not really thought about the distinction between knowing that you're going to drop dead in 24 hours or knowing that you're going to drop dead in the next handful of seconds.
Yeah.
I think actually, if I was going to drop dead in 24 hours, I'd rather not know. But if I knew, if I was going to drop dead in the next 5 to 10 seconds, I probably would want to know, because I would want those few seconds to, like, the last thoughts that I would want to pass through my brain before I popped out of existence would be, for example, like thinking about some of the best moments that I've had with my wife and kids and stuff like that. I would want that to be the last thing that I experience. So I would try and make that happen for myself. Whereas if I knew that I was going to drop dead in 24 hours, then there's lots of stuff that I can and would do in that intervening period.
Well, there's arguments for both sides, but I mean, like, I mean, if you got 24 hours left, you know what I mean? And I would want to give my family some sort of closure, like, you know, like be like, hey, I can't tell you why I know this. I just know this. So let's all like get together and do something. I don't know. There's arguments for both sides, but wait, I forgot. How the fuck? Oh yeah, copium. We're talking about hopium and copium.
Hopium and hopium.
Yeah.
You know, like, I mean, if I knew that I was going to drop dead in the next 24 hours, my kids would wake up tomorrow morning wondering why the fuck they're having ice cream for breakfast. I'd be like, just because.
Yeah.
Have fun. Fill your boots.
I mean, I can see, like, maybe that's where like, if I really thought about it, maybe that's where religion came from, or someone had an experience that they had no other choice but to describe it as religious. Because way back in the day, like, I think most people didn't even think that their thoughts were their own thoughts. I think they had a concept of like the thoughts were being given to them rather than them actually thinking their thoughts. And then that kind of developed socially over time. I believe I heard a story about that. I'm not going to say that's true, but if anybody knows anything about that, you could probably chime in. But
well, I think it jives with sort of like people we tend to think of ourselves as though we're ensouled, and like there's this thing that's driving around these meat robots, which are people, as opposed to like we are our brains, you know, like pure physicalism. You know, we think there's something more there.
Well, people were describing in like literature, whenever they're talking about thinking, a lot of the times they describe it as almost like it's not even them that's thinking. They described it as like the thoughts are being given to them, like separate.
Yeah, well, it's like the distinction between the consciousness and the subconscious. Like if you ask a person, think of an animal beginning with the letter B, right? You know, your subconscious presents you a load of options, and you select from one of those options when the question is prompted. And then after you've selected from one of the options, like you know, you might go bird and bear, and then somebody goes, but why didn't you say badger? And you knew badgers existed, but at the time at which the question was asked, your brain just didn't present that to you as an option. So it wasn't an option that you could pick. These things just seem to pop into your conscious from your subconscious, right?
Sure. I don't know. I'm just saying that I think all it took was probably one creative motherfucker to like look out in the universe and describe it as something spiritual, and then it just probably went from there. If I had to guess, you know. And then people are like, "Oh yeah, this is a very comforting." Like maybe when you're telling your children, especially way back then, they didn't want to express to their children that they're gonna die. You know, like and that just be that. Maybe they you know.
I'm pretty straight up with my kids about stuff like that. So like when my dad died, and you know they started asking like what happens, I was like, well, you know, we don't know. Like my daughter, you know, was he in heaven? I was like, well, I don't even know if a heaven exists, kiddo. Like I just don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I was more so saying like in terms of where the religion stuff comes from. Maybe that's why someone came up with it for that reason. We have no idea why, like religion and everything. Maybe there's people who are studied up on it who do know. But
I'm just saying, would be a lit idea for the show. Is if you had like a guy on camera, just like like driving to the mall or something, and then like while you guys are discussing it, like imagine if
just
I
like runs into the side of the mall or something like that. You mean?
No, you just get people to like on the like, hey, do you want to be on the show? And then you like have him come on air. Like I just walk up to him like in the middle of the mall, be like, is God just Cope? Or
oh, you're talking about in real life.
Well, you mean like Mikey when he walks around talking to random people about flat Earth?
Yeah, but I just say you want to be on the show, and then I just give him my phone, and just they're on air. They say their opinion on air.
Yeah, it's not like they're gonna like drop any slurs or anything.
Yeah, that's also.
I mean, I feel like the average person.
It's probably a good way to lose a phone, I imagine.
You could ask about Donald Trump.
Not around here. Well, I don't know. I live in a rural area, so people don't like just steal. I leave my laptop and money out all the time. Nobody steals it. Even in public
where do you live again? Just no particular reason. Just
yeah.
Well, if I'm going to the bathroom, I'll just keep everything out. Just no fear. No fear.
Yeah, that don't happen around here. You'd be lucky.
You live?
In the South, I'll say that.
Yeah, we're in fairness, different communities are the same. Like the town that I live in, it's quite provincial. Like you can leave, for example, a bike propped up outside a pub or something, go in for a beer and a bite to eat, come out, and it'll still be there. Like no
easily over here.
Yeah.
Well, I live in upstate New York, so it's like not in New York City, but like a few hours drive up north. It's pretty much mostly just like forest. You can see in my background. This is my backyard. So
Wingdale.
I love living in a rural area. I would never like to live in a city. People are just different. I don't know.
That's for sure. Yeehaw, brother.
Yeah, there's definitely a higher higher concentration of assholes in more urbanized areas, no doubt.
Mm-hmm. But wouldn't that be cool though? Imagine just getting just like random people to just comment on that'd be lit.
Mega Bloodbath debates live.
On
the ground.
Live on the ground reporting.
Yeah.
Do you know what would be interesting, like with that concept? Like, let's say you ask a person a question: Is like God a cope? Like, frankly, like Joziel, DeFreak, me, like all the other people that drop into the channel, just by virtue of being in these spaces on these channels, we're all very familiar with like Tag, the Kalam cosmological argument, all of these, like, but like just a person in the street, like how do they, who hasn't come into contact repeatedly with all of these notions, how do they vocalize it? How would
it's
they,
almost it's almost
You have
harder.
to dumb it down a little bit.
Well,
Like,
it's almost harder
to
to have. I've tried. It's almost harder to have conversations with people like that than it is people who actually, pretty much understand the topics that you're talking about, because everything goes over their head and they have a large tendency to go off on rabbit trails while speaking rather than like sticking to the point.
Because we don't do that ever.
Well, I'm saying they have a bad habit of doing it like in mid argument. Yeah. They'll be talking about, X, Y, and Z, and then we're trying to get them on one single point and they're just going all over the place. But yeah,
it'd have to be more casual. It'd be more more for the entertainment value. You would follow the rabbit trail.
We need tacos to rage bait him a little bit and be like, yeah, but God is bullshit, right?
Well, but I suppose the thing
is,
like,
to any bar or anything like an established, place where you're drinking or having a, meal and something, they're good. That you're not supposed to talk about politics and religion because people are going to get upset. You're probably going to get thrown out of that bar.
Well, I get the feeling that if you did just walk into a random bar, especially in the UK, and you started asking people what their position on God is, because we're mostly a secular society, I suspect that you just get treated to a collection of Hitchens quotes. He's kind of he's kind of like the cultural zeitgeist that most people would probably be familiar with, because he like popularized this discussion. But from a philosophical point of view, whilst Hitchens was very entertaining, he was very erudite and very well versed in a lot of literature. He was no philosopher. His arguments from a philosophical point of view in a lot of circumstances were complete garbage. They don't hold water. Yeah.
They're not very good.
It would be cool if we all like took turns in our different areas and like see what the different like responses would be based off of like where you're located.
Yeah, like all over the place.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd say I live in the South, so a lot of mine is going to be a lot of religious people, and they're almost going to be offended that I asked, because they're like, most people like, they don't even question those things. Like, questioning God's existence? How dare you?
If I started wandering around my local town asking people about like what their beliefs in God are, they'd look at me like I was a complete and fucking nutter. However, if I jumped on the train for an hour and 20 minutes and got off in Hyde Park and went down to Speaker's Corner, you'd probably get a pretty good conversation. Like where you happen to be standing in the UK is honestly, like if you go to like a Church of England Protestant like priest, I think they'd probably know less about sort of the philosophical arguments for and against God than a lot of the people that I have these discussions with online. I don't think it factors into their day-to-day life. They just presuppose the existence, and that's brain turn off.
Yeah, imagine if your preacher was a pre-supper, bro. Like, could you imagine? And you like you had no idea. You're like a teenager, and you're kind of having these questions, and you get like a Psi 10 Bruggenkate type. And you start asking questions, and they immediately shift the burden of proof onto you, and you have no idea what's going on. You would be like, "Oh shit! I guess I'm never questioning that again." That would like as a teenager, if I heard presup as a teenager, bro, that would have blew my fucking mind. I would have been like, "God, we're God is 100% exists." It would have went right over my head.
What is presup?
Dude, I think most preachers are going or pastors are going to be presup, like they assume God is real. That's why they're there.
All right, so Chris, I'll give you the short, the elevator pitch. Presuppositional apologetics is basically you have people like Jay Dyer, Jim Bob, Dart Dawkins. There's a bunch of these people on the internet that run this particular argument for God. It's generally the tag argument, the transcendental argument for the existence of God. And what they do is they have a type of argumentation that does not rely, like they cannot run their argument without another person's worldview to compare it to. So there is no premise conclusion. It's God exists. Like their whole argument is they're like the possibility of not, or like in order to have knowledge, God has to exist. We have knowledge, therefore God exists. And then when you ask them to justify premise one, the way they do that is by saying the impossibility of the contrary, which means the contrary of that is impossible. But the whole problem with that is that's just restating premise one. That's just stating that in order to have knowledge, you need God. So it's just saying the possibility of the contrary is just restating the first premise. It's a question begging argument.
Yeah, the argument isn't perfectly circular, but it is tautological.
Yeah, and
it's like an argument definition.
Yeah, the way that they argue is that you can never, a good presuppositionalist would never get it to the opportunity you can ask them questions or like to talk about the worldview. The way they do it is by interrogating your worldview, tear it apart, and basically they try to show that you're unjustified in believing what you do. And by virtue of that, they say, well, then your argument, or your worldview holds a contradiction. My argument wins. And then they try to tout victory. But the problem is they did not explain how they did not demonstrate that the impossibility of the contrary. At most, what they did is possibly demonstrated that your worldview cannot account for knowledge and theirs can. So theirs wins out over yours. But they have a bigger burden of proof to take under. They have to show that the contrary is impossible, and they never do that.
Yeah, so they'll do things like they'll say, well, there seems to be order to the universe. Order needs to come from a mind. Therefore, a God exists to give the universe order. And then, like when we say, we'll use things like the laws of logic or make mathematical models, and then they will say, well, the reason that your mathematical models make sense is because there was a mind that gave order to the universe in the first place. So they'll say things like, we didn't create mathematics, we discovered mathematics.
Yeah.
For example.
Yeah, those are some more, like what he's saying is like some more examples of what they tend to say. But the premise, I tried to lay out the premise of the argument pretty as much as I know about it. I've heard it a lot, but
it seems like some of it has some merit, but you gotta like apply it right. You can't give it more than its due. You know what I mean? Like you can't because you can use that sort of like line of reasoning to kind of get at and make certain points, but it can't be like the only line of reasoning you use.
Well, that's what most people do not, like, especially scholars who debate this. You know, nobody takes presuppositional apologetics seriously because it's rhetorical. It's more rhetorical than it is proving anything.
It also depends on the presupper. So, like for example, somebody like Seitan Bruggencate will claim that they presuppose that a God exists and they know that a God exists.
Yeah.
The people who are more easy to bear are the ones that don't make a knowledge claim, but they'll just say they presuppose that a God exists and they believe that God exists. They're actually a bit more sufferable. Seitan Bruggencate is really insufferable.
You know what I'm wondering is like the believers that are up on panel versus the non-believers, and like who's actually like saying a bunch of stuff and like who's not, and if that's like proof or evidence of like actually who copes more or who doesn't.
Why are you guys so passionate about this topic? Like, what makes you guys like? Are most of you guys like regulars on here? Like, you've been here since the beginning, or?
Well, I wouldn't say I've been here since the beginning, but I've been here I was here at the pretty early on. But this is just a hobby for me. I'm not even passionate about it, but I love debates. And, I'm really big into meta ethics, like debating morality and ethics and such, but I'm trying to branch out and debate other stuff. And that's a big reason why I stay here. And plus Taco's show is pretty entertaining too.
Yeah.
I love trolling atheists.
Yeah, I love trolling theists too. I'm a rage baiter.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely not been here since the beginning. I guess I've been dropping in and out of Taco's channel for a year, 18 months, something like that. I just find the topic interesting. And whilst I have a lot in common with like my wife and friends and things that I have good conversations with, the conversations that tend to occur here are things that I'm interested in that people in my orbit IRL either find boring or aren't particularly interested in discussing. So I come here to scratch that itch, for want of a better word.
Yeah,
that's good.
Taco,
why did you start it? Why did you start this?
Yeah, my goal is to save as many unrighteous theists as possible. I mean, I didn't make anything at first, right? It was my goal is
obviously I was joking with you, Taco.
Yeah, my goal is to save as many unrighteous theists as possible, right? I got a pretty good deconversion rate. I developed atheist presuppositional apologetics, got a really good deconversion rate going.
Wait, you developed? Hold on, you developed atheist presuppositional?
Yeah, it's a counter argument.
Atheist presuppositional apologist. I deconvert about 37% of theists that I encounter.
Hey, Tacos, can you show him? You know how I described the Christian precept, the theist precept. Can you show him the atheist precept argument? Just run it by him.
I mean, there's not really like an argument.
Well,
I mean, there is an argument at the end of it, but it's like methodology more than anything, right?
Mm-hmm. Can you show him how you render it? At least is what I'm asking. Like show how you. All right.
Yeah. So, do you reject the self-evident truth of our shared naturalistic, atheistic reality that's been revealed to all of sound mind through both natural and special revelation in an undeniable way?
Would I reject that?
Yes, do you reject the self-evident truth of our shared naturalistic, atheistic reality that's been revealed to all of sound mind through both natural and special revelation in an undeniable way?
Sure.
With what justification?
I'm just telling you my intuition. What my intuition rejects.
So you've neither seen a god nor a supernatural thing?
Have I seen a supernatural thing?
Or a god?
Have I seen a god?
Or a supernatural thing?
Yeah, life.
What?
Well, I suppose it would be a natural. Well, what's supernatural? What would supernatural even mean?
Hey, that's our question for you, buddy.
It would be like outside of the order, the natural order. Sometimes people say like non-fit. It just depends on what you call it, right? But generally, it would be like outside of the natural order or something.
Yeah, but then hold on, but if something that existed was outside of the natural order, then you guys would just say then it's inside of the natural order because it exists, right? So
no, because it can exist as supernatural.
But then you could just say, well, it's
if there was something that was supernatural engaging with the natural, we would be able to tell. Don't you think?
I mean, like, I don't know, because then you would just what's the definition of natural? Like that it follows laws of order or something? Like, you know?
Within natural order.
I think
it's
natural
pretty specific, right?
I think natural is just not made by humans. Thought I was isn't that
well, like natural order would be like natural laws of physics, reality.
Well, then is
whatever,
everything
right?
humans do supernatural then?
Well, it wouldn't be supernatural, it would just be unnatural.
All of it's natural. What are you guys talking about? All of it's natural.
You know something's natural or if something.
Can you not hear me? I'm talking about like outside of the laws of physics and shit, not like human made.
Yeah, like
why would you talk about human made? Humans aren't involved. What?
Look,
it's not even like what we're talking. What?
I'm saying
natural. Hold on. The definition natural refers to anything existing in or derived from nature, rather than being made or caused by humans.
I'm saying if you discover something
that's not what I'm
goes
saying
outside of the laws of
dude.
physics.
That's the wrong definition of natural. I don't know why you would use that one.
So
well, I'm just saying that was the definition I was going.
I literally defined it. If they're talking to me, like I literally just defined it. Why would you not use my definition?
Well, I don't know what you defined it as. Maybe I wasn't listening.
Well,
like outside of laws of natural reality, or like outside of the natural order of things.
Well, that's just
like
using
that.
natural inside of your.
Yeah,
I was gonna say you're actually using the word inside of the definition, so that doesn't really tell us what you mean when you say natural.
Laws of physics, reality.
But then it's just a new law of physics. Then it's so if I discover a law of physics,
it would depend. There's a difference between discovering a new law of physics and determining that like there's this non-physical thing that exists that's not a part of reality that can like
Well,
interject itself into
And if it's not
reality.
part of
and-
reality,
But-
how are we measuring it or?
But Chris, in order for us to
You're
determine,
the one saying shit's supernatural, bro.
in order for us to determine that something is
Why?
a
Like
quote,
I
unquote,
gave my definition. Now, how is your shit supernatural?
I would say under your definition, nothing can be supernatural because you're basically just saying that if anything is outside of.
Well, isn't that interesting?
Yeah, no, I
Well,
think the way most atheists understand supernatural, then.
Well, look, let's say for argument's sake, look, gravity affects all things on the surface of planet Earth, right?
Mm.
And if something like suddenly started floating up off the surface of the planet, and there was no consistent mechanism that we could identify that was causing this thing to float up off. It's not a plane, it's not a rocket. It's just a rock that all of a sudden gravity no longer applies, and there's no consistency to what is happening to that. That would be I would suggest that is a supernatural event.
So
Right.
if you saw a balloon and you didn't know what helium was, and it looks like gravity isn't affecting it, would your assumption be that it's a supernatural event, or that something about the reality?
An important point of moderation. We did fail at the last goal, but I'll reset that now. So, 5:30 CST. If y'all are loving the show, please consider supporting with a tip. I'll put the Streamlab and the Ko-Fi in chat if anybody is loving the show. Please do consider supporting. If you barely like the show, also slam that like and subscribe button. Helps a ton. Tell your friends about it. Let everybody know about it. Very important. Very, very important. Sorry for the interruption, y'all.
That's fine. So the scope of our knowledge is not really in play here. So what I'm getting at, I'm more referring to the principle. So we determine that the laws of physics are the laws of physics because they're consistent, right?
Mm-hmm.
Setting aside things like the distinction between any kind of like unifying theory within like quantum mechanics and field theories, but like in the Newtonian sense, in the causative sense within our universe, if we witnessed an event that didn't seem to have an antecedent cause that comports with everything else that we see, then I would suggest that would be a supernatural event. And most people would assume that there is some kind of supernatural entity behind that which is driving this supernatural event like a god. And I'm thinking of things like miracles here, like when the claim that Jesus walked on water, for example, like that defies physics. Therefore, we determine that it's a miracle. Therefore, we determine that it's a supernatural event. It is not part of nature.
So basically, hold on, let me just butt in here. So basically what you're saying is that if you see an event that goes against our understanding of the laws of nature, you're going to assume that it's a supernatural event?
No, I would personally, for me, I would assume that we're missing something. There's something that we don't know. But I'm talking about the principle.
What I would assume
if something happened that defied the laws of physics, and it was a singular event, i.e. it wasn't repeatable, then I would suggest that potentially would qualify as a supernatural event. Now, because we're imperfect observers of the universe, I would think actually probabilistically it's more likely that there's some natural thing that's driving it that we just don't understand. But when the best that we could do to determine whether something is a supernatural event would be to apply all of our knowledge to it at the time and try to determine if we could figure out what's causing it. And if we don't know what's causing it, then it would, I think.
But I do kind of see what he's saying though, because it's like when does something becomes natural and unnatural? Because if we witness something that was supernatural, and then we put that inside of our understanding of the laws of physics, well, now that supernatural thing has become natural because it's in.
I agree. That's my position, but I'm trying to steelman this what potentially would qualify as a supernatural event. Like anything that we see that some people describe as a supernatural event, I just think those people determine.
And we got a wipeout. I give up.
Because of lack of understanding, basically.
No,
yeah, and it's like
Phoenix
I
Lights.
do have an interesting thought experiment here. Here's an interesting thought experiment. Is there
Okay.
a way that we can conceptualize like Jesus Christ walking on water or something as a natural event? So let's say that maybe when God made the universe at the very beginning, all the Big Bang, all of that was formulated such that in a way that like the water ions or something, or like some weird physical property of the water in that specific lake at that specific time, and like his feet were able to like all come together at a time to allow him to do that. Could that be possible that was a
Wait.
natural event? If it did happen, it must have been a natural event. God used.
Well, would something have? Well, the thing about I think the supernatural in context of a theist idealization of it is you would have something like Jesus walking on water, and then like by their lights, this would be a supernatural event because he is instantiating movement of atoms or movement of the universe around him in order for him to be able to walk on water rather than the natural flow in state of things.
Well, in this case, it would.
Yeah, but exceptions are natural too, though.
But this would
nature makes a phenomenal exception. That's also natural.
Well, I'm saying that there would be a being that is changing the laws of nature rather than this being part of the laws of nature themselves.
What if the being is within the laws of nature that, or the being?
Well, then they would no longer be a supernatural being. Then
I see the word. I don't know about Protestants love the word supernatural. I don't think Catholics really use it too much. Like in the catechism, it's not really used. I don't really like the word supernatural because it's kind of like I think it's more of a vibe based word. When people use the word supernatural, it's more like they're referencing a vibe. You know what I mean? They're not really like, it's not concrete. Because if you're saying that something exists, how can anything because basically when people say it's within the laws of nature, they're saying it's within the laws of being something that's true, that is reasonable. So anything that exists has to be like within the laws of what is true and what is reasonable in some way. So I don't really think, it's that.
So do you not think God? So you think God doesn't exist?
No, I think God exists.
But by that definition, would God not exist?
No, because you can say that God is natural. But in the way that you guys understand it.
Yeah, but he would, because he would be outside of the natural law of nature, like the laws of nature that are instantiated without the idea that there is a God there, like completely as a secular idea, and then introducing God inside of there, and then he's able to like imagine the laws of nature are a chessboard, and every single thing that happens inside of there. And then we say that there is a being, like a giant being that is able to move pieces himself. That he is outside, he is like literally separate from the world that we're playing in, and he's able to move shit around outside of the rules that were set inside of that chessboard. That would be like a supernatural. But what you're describing is like a being
not omnipotent, right?
Well, in what you're describing is a being that is like inside of the rules, but is also changing the rules.
What about the being that is the rules?
Do what?
Well, so
I didn't hear what he said.
What about
a being that is the rules? What if God is the rules? The God is the what if God?
I don't know how that works.
Like, what if God is the chessboard, the chess pieces, and what is changing it? Like, God is just the entire culmination of everything.
Well, then
that way, the God.
How would you distinguish between God interacting and God not? There would be no like that would like I'm not in a rude way, but that would be kind of like a weird. That'd be a weird definition of
no, because everything is God, so everything is because of God.
I do think that it's actually common for Catholics to take this idea that God is being, because there are two Catholics that used to show up here all the time, Ben and Grace Thorpe. Yeah. They used to say shit like that all the time, that God isn't like a being, God is being.
Yeah, God is.
So like how do we determine, like, is God like pure ontology? God is just the entirety of the universe. Every rock, every can of beer. But
if that's the case, God still has feelings. God still has desires. God still has preferences. God still is able to instantiate, like, God is the basis for morality. So he is everything all at once, and he is able to like instantiate particular things through different periods of time. In effect, I don't know, that's just
Yeah,
a
why not?
concept that,
Why not?
well,
It's
sure. I mean,
mind-blowing.
I could look, I could create a God right now that is all of that plus one. Now that God's better than yours.
Yeah, but
Because
also
you
like
can't get anything more than that. You can't get anything more than
No,
that.
yes, you can. It's all of that plus one.
but it seems that every conception of God is somehow
You can't just say
distinct.
everything all that plus one. That's not how
Yes,
this
I
works.
can.
You can't get
No,
higher
Yeah,
than God.
There's
more than
a super.
everything.
Hey, how do you know? There's never a limit. There's no limit.
There is
Infinity plus
there's
one.
nothing more than infinity. You know,
My
there's
God,
limit.
my God can beat your God. So
Well,
let's not go
I'm
there.
sorry, I'm going to have to disagree with you there, Krish, because some infinities are bigger than others. In fact, some
It's
infinities
true.
Yeah, but
sit
the
within
highest
other infinities.
conceptualization of the biggest infinity you could possibly have. There's nothing bigger than that.
Except
Okay,
the same being plus one.
No, there's no plus one.
what's bigger, the set of all numbers or the set of prime numbers?
I don't know. I'm not a mathematician.
Yeah,
I
me
would
neither.
say all numbers would be my intuition.
Yeah, well, because the prime numbers is a subset of all numbers, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
despite the fact that they're both infinites, one sits inside the other, right?
Yeah. So
So
all
you
real
can have-
numbers.
So some infinites are bigger than others.
You
So
can
what
know
is
the
the
plus
biggest
one God
infinity?
without going through the one God.
Huh?
Is all real numbers the biggest infinity? No, because you have to put in imaginary numbers in there.
Because
That's a
all
good-
real numbers is just an infinite set of like constantly repeating numbers. It would never stop.
You just keep adding zeros. You just
What
Yeah.
keep
is
going.
the biggest infinity in mathematics? I'm curious what this is.
There isn't a big.
He's like, that's what my God is.
That's what he is, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
But this concept of God being the universe as opposed to God somehow being apart from the universe.
Wait, isn't that pantheism?
But it wouldn't seem to make sense that God is the universe when the universe is his creation, right?
That means he is him.
But let's say there's something bigger than the. Let's say God isn't just God is being itself, because being is bigger than the universe. Let's say that.
Yeah, but I mean, whilst this is conceptually, I kind of get where you're going. Like, is it as just a raw concept with no way for us to interrogate it? It's kind of meaningless, isn't it?
Is it meaningless? I don't think it's meaningless. No.
Well, just to stay in the same way as somebody, like we would determine whether something is natural or unnatural. The second that we have, the second that we have an understanding of what natural law governs this said event, then it's subsumed by the natural and it is no longer supernatural. Just to say that, being is bigger than the universe. Like, where do we go from there? Like, as a concept, like, how do we interrogate it?
Maybe we don't need to go anywhere with that. Maybe that's not our domain to go into.
Well, if we have no access to it, especially epistemological access, then what reason will we have to believe that it exists?
Yeah, there's no justification there, right?
Yeah.
Well, I would say that maybe, because maybe I think it's like, for example, in the story of I forgot what specific story it is that Moses is talking to God and he can like only see his back, right? So I think there's something there is that you can't see God like directly in a sense. He couldn't see the Father directly. He could only see God from God's back. And so maybe that would be kind of like what we have access to is like what's God's back. And God's face would be something that we can't comprehend. But we know that it's there because God has a back.
Can I just ask, your concept of what a God is here, or what God is? So is God part of the natural world and just has a complete understanding of how the natural world works? And we are, because we're imperfect beings, we have, whilst we understand chunks of it, we obviously don't understand the universe and how it works as well as God does. So God to us is, we view God, this being that has a comprehensive understanding of how the universe works, kind of in a similar way to how, like, a Neanderthal would look up and see like a Boeing jet flying in the sky, right? We're still,
or if you showed an ant the picture of the moon, or like the picture of the inside of a car,
well, I mean,
it's not even going to have a concept.
Yeah, but what I mean is with like the Neanderthal, for example, like in principle, there would be nothing to stop a Neanderthal from like all of the raw materials exist on the planet. The laws of physics can be manipulated by the Neanderthal in the same way as we've manipulated them in order to create the jumbo jet. So is God just have a better understanding than we do, is more advanced than us, or is there a meaningful difference between God and us? Is the thing that's different between us and God not just a lack of understanding? Is there something more there?
Well, I would say with that kind of conceptualization, you're kind of like limiting God to a kind of material kind of perspective, because you're viewing God through the reference of like scientific materialism, like, so I would say that's one aspect of God, but I wouldn't say that's the only aspect.
So you're just essentially saying we can't measure. You can't measure God. Like there's no measuring tools.
Yeah, I was using that
as limiting and unlimiting God.
Example. I was using that as an example.
We can understand God because we have we have the Word of God, and so we can understand what's in the Word of God, and that is part of understanding God. Not the full picture, but at least part of it.
Mm.
So that would bring me back. That would bring me back to the only distinction between us and God is understanding. Like we have a lack of it. God has more of it.
That's one aspect.
Well, sure. I mean, that would be like, you would expect that anything that has like the ability to, do all of everything that we're talking about, or, shape your life or create you, that, yeah, God would have more power and be understanding more about physics or whatever than we do. Otherwise,
the thing is, I was using like a physics or an engineering example there, exactly that as an example. But also, if a God has more understanding, then I would expect a God to have a better understanding of things like morality than we do. So my intuitions, I wouldn't necessarily expect them to scale with like a God. I would expect, like, if a God has better understanding, then I would expect that God to have a better understanding of every domain of human intellectual exercise, right? Whilst I was using physics as an example, or engineering as an example, it doesn't just mean that it just applies to that. But I'm trying to get, is the difference between us in our limited experience and God in his unlimited experience, is the only difference between us understanding, knowledge? Or is there more?
There's more there because he's the only deity.
Question. I think that's a pretty fun, because then you would have to do, in order to answer that question, you have to dig into what is knowledge fundamentally, and that's
justified
like the whole field of epistemology.
Well, like, do you hold to like JTB, like justified true belief?
I don't know what that is really.
It's essentially just the idea that, like, because there's multiple different conceptions of knowledge, but one of them, and arguably the most popular, is justified true belief. It's just basically saying, if you believe, if you affirm a proposition to be true, meaning that you believe it to be true, you're justified in holding that it is true, and it is also true, then by that definition, you would have knowledge. But there are cases outside of those, which are Gettier cases, which I think, John, you mentioned them. You could probably explain them better than I can, but a
Gettier case is where you have justification for a belief, but the belief is wrong. So it's not true. Now I have an issue with Gettier cases. I tend to think that most Gettier cases are non-parsimonious. There's an unnecessary assumption baked into the Gettier case in order to make it exist in the first place. One of the common ones is a person goes in for a job interview. The job interview goes really well. They've got a good feeling about it. And then after the job interview, one of the interviewers comes out into the waiting room and says, "Oh, you did really well. You're going to get the job." And then the person who's just been told that they're going to get the job puts their hands in their pocket and they have 10 coins in their pocket, right? So their conclusion is that a person who had 10 coins in their pocket is going to get the job. Now, it just coincidentally turns out that the interviewer got the wrong person. They told this person that they were going to get the job, and they didn't. It was actually a different person, and just by pure coincidence, that person happened to have 10 coins in their pocket. So they were justified in their belief. Their belief was true, but the conclusion ultimately was still wrong. Now, obviously, in this example, the reason that it's non-parsimonious is you didn't need to make the additional jump of the person who gets the job has 10 coins in their pocket. If they'd have just concluded that they were going to get the job, then they'd have just been wrong, even though they had justification. So Gettier cases are this weird anomaly in JTB that I don't think is like, because there's no systematic process that would consistently lead you to a Gettier case. A Gettier case is always like they're always independent, they're always individual.
Yeah, and there's another example. I had to look it up, but I've heard it before. But it basically goes like you're driving into and you look into a field.
Horse,
you see a fluffy white animal that perfectly resembles a cow. So you form the belief there is a cow in the field. The animal you are looking at is actually a highly realistic paper mache cow statue. However, completely hidden from your view behind the statue, there is a real living cow. Your belief is true and logically justified by your senses, but it's a lucky coincidence in validating it as knowledge. So
that would be a Gettier case.
Yeah, that would be a Gettier case. Yeah. So where justified true belief doesn't actually count, but in most instances, most people are going to just hold to JTB anyway, even understanding that there are outliers.
So let me get JTB plus solves this problem by stating that any premise must also be true. So it's a slight modification of JTB.
So let me guess. I'm not too familiar on like formal logic. So there are 3 variables at play here: whether the belief is justified, and then whether the belief is true.
Conceptually, the variables in order are this: you have to believe something, you have to have a justification for that belief, and that belief actually has to
be true. Yeah.
No, that's
and then each of those can be broken down into their own subsets. Like we just got into what it means to have knowledge, like justified true belief, but you can go inside of what it means to believe something. You can go inside of what makes something true and what makes you justified. Like what is justification? You can go into all of those.
So you also need to pair this with the distinction between what constitutes, like with like the notion that knowledge is a subset of belief. Yeah. So, for example, JTB works hand in hand with the concept that if you know something to be true, you must believe it. But if you believe something and don't know it to be true, then you can still believe it, but you don't have justification for knowing it. So
you can just say, I believe that.
Yeah, which means that knowledge must sit within the set of belief.
Yeah. Also, knowledge does not require certainty. Do not let anybody tell you that it does, because there's a lot of theists that go around saying that it requires certainty, and it absolutely doesn't.
Yeah, so like if you go back to like where people believed that the Earth was flat, or people believed that the sun orbited the Earth, like they had a justification for their belief and they believed it, and it just turns out that now we have a better understanding of how the solar system works. It just turns out that it wasn't true.
Yeah, and they thought that they knew it.
They had sufficient justification at the time.
Yeah, and they thought that they knew that the Earth was flat. They thought not that they believed it, but they thought they knew that it was true.
So retrospectively, it turns out that they just believed that they had knowledge. They didn't.
Now there are things in our reality that we could fall victim to the same exact thing. Like that like we could acknowledge that there could be some things that happen in the future and magnify our understanding of the world around us, and realize we thought we knew what was true, but in reality we were wrong.
Well, and this kind of in a weird way circles back to what I was asking before with regards to God. Like, is the distinction between us and God just, does God have a better understanding of the ontology of the universe, or does God even have a complete understanding of the ontology of the universe? Like, just because a quote unquote God is incapable of error, or a God only knows true things, right?
Well, also we could even like make it even further. There's a lot of atheists that do this sort of stuff. I don't tend to do it. I do think it's fun though. We could say, does God have knowledge? And then if you say, well, of course God has knowledge, and then it's like, okay, well, how does God know things? It's like, well, he has justified true belief. It's like, wait, God believes things? What is belief to a being that knows all? And what does it mean for if that means that he is outside of the JTB, that like he can't hold beliefs, so he is no longer JTB knowledge. There is some other knowledge. And then once you keep talking about that, you're just going to say, well, he has knowledge like us. It's just God's knowledge. Well, now it's smallage. It's not knowledge. It's something else.
Yeah, it must be a different type of knowing, because it doesn't. There's no discovery process with a God, whereas our knowledge is subject to a discovery process. It's subject to test, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that would make us unable to see or unable to comprehend how God knows things, right? If that was true, that would make us unable to comprehend how God
we wouldn't
knows.
even be able to know that God, and not even what God knows, but it's just what it means for God to know. Because we only ascribe knowing to agents like us who are fallible. But like for a being that is completely infallible, what version of knowledge does he have? He doesn't have beliefs. He would have access to all true propositions all at once.
So that would be a potential answer to our previous kind of discussion we were having about supernatural or natural, is that we wouldn't even be able to comprehend what something supernatural would even be.
Sure,
because that would fall into that smallage or whatever you want to call it. So
if we were able to comprehend something that seemed supernatural at first, then it would then fall into
natural.
The natural.
Yeah. So the access to the supernatural would only be limited to God.
Yeah, it's funny. Access to the supernatural is almost baked into the definition that we don't have access to it.
Yeah. So it was kind of impossible to
bridge that gap.
But also supernatural as a concept, I think it's one of those. Supernatural as a concept, I think, is like a square circle. It doesn't really seem to make sense from our perspective.
Yeah, because we can only observe what is natural. So
yeah, it's like, whilst I don't like quoting Dawkins, the actual Dawkins, not Darth Dawkins, but like he talks about humanity's perception as we live in this like middle world, like the universe.
Why don't you like quoting Richard Dawkins?
Well, he's lost favor in a lot of these communities for his unsavory comments about trans people.
But he's not. Yeah, I mean, I saw his video on trans people, and I mean, I don't really think his view was that crazy. Like, he basically just said there's biological differences between men and women, and you can't say that trans women are. I mean, I don't want to get into it, but
the reason I don't like quoting him too much is because it can activate people. It's not because I necessarily disagree with what he said, but the reason that I'm referencing him here specifically is because he talks about he's spoken about the perception of humans. We live in this middle world, and one of the examples that he gave would be like gravity to us on Earth is really important. Like everything, all of our, like the way that we navigate through this space, this three-dimensional space on this planet, is heavily governed by our perception of how gravity affects us. But like a pond skate on the surface of a pond gives not two shits about gravity. The principle that governs its existence more than anything else is the surface tension of water, more than gravity does, right?
Here's the thing: is that I think we can only perceive gravity through how it affects us, really fundamentally. Because how would we be able to perceive anything at all except from how it affects us?
The thought experiment here is, if you could shrink a human down to the size of a pond skate, then the surface tension of the water would be more important to us than gravity would be, because the physical principle of the universe that has more of an effect on us and how we navigate the space in which we exist. So it's a thought experiment.
Our understanding of gravity would be centered around our understanding of surface tension.
Yeah, but it also, like, the reason that he was mentioning it is because when we're talking about things like deep time and evolution, or from an astrophysical perspective, the notion that the universe is 13.8 billion light years across, like, or the visible universe, these are things that defy our intuitions. Like, in order to have any kind of meaningful discussion about them, you need to have these discussions occur in like mathematics.
Now, I did want to ask Chris, do you know that God exists?
Do I know? Well, what does it? Because that's an epistemological. What does it mean?
Yeah,
to know?
I know. I'm saying, do you hold the proposition true that God exists, So do you believe it? Are you justified in believing that? And is it actually true that God exists?
All right,
From
so let's
your-
use our justified true belief like framework. So what do I have to? So it has to be justified for something. Well, that I guess
Well,
that's for something to be true.
It just has to
right?
be rational. It just like
So-
like saying that something is justified is that you're rational in believing it.
Yeah, so you need to believe it, which you've professed that you do. You need to have a justification for it. Now, obviously, this is first person to you. It doesn't necessarily mean that your justification has to convince us. That doesn't.
Yeah.
There's no qualification required.
But I mean,
Just
we
have
could
to be-
still come in and undermine that justification if
Yeah,
we so
of
chose.
course.
Except Jesus actually walked the earth.
That's fair. Even if you believe that, that's fine. I mean, we could grant that. We could say Jesus existed. We could also say Jesus rose from the dead. We could say he walked on water. I could grant you all of that. How would you get from that to a God?
Yeah, there's a big old leap going on there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, if he was raised from the dead, then that is proof of God, because Jesus said that he would be raised from the dead, and it
That
happened.
wouldn't be. I mean, that wouldn't be proof. You could say that's evidence, but that wouldn't be proof.
Yeah, well, we bring people back from the dead all the time.
Yeah. I mean, like
It's actually quite trivial.
I'm just saying, like, even if I granted, like, even if I was bored and I was like, look, I don't even care. I don't want to argue all these secondary points. How are you getting from the fact that, like, a man resurrected from the dead, to now there's a God?
Because that's exactly what Jesus said would happen, and it happened.
Okay.
Right? So, like,
Just
if
'cause he
he's
said that doesn't
declaring
mean-
that.
Just because he
But, I
said
mean-
that he was going to raise from the dead and it was going to be God. I mean, he could have been like there could have been like some sort of alien species that like was in colludes with this man that gave him some sort of mystical powers that made it appear as though he raised from the dead, and then he was making all of these prophecies and he wanted to deceive all of humanity, and we're being watched by these alien overlords. That's a possibility.
Yeah. So, but
Sure,
also
God
just
created aliens. If you look at Revelation or Ezekiel, you'll see that.
yeah, but
Well, now you're just adding on more things that you have to justify, which would be that God created aliens. You can't just reference a book.
yeah, it's
more
a
about-
lot
I mean-
difficult. So, like the freak, I could in principle jump in my car right now, drive over to the hospital where my wife works. I could go and find a recently deceased patient, jam a load of adrenaline in their heart, and restart their heart. They might they like.
So then are you guys saying you can't justify
If immediately before I did that, I claimed that a God existed and watched me bring this person back to life, that it doesn't mean that a God exists, right? These two things they're not connected.
I mean, but only point that I'm making is like, sure, like if all of this stuff actually did happen and then it was like verified and we could like know that actually happened, like it still doesn't get you to a God. It might get you closer, because then you could say more claims from the Bible are verified, but that doesn't necessarily get you to, okay, then now
Well, it would get you to a justified belief, right?
well,
Because you'd be.
well, I mean, like again, I just gave you a more like the hypothetical I just brought up, where instead of it actually being a God, it was actually like some alien life forms.
But that would
that
seem
is
less reasonable. though.
no, it wouldn't, because one, you actually have a precedent for, which would be natural beings that are in the natural world, and then you're introducing stuff that is completely unprecedented, which would be supernatural beings. I'm not introducing supernatural beings. I'm just introducing natural beings that are completely like really, really powerful.
Okay,
Just
so
have,
they're
like,
still
crazy-
they're still more powerful than you. Then you would accept them as your quote unquote gods. or
No, I
whatever,
would not
as having
accept
more
them.
Power.
I mean, if I had no choice and they were going to like enslave me for all of eternity, I mean, fuck, I guess I would have to bend a knee. I mean, I wouldn't want to die.
So like
I-
it's still a step outside of just natural death or natural physics.
Well,
or
I
whatever.
guess if I added in the all eternity bit, but we could just say I wouldn't want to be like, let's say they were threatening us with like torture for the rest of your life and all of the generations of your own family. I wouldn't like worship them out of like respect. I would only do it out of fear.
Out
But-
of curiosity,
but-
what would justification be for you guys
In terms of God,
in terms of anything?
well, I mean, I guess that's a pretty.
It depends if it's trivial or non-trivial. So
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, like, so the justification is scalable, I would suggest. Like, all evidence required to believe something for me would need to reach a level of sufficiency. So if somebody who I knew well and I trusted told me that they had a dog at home in their garage, then I would actually, like, just their word would probably be sufficient for me to believe it, right? If the person who was a well-trusted individual who I'd known for years told me that they had a fire-breathing dragon in their garage, then they've just made a non-trivial claim that, despite the fact that they are a trustworthy person to me, I now require a sufficient additional justification because the claim that they've made is non-trivial, i.e., it doesn't jive with my day-to-day experience.
Yeah, and
That's
it's
fair,
like,
but that doesn't get to the heart of what I asked, though. I asked what constitutes justification. Like, I understand there's certain situations require more justification than others, but at the core, what is justification? Like,
Well,
I mean, I guess justification is a hard thing to actually like purely like quantify, because I don't know if you get to like an objective justification unless it's something like an analytical truth, like, you know, looking at a definition and going through it deductively, like the Socrates is mortal, or all men are mortal. Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal. Stuff like that. You could go ahead.
Well, the thing is, the justification is only what is required to justify your belief. So there's like, it's what is justified for you. Like, the justification is first person to you, in the same way as, like, I would actually require quite a lot of information to justify a belief in God. Whereas
so
I
is
think
that
some
saying
people
truth is subjective, kind of?
No, because you're
You're
saying
saying you need
truth,
your own
but we're talking about
experience.
knowledge.
We're
We're not
talking
talking about
about-
You're
truth.
saying
We're not
justification
even-
is subjective.
the justification that we're talking about here is for belief,
Yeah, not truth.
not truth.
Oh,
I mean, there are some things that could be made true by your subjective experience. Like if there was a statement that Krish,
So
Krish likes. One second, Jared. Like Krish has like the subjective taste that that he hates pizza or something like that, and then like at a certain point in time, and then if you ate a piece of pizza and had it at that certain point in time, that proposition would be made true by the fact that you had that subjective taste. That doesn't necessarily make that truth is subjective, but there are some things that are made true through other people's subjective tastes.
Yeah. So in philosophy, just a belief is what we would call doxastic. So
it comes down to personal experience.
The justification is first person to you, and whether the justification is sufficient for you to believe can't be. It may potentially be, once you've explained your justification to a third party, maybe justification for them to believe, but whether the belief is justified is first person to you. It doesn't, like, no external information is required. It's purely doxastic.
so so justification is subjective.
But it doesn't have to be. Like a justification.
No, I mean subjective, and it's not objective. It's not an objective.
No. Yeah. Like what is required for you to believe in a proposition requires no external justification that another person needs to understand. It's just whether it is, like, if you believe, like, if we accept the fact that beliefs happen to you, they're not something that you choose, then you have observed or taken in some kind of information that is sufficient for the entity that it is you to believe that the proposition is true, right? That's it.
Okay, so here's an example. Like if you're at a Diamondbacks game or whatever, and you had to leave early, but you didn't see like the extra innings game close out, and you don't know who won, and you wake up the next morning and you turn on the Sports Center or whatever, and you get the score. You believe that score, like you believe that testimony, you believe that's what actually happened. But for the God scoreboard, you actually need to even have more than that. You want a personal experience, and there's a way you could have that, but there's a specific way that you have to gain that. The thing is, the atheists don't want to follow that step in order to gain it. That's what I.
So when we have a conversation about what we do and don't believe, we're obviously having it's intersubjective. So, for example, like myself, I'm not convinced that a God exists. Josiel isn't convinced that a God exists. But DeFreak and Krish, you guys are both convinced that a God exists. Now you can explain to us your justification for why you believe, and that may or may not be sufficient for Josiel and myself. And we're pretty confident, or we're quite comfortable on the tile on which we sit, in that your justification for believing in a God isn't sufficient for us. So intersubjectively, what we're talking about is the sufficiency to believe. Now, this is purely based on belief. Now, there's no knowledge claims being thrown about at this point, right?
I see.
Also, this earlier, what I was talking about, presuppositional apologetics. You got to understand, somebody like me or John we are not making a positive claim that God doesn't exist. But the theist is making a positive claim to say that God does exist, which means in a debate, the person that's making the positive claim has the burden of proof. And a presuppositionalist, what they want to do is flip the roles and go, "Oh, I want you to justify your disbelief in God existing." But there's a lot of presuppositionalists that don't like agnostics, people who are stand in the middle, because then they don't have anybody to contend with. And so it's literally a rhetorical tactic. Like that whole debate is a bait and switch to get the atheist or the agnostic on the back foot, so they have to argue for something rather than against something.
Yeah, and it's a Mott and Bailey tactic that occurs in both directions. Typically, what you'll see typically what you'll see in formal debates is you'll have a person who starts arguing from the perspective of, for example, a specific god, like a Christian god or an Islamic god, for example, and then they retreat to the much more amorphous deistic position. And then the corollary of that, the opposition's position, is they will start arguing from an atheist position, i.e. they will claim that a god does not exist, but then they will retreat to the much more easily defensible agnostic position, which is, I'm just not convinced by the evidence that you've presented.
The worst for me is when they say that all knowledge is rooted in the God, but then say that if you don't have that, then you're insane and crazy. But then how did they gain that knowledge in the first place? So it's definitely a disingenuous argument from the start, in my opinion.
Well, I know, DeFreak, I know you and I have had a debate before on morality, but what kind of Christian are you? Like, how do you argue for?
I'm a Jesus Christ Christianity Christian.
Okay, so
is that like a specific denomination, or are you just saying like in general?
It's actually a declaration of a non-denominational, but I just like saying that.
So are you sola scriptura, or do you hold any tradition?
Sola scriptura.
So you're sola scriptura, okay? Because that's a big.
I don't think like past interpretations are wrong or traditions are wrong, but I think that God's word is dynamic enough where if you read it and you have the Holy Spirit, that you can gain a right now word from God in any given situation.
All right, because there's a lot of information that was passed down or believed to pass down through the early church that isn't in the Bible that people take to be true. And I think that's the main difference between Catholicism and Orthodoxy. That I would say from sola scriptura form like Protestantism is that the difference in the fact that some people, they in general, Protestants will like reject a lot of cultural stuff that Catholics believe in that was kind of passed down through the early church. So I think it's like a meaningful difference.
Yeah, it is. Like, I mean, without wanting to put too fine a point.
Do you think that if you read the Book of Enoch, say 20 years ago, that it would actually register or make any sense whatsoever than if you read it right now?
If I read the Book of Enoch 20 years ago?
Yeah, or maybe 30 years ago.
He wasn't even born then.
Why wouldn't it make sense?
I mean, because it's talking about technology. It's talking about,
my perception of the book changes, but my ability to make sense of the book does not change.
I mean, but if we didn't have modern technology and the way it describes these things now and how they're implemented and what's going on, you would have a hard time really wrapping your mind around what actually was going on. Compared to now, like it just kind of clicks because we see these things in front of our face.
And I'm sure that will be so much so 50 years from now also, too.
So when you talk about like past tradition, past interpretation being like hard set, like set in stone, being, I don't think that's the way God works. I don't think that's the way the Word of God works, and I think it can transcend space and time to reach you right where you're at.
Well, I don't want to. I
That
don't want
makes
to go into that. I don't want to have a debate about that because that's going to. It's not really going to interest most people that are listening and our other guests. But I would say that to give you like the rundown, what the Catholics would say against that is that they would point out that canonization itself was a process from the early church. So you can't just say, well, I think what a lot of Protestants take for granted is that they will just say like, oh, well, sola scriptura, only the Bible, but they don't even understand that the Bible didn't even exist during Jesus Christ's time. That had to be like, can it go through a process of canonization? So I don't think, I think you have to understand that too, is that even the canonization was through the early church. So to kind of reject the early church, you're kind of rejecting the Bible because that's the early churches who threw together the finalized Bible. Does that make sense?
I mean, I guess it's a little bit of a stretch, but like, I don't think we reject the church or the Bible or anything like that. But I don't. But I think what Protestants would do would be more rejecting the hard set interpretation of some quote unquote saint that was just really another human who was hanging out in a basement somewhere for a long time and just interpreted it this
But
particular way,
what
not
saints
having
say,
the information that we have now.
what saints say aren't like you don't have to believe it. Like there's different like levels of like justification, I guess. So like the Pope is only infallible when he speaks from the chair of Saint Peter, which has only happened twice. And
I feel like that could get abused.
But
it will be
also
abused. In the end times, it will be abused. The church, the Catholic Church, will be binded to heresy, and then that will be when the end times happens too.
Inserting infallibility into anything is like a very risky proposition, is it not?
The whole infallibility doctrine.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's why
the
Orthodox Church split over it.
Sure.
So yeah, it is a pretty risky doctrine.
I mean, even if like a perfect deity that has perfect knowledge, that is perfectly good exists, like there's no justification for us to claim infallibility. There are altogether too many examples of us fucking up completely so comprehensively.
Well, it's not the Pope that's in. Well, the reason that the Pope could be infallible in theory is because when he speaks from the Saint of Peter, he's the vicar of Christ. So the vicar of Christ kind of means like God is like going through for whatever words he's saying and making sure it's perfect. That's kind of like I mean, I'm not like an expert, but that's kind of like the general idea.
Do you think that at the end times the Pope could be the false prophet?
The Pope could be the false prophet? I don't know. maybe. I think the false prophet is going to be. Oh, well, honestly, that could be an interpretation. I think the false prophet is going to be the prophet of some religion that's other than Christianity. Completely, it's going to be like some like it's like what it's like it's going to be like aliens or something.
It's going to be Jared Leto.
The aliens are going to tell us that Christianity is wrong and that this other religion is true, and a bunch of people are going to believe it because
it's going to be Jared Leto. I guarantee it.
Yeah, something like that.
With his like cult thing he's doing.
Yeah.
Who is that?
Jared, he's an actor. He's also a musician, but he was the guy that played the Joker in that really bad Suicide Squad. Yeah.
So, but the original, I understand what you mean by justification. No, you're not talking about the intersubjectivity is a good term to learn. That's interesting. Yeah, I feel like I understand where you're going with that now. So, what was the original?
Justification is the first person emotional experience with this entity that we call God. Other than that, really, it's going to be a hard time for the flesh to understand what the heck is going on out here, in my opinion.
Mhm. So I would say what my justification for God is that appeals to me is that none of like the really historical stuff or the anthropological stuff really appeals to me. So to give you just some context, I know, I don't want to go on a rabbit hole, but like basically when apologists use like historical kind of like Lee Strobel case for Christ kind of stuff, where it's like, oh, I was going to become an atheist, and then I ended up proving that God is real through trying to disprove it. That whole like kind of argument, I don't really think that's really applicable, because I think if God was real, there would be a way for you to see that God is real, even without having to trust like some academic like understanding of verifying the resurrection or whatnot. So I would say that instantly those arguments don't appeal to me for justification wise. I think they're cool to learn about, but I wouldn't say it's the core. My core justification, I think, is like what can immediately be understood. Like for me personally, it's the metaphysical truth. It's like the way that you can like learn about the stories of the Bible and like realize how complex and infinitely like how they like metaphysically map onto reality, and like understand that's kind of my main justification. I know that
And
sounds a
real
little complicated.
and real fast, John, thank you for the tip. He says more shekels for my favorite streamer. Thank you so much, sir. Greatly appreciated. And I appreciate being called the favorite streamer. That's awesome.
So
Kind of a big deal.
In terms of metaphysics,
are you guys familiar with Jordan Peterson?
Yeah. The
Okay.
substrate or whatever substrate he talks about. Yeah.
So like Jordan Peterson, he has a Genesis lecture series, and his Genesis lecture series kind of goes over like the different stories, like the story of Adam and Eve and creation and the Christian creation story, and just kind of like explains how like the metaphysics of that can be seen in reality. Does that make sense?
I mean, I'm entirely not trying to be rude, but like any time I've ever heard Jordan Peterson speak about anything God related, anything biblical, anything like that, I cannot make any sense of it whatsoever. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know what he's saying.
I think it's almost Jungian. I think he's more looking at it from the perspective of archetypes.
Yeah.
So if you look at it, like if you try to pick it up with a literalist lens, then yeah, it's complete fucking gobbledygook. If you try and look at it from the notion of archetypical, so like thinking about God as a father, like the way the jealousy with Cain and Abel.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, it's just like I feel like it's delved into a totally different category of. It seems like just trying to obscure what he believes or what he thinks is true.
I don't like
real fast, y'all. We did blank on the 530 goal, but we're currently at 2 out of 5 on the 630 goal, which is awesome. Thank you, John, for the tips. Greatly appreciated.
How much money we have?
John says, gone quiet on the tips front. Keep it up, people. Do appreciate the tip. Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciated.
No worries, bud.
And I have no idea where it's at. I don't really count. I just work.
You guys get like hundreds of dollars a night from this?
I mean, this is my job. I mean,
I don't know what to tell you.
It's my job, right?
We have seen a couple people donate. We've seen him.
Yeah.
We've seen a couple people donate to him a pretty like $100 each in like their donations and shit. So,
like, how much you average a night?
Well, I don't know if he wants to delve into that.
Well, no, I just mean from
I don't want to go to my like income, man. Come on. I mean, it's not insane. Okay. I'm not going to be rich anytime soon. I mean, and especially with the demonetization, it's definitely gone down.
It does seem to vary quite dramatically. Like the weekend.
Yeah, like there's days, like there was a day where I made like $1,500, but that doesn't mean I made like, but that month, like there were days where I made like $10, and like yesterday I made like $10. It does very dramatically. It's wild, right? I don't know what to tell you, man.
But it pays the bills at least, where you don't have to do anything else.
It's like if you own a business, some days your business is rocking and rolling, and some days you're struggling, right?
Look, like it's no different with a self-employed person such as myself. Like if I get a couple of big invoices coming on a month, my tax bill that quarter is fucking insane. There are other months where the invoices just don't land, and my tax bill's non-existent. You know, it's so variable. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I do love doing this, so this is a ton of fun, and I hope I can keep doing it for a long time. This is like the best job ever.
This is the best community on the internet for atheists and theists alike.
I hope so. I try.
It's fun. I like being in it.
I don't know. I'm getting kind of angry at some of the stupidity, though, dude. I'm starting to get angry at people. I just hear like the stupidest things, and it's like after all this time, this is like, oh man.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Oh, hey, that reminds me, Taco. I know like you and Gretch are like having a thing or whatever, but I believe her when she said that. Like she talked to you about me, so I just want to like talk to you about her. Like that's all. Thanks.
What are you even talking about?
Well, like she said that she was one of the people that would talk to you about like letting me back or whatever. So I just want to kind of be like, what? I mean, I don't know. People say a bunch of stuff, but like, I'm just saying.
No,
like, I think
she
she's
had
cool
very
and,
little
like,
impact on the show.
She
She submitted super chats once in a while in a head moderator role. So, she, for some reason, thought it was okay to talk about my show to a larger streamer at dinner with him. What the fuck?
Oh, I don't know, but
what did she even say?
I'm just saying, like,
I don't know. I don't want to go into it. I just
all right.
It's weird. And there's other stuff. I don't know. It's just weird, dude.
It's weird, like, but she had my back at one point, so I like want to have her back, at another point. But,
she may have said she may have said bring the freak back, but like that was just something I was doing, like over. I don't know, like you said, weird shit, and a bunch of people were. It was like a bunch of people, like everybody wanted to freak back, and I mean, obviously, there's a bunch of songs about you that I play. Like, I mean. I don't know. Yeah. I needed a timeout from you for a little bit because you were being weird.
Yeah, you got to remember, my first interaction with you was our bloodbath that we did on morality, and while I do agree you were holding true to what you believe, I do feel like it was just not in your best interest to say some of the stuff you said. I guess because it just kind of makes you look bad, I'm not going to like go into
the bloodbath
it,
or the
I'm talking about the morality
value thing.
Well, wait, because we had two conversations. It was, but me, you, and William and Leo Filius were all talking about the sexual market value thing, and then me and you had a bloodbath.
Leo's a good lad. I've interacted with him quite a lot over on Yerba Mate, or Matters Now before that.
Yeah, we had some good debates back then.
with his upside down stars and stripes in the background always makes me chuckle.
He dropped a bombshell that one night where he said something about like because Eli was calling everybody virgins, and Leo was like, well, I'm a virgin. I'm like, yo, keep that to yourself.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, I don't believe it. He's a handsome guy and he's got charisma.
Yeah, there is no way that Leo's a virgin. He's been swinging that dick around all his life.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, what? Way.
Yeah, I don't think so either. He's just saying that like because I seen girls like fawning over him in the chat many times. So like, come on, like Leo, come on, give it up, bro.
Yeah, when he said that, I was like, damn, bro, you're selling yourself short. But,
so maybe when he first showed up on the scene, like a long time ago, or whatever. But
yeah, when he was debating Destiny when he was debating Destiny on what the modern day debates.
The first place I seen him was on Amy Newman's show. So like, I'm not sure I ever saw him debating Destiny. So
yeah, he debated.
That was
Destiny.
when he would flame out and crash like every interaction. Like he would crash out like hard and
he hasn't done that in like at least a few years now. So like he's come a long way.
You know what? That must have been a nuts debate to watch, because Leo is quite a slow talking, methodical chap, and Destiny, on the other hand, is like,
Well, I don't know.
he's
Leo
like a
sometimes can
liberal
pick
Ben
up.
Shapiro on meth. You
Yeah,
know?
like I mean, sometimes Leo can pick up the speed though. He can speak pretty quick. I've heard him like put out some like really like crazy terms, but said them like very very quickly, and I was like, what? Hold on, what did you even say? But yeah, Leo's cool.
I'm missing one. So did Leo debated Hovind as well? I didn't even realize he debated Hovind.
Yeah, he also debated Darth Dawkins a couple times too.
And this guy was on your show?
Yeah.
Leo's good.
We've had Andrew Wilson.
No.
Oh well.
There's been a lot of people on the show.
Yeah,
man.
a lot of big guys that have big platforms on this show.
Really?
Yeah.
How do you even find these shows to do this stuff in? Like, how do they even find people?
That's all tacos.
I just
Subscribe.
I go reach out to people, right?
Yeah.
Huh.
He puts himself out there.
Or you with Andrew, I think he just materialized.
Yeah.
He just dropped in, didn't he?
Hey, that was a crazy crossover.
I've known Andrew a long time, so
I'm just saying the crossover was crazy.
I'm not like close friends or I'm like an acquaintance. He's come on the show a couple times, right? But,
yeah, I think he's more concerned with just debating. He doesn't really care about being friends and shit.
Oh, I'm just saying, he did come on the show, which was cool, and I'm very appreciative of that.
There's whole like different sectors of like what we call the panelverse or whatever, and like he was in the
ew.
side, right?
That sound like tomatoes.
Tomatoes, yeah. Or
yeah, she calls her shit the panelverse.
Right. And then we kind of sometimes all intermingle or whatever, like with the Thorpes or whatever. And so
yeah, the Thorpes are like an enemy of everybody, I think.
Do you know who Grace Thorpe is?
Yes.
Trish?
Jesus.
I wonder if
familiar, but
yeah, Ben Thorpe and Grace Thorpe are your allies because they're both Catholic as well. So these are you guys on your neck of the woods in terms of beliefs. I don't know if I would want them on my side, but
yeah, I wouldn't say it's anything like not dysfunctional at times, but yeah, they're Catholic. They're panel walkers. They're like panel walkers.
Well, the last time I don't know if it was the last time Grace was on here, but the last time I interacted with her, she was busy banging on about how she thought that shitty relationships with fathers led people to atheism.
Yeah, I was there. I was there talking to her too.
I just dropped a little nugget of information in the chat that 85% of incarcerated males in the prison system in the US were fucking Christians, and 84% of them either had a shitty relationship with or no relationship with their father. I was like, okay, explain this, you fucking moron.
Yeah, she and plus, I was showing her that, there are obviously going to be atheists that have perfectly good relationships with their fathers are also like are still going to be atheists. I don't think it has any correlation. I don't know where they get this from. It's like a Ben Thorpe talking point, and then Grace just adopts it for some reason. I don't know why.
But it was the bit where she was talking about like the if
single parent motherhood or something.
Well, no, it was if like if a father wanted to reach out to their children to have a discussion about like their mental health because they're on the verge of self-deleting.
Oh, yeah, they shouldn't. They shouldn't do that.
They shouldn't. Like, no, like, I mean, as a person, with a father who is now a small pile of ash in the ground, and whilst that wasn't relevant to him, like, I mean, the notion that you wouldn't have the conversation with the parent if that one and only conversation was going to stop them from doing something catastrophic.
Yeah, I thought it was very rich. I thought it was very rich coming from Ben. Talking about the things that are appropriate to talk to your children about, considering the stuff on camera he has talking in front of and about his daughter. I mean, these aren't allegations; these are true. Just saying.
It seems a little weird that, like, okay, like if you don't have a good relationship with your father, that you're an atheist, but then you don't want that father to call you when you're having a hard time.
Yeah.
That seems a little strange.
Well, he's
Well,
saying
it was reversed. It was if the father was having a hard time,
Yeah.
could he reach
Oh,
out?
yeah,
okay.
and the kids, it's not appropriate for the kids
Yeah.
to for the children to see the father in that state, and for the father to be giving his input on his mental state to his children, and you're basically putting that burden onto them. That was kind of like his whole argument.
I just can't square that with just like when like my father took his responsibility to raise, I like to think, you know, a well-rounded, reasonably educated person who is, I am now also responsible for my children. You know, when my father was in the hospital, ultimately when he died, like he ended up being put on a ventilator, and before he was put on the ventilator, my brother and I were stood by his bedside, and we're like, "Don't worry, we've got this. You taught us well. We know what we're doing. We'll look after the family." And the last thing I said to him was, "You now need to fight like fucking hell. Whatever you've got, this is the time to give it." And the last thing I said to him before the ventilator was turned off was, "You know, you fought the best fight you could. Don't worry about it. We'll pick up the reins where you left off." The notion that you wouldn't have that with your father, because it's just fucking nuts. What, like, who are our fathers?
That's a social. And what he's talking about is like a social thing. He's not even talking, like, he's like arguing from this social side that it's like, oh yeah, there's like a social taboo from doing that because there's some sort of negative implication. But it's like, look, let's say you lived in a society where all of that was stripped away. I mean, like, it seems plausible that that could have some sort of benefit to everyone there, that you're not putting taboos on what you're allowed to talk about, like in terms of your mental health and things that are going on with you. Like, if you took that taboo away, I think everybody would be better off, because your children would have a better understanding of what's going on inside of you, and you have a better understanding of what's going on inside of them, and that leads to better interpersonal relationships. Lack of understanding is the biggest thing that, like, is a big hurdle in terms of a family. There's a lack of understanding.
If you're believers like them, it has to be clickbait, because if you're going to be quote unquote honor thy mother and thy father, and they happen to hit a little, ice patch in the highway, driving, like, you should be able to like help them out too, right? Because I mean, that's a biblical principle actually. So it's just kind of strange.
How long do these streams usually run for?
Tacos has done them for 10 hours.
It just depends on the day, man. Some days longer than others, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying he's going to do that today, but I'm saying he has ran them for 10 hours before.
Is this your first panel?
I've never done this before. I downloaded Discord like a week ago.
Oh, gotcha.
I had made an account in 2017, and then I just rage baited some kids in like the politics thing, and then the other thing. There's like some intellectual. There's like all these different things you can do. I just rage baited these people about like gun control laws, and then basically,
Gotcha.
I saw this thing that said debate atheists on YouTube, and I joined it, and then he didn't say anything, so I just left, and I didn't give him time to really like join. He's probably talking to you guys, and then I joined again today, so that's interesting. It's on YouTube, and then he actually responded pretty quickly, so I didn't leave this time. And then here I am. I told him I only wanted to do it for 10 minutes. I was like, I'm only going to be on there for like 10
right?
minutes. No, not yet. Not yet. We didn't get that deep enough yet into the conversation.
At least there's still time.
There's still time. I don't know how much longer. I mean, it's coming around 7 a.m. and I've been up all night, so probably should get to sleep sometime.
Been a proper time zone. It's nearly lunchtime here.
Wait, what time zone is Taco in?
I'm CST.
So you've been up all night, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this is my schedule though, right?
But how do I find like more panels to like be on?
You just YouTube open panels and other ones will come up.
Yeah, like if you took like open panel or live panel into the search bar and then just click the live toggle, and it will just.
Is YouTube the best for this, or should I use Twitch? Or
there's YouTube, TikTok.
TikTok is pretty big.
Really?
Yeah, I wouldn't do TikTok, but TikTok.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna.
I mean, you're you're like 20, that'd probably be fine for you. But like, I'm old. I don't know about TikTok.
Well, let me put it this way. My daughter keeps asking me if I'll install TikTok on a tablet. I'd rather give her methamphetamines than install TikTok on a tablet. So,
That's fair.
Oh,
How do you get like invited to like private like podcasts and stuff? Like, how does this like? Because there's kind of like a panel. Like, I know you said panelverse earlier. It kind of like is that like how do people like even get into that? Because I always see like the same people going on different.
I think the big thing is just it's all about who you know. So I mean, it's like the more you're there and present, and the more you get ingratiated inside of the community, and just engaging and stuff. If you're shown to be somebody that is very well versed in whatever you're talking about, or you're very entertaining, then you're more likely for people to reach out to you and be like, hey, you want to do this debate at this time, or hey, do you want to come up on panel?
It's kind of funny how that happens. I don't know. It's just because I always notice it's like Richards Dawkins, Jordan Peterson, Alex O'Connor, Cosmic Skeptic.
Well, those are the same people.
Those are the talking heads, right?
Wait, Alex O'Connor. Wait, I'm thinking of. Never mind. Cosmic
So
Skeptic.
Those are all talking heads, right? So like, there's
genetically
people that are like
modified
talking heads.
Yeah.
Well, no, I wouldn't say they're. Well, yeah, they're kind of like they're always on each other's podcasts and stuff.
Yeah, but I think like for those people, they have done the footwork to get themselves out there. Plus, all of those people you just listed have very, very, very big social media platforms,
millions of subscribers.
Yeah. And so they did the footwork to become like content creators, and people know them and stuff like that.
Well, I remember
lots of effort.
I was following Alex O'Connor way like before he did his theology degree at Oxford, back when he used to do like panels with rationality rules and stuff like that. Way back when. I've had a few conversations, like not on like Discord and stuff, with Alex O'Connor back when he was building his platform. It was going back to the old non sequitur days.
The non sequitur show.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. Well, Kyle comprehensively grenaded that, didn't he? So.
Yeah, that's the one I started listening to actually. That's what got me into all this.
What got me into all of this was
I listened to like Matt Dillhunty and them, but like the non sequitur show was like actually got me like into interest in debating people and arguing with people so much. I'm like, you can just go argue with people. That's okay. Let's go.
That's fun. Yeah. The non-sec days, because obviously that predated modern day debates. Like if it hadn't have if the whole issue with Kyle hadn't have happened, if Steve and Kyle had have, they had a good dynamic. If they'd have kept it up, I think they'd have kind of been.
Didn't one of them like steal all the money from the other guy or something?
Yeah. So Kyle massively fucked over Steve. So they started the show.
Are you sure? What, is it not the reverse?
No, Kyle stole the show from Steve. Like it was adjudicated in the courts and everything. Like Steve got nearly $100,000 judgment awarded against Kyle. He's like having his wages garnished and all sorts.
Wow. Why does everybody hate Steve?
I show Steve.
Well, Steve is very, very MAGA. Like I've always been.
Oh, gotcha. I just know he has a bad rep, or allegedly has a bad rep, right?
Well,
No.
Steve.
Steve. Look, and I'm going to fess up. Like Steve McRae's a friend of mine. I know him quite well. I've known him for years. But he
was really nice to me when he was a creator and running part of the non sequitur show. I had a couple good conversations with him. He was very nice to me, but like a bunch of people dislike him a lot.
Yeah, well, the problem is like he's got a, and again I agree with Steve on the vast majority of stuff. He's definitely more leapfrogged. He used to be. Back in the non-sec show days, he was very, very centrist, very, very like classical liberal, and I was always slightly to the right of Steve. And then Steve has leapfrogged me, and he's gone more like MAGA and right wing than I am now. And obviously, people don't like that. Also, there were some members of the trans community that that decided they didn't like what he was saying, because he's a biological essentialist. It's not that he doesn't accept trans people and doesn't treat them with a degree of respect, and like he will use like preferred pronouns and stuff, but he just doesn't think that a man can become a woman or vice versa. But yeah, there's a lot of bullshit that's shilled about Steve online, but he has taken a swerve to the right, like politically. There's no doubt about that, and that doesn't bother me, but it does seem to bother some other people.
Is it authentic or is it grifty?
No, I think it's authentic. Steve's pretty straight up, actually. He's not a Poe, if that's what you're referring to. Generally speaking, he believes.
Hey, someone's typing a lot, and we hear it in the background. It might be Jaziel.
It's not me.
Oh,
I think it's the freak.
The freak.
With Steve, I've never met him in person, but we've interacted online quite a lot for years at this point. I consider him a friend. I think he honestly represents his belief positions. I don't think he's poeing. I know there are some people who have claimed that he's had like a personality change, like a traumatic brain injury. There's all sorts of craziness floating around online about him. I don't think that's true at all. I think he's a pretty decent guy. Just disagrees with people on some of the political and the social stuff. But the old non-sex show, like some of the debates they had, like with Ken Hovind and King Crocoduck and stuff like that, some of that old content is fucking epic. Really good content.
I'll tell you who else has some good content. Tacos of the Mega Bloodbath show.
Yeah, I have the best content.
He has the best because it's user generated. We can all pitch in. We're all part of the show.
It is pretty dope. Like, I didn't even know about this until like 2 seconds ago, and look at me, I'm off to the races.
Yeah, look at you. You could do exactly as I did. Just show up one day randomly, and then you just show up as often as you can.
You need to get yourself a Springer Spaniel and walk it around like Yuji does.
Yeah. I mean, look, I used to do my own little thing on this show. I would like have like a little green screen, and I would, like have my setup, just have a bunch of funny stuff. A lot of times I'll put pictures up on screen that I think will make people laugh.
That AI one where you've got yourself superimposed.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'll show that in a second.
The blue white beer always makes me chuckle when I see it.
Oh, you're talking about like where I was super jacked?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on, I'll show that in a sec.
Roided up.
Yeah. It started out with Golden Arm. I did it with him, and then I was like, wait a minute, I could do that with me and Kurt. Let me see if I can find it.
Golden Arm fucking hates me. I don't exactly know why either. I don't know what I did to upset him.
I don't know. Golden Arm seems to like me, luckily. I don't know how much that goes for, like, how far that'll get me, but Golden Arm's like another guy that just randomly popped up one day, and now he just won't go away. I'm not saying we want him to, but seems like he's here to stay. What do you guys think? You think
I don't have any idea, dude.
You think Golden Arm's ever? Oh yeah, here's Golden Arm. So yeah.
Where is he?
Oh, well, I'm saying what I made.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then here's Kurt.
I thought you were saying he was in chat, but
no. No, here's Kurt. I made that of him. I'm trying to look. Oh yeah.
Kurt looks like an intimidating motherfucker.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He looks like he'd fuck you up.
He's such a sweet guy, but he looks fucking brutal in that picture.
And then there's me. Yeah, and then I have one of all three of us. Yeah, here it is. Yeah.
Did you just have an AI swap make you guys buff?
Yeah.
You know what? Do you know what? The most inauthentic thing about that picture is that you don't have your cap on backwards, Jojo. That's
I know. That's true. That's kind of my thing. When I'm being serious, I gotta have my cap on forwards. When I'm being got
your thinking hat on.
Yeah. When I don't want to think, I have it backwards.
Hat on.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a lot of inside jokes here. Got a lot of this channel has got a lot of lore behind it. Like if you really peeled back the banana to see what's going on underneath the hood, I'm telling you, there's a lot of moving parts here.
Well, I'm just kind of
now
getting into
most of
the
the lore. Now most of the lore is unrecorded.
What, did you delete them all or
Yeah,
unprivate them?
I panicked and I deleted a bunch of shit.
You didn't back any of it up?
I panicked, dude. It's my career, right? And
No, fuck.
I had to, dude.
Now it's just gonna live on in our memories,
Yep.
our fallible memories.
I had to, dude. I panicked. I like, this is my livelihood, right?
Well, at least I have my debate with DeFreak. My debate with Ben Thorpe.
I'm gonna have to back up the rest of it. It wasn't enough though, so I'm just gonna have to back up the rest of it and like upload it all to another one unmonetized or something, and then I don't know.
What we could have totally done is take all of like the hundreds of, I don't even know, probably like, I don't know how many debates you had on this channel. Like, what was it? Like, it wasn't over 1,000, right? It was like, do you know exactly how many debates it was, or around how many debates it was? Tacos.
I have no idea.
Oh,
I didn't
well,
know
I'm just saying,
like the open panels, right?
yeah. What I'm saying is like we could have taken all of those, put it into in the future, put it into some sort of AI, take all of them, put them into AI, and then use the AI to be able to comb through them to find information that you need. And it has all the information you could possibly ask. It's like the mega bloodbath ChatGPT.
Not anymore.
Yeah, I know. It's fucked now. Now we got to restart.
F YouTube.
Yeah, fuck YouTube. Well, no. We love YouTube. YouTube is the greatest. Right, Tacos?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
How long is the stream probably gonna run today? Any clue?
It's up to Tacos.
What was the question?
How long is the stream gonna run?
Yeah, any clue
I don't know. Probably not much longer. I really don't know though.
Oh, because I was gonna stick around to the end, but I don't know how much longer I want to go. So,
well, we could probably start by what? So, what reasons would we have to believe in God?
What reasons do we have to believe?
Yeah,
in
like
God?
if you had to present me, for example, to be like, look, I'm gonna try to convince you that God exists. How would you do that?
Well, I guess the kind of the fundamental question you want to ask there is why would anybody want to believe in God?
And
it's
not
say,
rather, you know. Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I went into debate mode.
You can go.
I was just gonna say, like, for me, like, we can take out the question why you would want to believe, because like there are things that like I may not want to believe, but actually are true, that like I would want to know that are true, rather than like.
So why is it true?
Yeah, why is it true that God, like, is there something that is some argument you can give me that would convince me that God does exist?
I wouldn't say so much, because the justification for me earlier is kind of like a more metaphysical way of like kind of looking at the stories and analyzing how the stories kind of explain reality in this kind of archetypal way. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what most people like about Christianity, though they don't know that language to explain it. Right. Because most people don't really, most apologetics center on like historical apologetics, like, oh, do we have enough eyewitnesses or whatever? But most Christians don't really care about that. They're not really like, if people actually cared about that, they would be like studying for fun, like, you know, the historical evidence of Jesus, and people don't. So
well, like you could even in an argument like this, like even in like I did with DeFreak earlier, I literally granted him that Jesus existed. Not only did I do that, I granted him that Jesus was crucified and resurrected. I'm saying, yes, he did resurrect. He came up from the tomb. He did the 3 days. All of that was true. How are you getting from there to there is an all-powerful God that exists? It's like you could even grant that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
I think for the core of any human value, there has to be some faith. I think even, you know, I think faith is necessary for any kind of belief, really. It's at the end, it's like the crux of it, because you can always kind of make up some kind of case for how it could actually be something else. But so
well,
you
like
kind of
here, for example, you could say that I have faith that my dad is actually my dad. You could
I'm talking more about like kind of fundamental like metaphysical views that you can't
like,
really like.
Can you give me a concrete example, like some example that you'd be grasping
like different
on?
Like ethical frameworks, moral, utilitarianism versus like ontological kind of stuff like that.
Well, I don't know.
More like abstract.
Yeah, I don't know where ontological, like, because that's like on a totally different category.
Like what people believe is good. What people believe is good. What people believe is, true in the most abstract form.
I mean, we could actually bite on that, like, in terms of like, you're talking about ethical frameworks. Like, are you saying that something about ethics leads us to God?
I would think that, yeah, something about ethics leads us to.
Do you have an argument for that? And I don't mean that in an asshole. I'm just saying
No, fair enough. Yeah.
It doesn't have to be like a premise conclusion. Yeah.
Let me talk the general justification. Okay. Is that I'm kind of a little bit coming from like an argument from beauty kind of deal. Because my justification is more of kind of looking at the metaphysical stories of the Bible, looking how they all come together, and looking about kind of seeing it as like the archetypal story of humanity, and kind of finding such beauty in that, just naturally wanting to have faith in it and naturally wanting to share that with others. So I would say that can I prove that it's true using some sort of like formal logic or formal philosophy?
Well, it doesn't have to. I want to be clear. It doesn't have to be like a formal logic, because trust me, I'm not like well versed in logic either, and I'm not going to like behold you to like give me like a premise conclusion type argument. It's more so going to be like a line of reasoning that you're doing where the conclusion ends up like you start with ethics, and then the conclusion ends up being that therefore God exists. Do you have something like that?
What would an argument like that even look like? Like what?
You could say, some people.
It would be necessarily, if God exists, God necessarily exists. Possibly God exists, therefore God exists.
Yeah, something like that. Where I mean, that would be like a deductive chain of arguments.
What in ethics would I say that we can only have through God? I would basically say that the core ethical framework of Christianity is self-sacrifice. So ultimately it's about self-sacrifice, and because Jesus Christ is the Son of God because of his infinite selfless love, or I am not too versed in that, but it's something to do with putting infinite selfless love at like the highest value. And so I would say that the ethical frameworks that people find beautiful and meaningful tend to do the same thing of putting the
so you
kind of like self-sacrificing love at the highest point.
I mean, sure, we could. I mean, you could say that, but my thing is I'm still gonna like tie it back to like how does that get us to God? How are we any closer to being like, oh, okay, well then because of everything you just said. Because I want to be clear, I'm a moral anti-realist. I don't believe that morality. Like there's some sort of ontology to morality. I don't believe that like there are these objective moral truths like that are stance independent. I believe that all morals all come from stances and require like agents for them to be the case. So like in terms of that, what you just said, that's why I'm like, okay, what does that even mean? Like, how does that get us to God?
So I would say that if you look at the Bible and you look at the different stories, you can abstract the moral principles out of it, and you can kind of see that these moral principles can't really be put in any kind of better way that's more communicative than kind of like how the entire biblical kind of structure comes about. And so you have the entire
Can I ask a question? So obviously the Bible 600, there's the 10/20 commandments that everybody knows. There's the 613 commandments holistically, and people generally speaking would claim that they follow the ones that they do understand because they broadly speaking make sense, and the ones that they don't understand they either don't follow or they follow them on faith because the ones that do make sense to them make sense to them. So there's kind of there's a moral epistemology that emerges from the biblical corpus. But something that I like, would you state also then, based on the Bible, would you agree with my proposition that Christians should probably be vegetarians? The reason being is that the principle or the ideal of the Garden of Eden, where nothing had to die or be consumed in order for them to survive, and then also in Genesis, Noah and his family were given the permission to sacrifice one of the 7 goats in order to sustain them, but that was a very specific, they've got an abundance of goats and I need the family to survive in order for humanity to survive. Principally, doesn't that mean that Christians should all be vegetarians, even though there's no specific commandment for it? Like if you're condensing moral teachings from the Bible.
So they should be vegetarians because in the Garden of Eden, do we know that they weren't allowed to eat meat in the Garden of Eden?
Well, in the ideal world, isn't it stated that the reason that like there were no thorns because there was no need for plants to defend themselves against animals? There was no need.
No, there were no thorns because there were no. I don't know. That's not in there. I don't like. That's just not
you see how John rendered what he was saying. It wasn't like in a premise conclusion, but it was clearly there was some sort of line of reasoning that he was using to get to the conclusion that he was getting to.
It's more of like a looser kind of vibe based reason.
Yeah, and that's whenever I was asking you about, and I don't want to derail from what you guys are talking about now, but I'm just saying, like, that's what I was asking for from you, where it was like, okay, we have this, we also have this points to here, and then this gets us to, okay, then God exists, or God is more likely to exist than not. Like you could do something like that, like an inductive case rather than a deductive case.
Yeah, no, I see that. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty reasonable way to go about it.
Well, that's how these arguments are going anyway. Like even if it's masked in a informal way, it is essentially going from what's your premise, and then what's your conclusion. We're just asking it in a loose, not
if they, let's say for argument, like where, like does your morality, your personal morality, does it deviate from the teachings of the Bible? Like obviously you're saying that you could look at like the archetypes in the Bible, the stories, and that you can condense moral lessons from them. So if you did a self-interrogation of what your moral intuitions are, is there anywhere where your moral intuitions don't line up with the Bible and you struggle to reconcile them? So for example,
I would say many of them don't. So and that's because of sin. So I would say that a lot of it is willful ignorance. Like, deep down, it's funny is that if if I'm clear from a temptation, then I'll very clearly see, why the thing is bad. But if
I heard an error sound. And then
that's not good. He said
he has been smoted. That sounded like a
shit crashed.
The battery's gonna go.
Yeah, battery.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I
been on for a while, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah, that kind of argument for, I would really like, because I think he's like a sharp guy. I just would really like to see him like being brushed up on a lot of these arguments and seeing like what he comes up with, over time. Because I was exactly where he was not too long ago, where I just didn't know any of these arguments. And so when I'm asked a question, I'm kind of like, trying to figure out how to work it out. But over time, once you hear the arguments over and over and over, and you kind of like shove them into your brain, it becomes almost second nature.
Right now, you have all the arguments memorized, right, Jaziel?
Not all of them. There are some that some of them I just kind of internalize, so I don't really have to remember. You just tell me, give me a proposition or give me an argument, and a lot of times I can pick out if there's something like fallacious in there that's going on. But this has been like a lot of work. I've been listening to a lot of debates. I think I'm getting better. Instead of just, I hated that charge that you would levy at me, Tacos, where it's like, oh yeah, the only thing you got is morality. Watery Clips motivated me to learn more. I was like,
right.
I'm not a one-trick pony. I could do more than just morality.
That's funny. Okay, now I save the game. Watch this. Saving the day. Yeah, well, I mean, you really like only argued that for a really long time, and I mean, do you even have a good argument against God?
Do I have a good argument against God?
Yeah.
Depends on the conception of God.
And have a good one, Krish. Thanks for hanging out, man.
Yeah.
I see you seeing you're logging off. Great seeing you, man.
Yeah, nice guy. Really like that guy. But yeah, it depends on your conception of God, like which God you're bringing me with. Like if I was giving earlier, you know, if someone has a conception of God that's like all powerful, all good, you know, omniscient, like all of those properties, you know, I could pick out something in those properties that is seemingly contradictory and why they may need to address it.
Likewise, the more dogma that you laden on to a position, the easier it is to punch holes in it, basically. You know, the second that somebody says that you, like an all-knowing, all-powerful God has created humans in order for it to exist on this plane of existence, to take part in some kind of test that he should already know the outcome of already, because we quote unquote have free will, except the definitions or the properties of the God dictate that the universe is deterministic. Like it just internally, there's so many internal contradictions there. It just doesn't seem to make sense.
Yeah, that's where I'm at too. I mean, it's just like if you understand like the mode of conversation, a lot of times you realize that the theist really has nothing, you know, and like you can even grant a lot. Like you like I think a lot of atheists I've noticed are fearful to grant a lot of things. Because they feel like if they grant it, then it's going to open up doors and possibilities for them to prove that God does exist or anything like that. But, you know, a lot of times you can grant a lot. Like you can give them everything, every tool in their arsenal. And as long as you're not granting that God exists, they still have a hurdle they have to jump over.
Yeah, well, and as Greg Sanich just pointed out in the chat, simply believing that you deserve a heaven should be enough to disqualify the person from it. Like there is, like with respect to Taco's prompt for today's chat, like this hope or fear of death, the notion that we're going to potentially cease to exist and like our experience is going to end, like for some people is utterly terrifying, and they're so desperate to grab on to the, you know, the ecumenical life raft that they'll believe almost anything.
Yeah, I mean, I find, you know, debating against theist is more of like a more philosophical you know, training or hot, like just having fun with it. I don't ever really take it that seriously. Some people have like some more, you know, advocacy motives, you know, they're doing it for, you know, more moral reasons. I'm just doing it because I find it fun.
Well, also I'm fairly convinced that, you know, my ultimate death is I stated that it basically it's a death, it's a debt that nature demands. Like in exchange for my brief existence, I have to stop existing. It's you can't avoid it, no matter how much hope you ladle on. You know?
Yeah, it's called hopium for a reason.
Yeah, it also, like, I'm not sure exactly what value can be found in the here and now if there's like an eternity later. Like what, like surely, or at least it seems intuitive to me at least, that the reason that something is beautiful,
valuable because
has
it's
value,
it's
is
finite.
because it's finite, it's limited. You know, if like, and again, it's kind of like built in. Like when you go on holiday for a week and you've got like an all-inclusive buffet, a free bar, a swimming pool. You know, there's no like within that week, there's no constraints on your time. You get up where you want, you go to bed when you want, you eat what you want, you drink what you want, and that's good in that. But if that was the way that you lived your life, it would become soulless really fucking quick. You know.
Yeah. There's got a lot of times I think it's the human struggle, you know. I'm not saying that you need like a insurmountable amount of struggle, but I'm just saying at least something to fight against, you know. It's kind of built in us.
Something to attain, something to achieve.
Yeah.
A goal to move towards.
Yeah, I mean, I will say I do think like this hedonist approach to, you know, a society. I don't know if that's really like the step, you know, like just pure. I mean, sure, we always need to make people's well-being and lives like better. Like I would say that for sure, but I would not say having like a eudaimonia or like a state of being where like we're trying to do like a heaven on earth type thing. It's just it sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, well, you struggle to find where like utopian thinking has ever ended well. You know?
Well, and plus, I mean, really, I mean, one of the biggest demonstrations in life, you really look at it, it's just a thought experiment. It just consists of two things. Think about how hard it would be to make a utopia. I want you to like just think for just a split second the task that you would have to undertake in order to make a utopia. Now, like, and just try to think of all of the ways that you could possibly do that. And then I want you to think how easy it would be to create a dystopia.
Well, with respect to the utopia, is this where like what are the properties of it?
Well,
so I mean, just
whatever
talking about
you imagine,
basic, but we just talking about basic needs being met, or like there's no possibility of people being unhappy.
No, I'm saying like a utopia, almost like everyone's needs are met. There is no need for anything. You've just kind of like create like whatever conception of a utopia you have in your head, like the textbook, you know, way a utopia is presented in that way. How hard that would be to obtain, and then think about how easy it would be to obtain a dystopia. Like I could think of a couple ways of doing it very easily. It probably wouldn't be by my hands, but if someone so chose, let's say the maximally powerful person on planet that has the most pull, and he's going in one direction or the other. One is a utopia and one is the dystopia. You can clearly see that one is much, much easier to obtain than the other.
Well, in the same way as like creation is much more labor intensive than destruction.
Yeah,
exactly. You know, as a builder, I can completely affirm that position.
Yeah, you could take a sledgehammer to a building very easily. You know?
Yeah, but it's also you don't even necessarily need to completely destroy something. It's not like you need to grind something down to its constituent atoms in order for it to no longer serve the function that it was originally designed to serve.
I wonder, do architects I don't know, demolitionists, do they get paid more than people who like build?
Well, typically they're the same people.
Okay, gotcha.
So like in a lot of circumstances, like for myself, for example, again, we heavily focused on building timber frame buildings, usually in the curtilage of like an existing property. Like I was saying before, since the COOF, huge numbers of people working from home, they've got kids, they're, you know, like a spare bedroom may well have been a home office, and a second kid comes along and they get ejected from their office and they now need somewhere to work. So we'll come and build, because it's cheaper than extending the house or moving. They'll want a home office or something. And usually that home office is being built, for example, on where an existing building sits or like a shed sits. There might be an old garage or something like that. And we've got to rip all that down before we build the existing building. Same is true for like when old homes are knocked down on brownfield sites and, you know, they're rebuilt. So But if you're talking sort of like professional demolition teams that come in with like thermite and explosives and drop buildings, like vertically drop buildings, that's obviously very specialized.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess I was just, I thought it was like, it would be funny if they were getting paid like different amounts and stuff. It was like, yeah, I mean, I guess it checks out, but yeah, in terms of
different skills are available at different rates. So for example, I bill myself out at like when I'm accounting for a job, I look at how long it's going to take. I bill myself out at, I don't know, I think it's £240 a day. Matt, who works with me, he's a carpenter joiner. I bill him out at £200 a day. And then the labourer, when we do have need for one, typically they're sort of like 100 to 120 to 140 pounds a day. But labourers vary in their utility. You know, some of them get their shoes on the correct feet on the third attempt, and some of them are fucking amazing. So,
but tying this back into the original thing, yeah, I don't know. It's like a lot of the arguments that are given for the existence of God. That's why I think, you know, like a lot of the theologians and stuff, they don't even take, you know, presuppositionalist apologetics like even seriously, because they obviously know it's begging the question, and it's not going to, like, you're not going to get anywhere in academia trying to run that argument. They're not going to, like, if it's like, you know, purely logical, you know, premise conclusion, and you can't even do that except to have like a worldview to argue against. They're not even going to take that seriously.
Well, it's like the thing that you, like I was watching that debate. It was the Peterson Jim Bob debate. Like, is evolution science? And Jim Bob was insisting that you had to make observations without reference to the hypothesis, because the first stage in scientific discovery was to make an observation. I was like, no. What
do you think you're hypothesizing about?
Exactly. Like the hypothesis, like you're making observations. You're not just randomly taking in data. You are selecting the observations that matter to you based on the hypothesis, and the observations that you're looking for either confirm the hypothesis or disprove the hypothesis. And once you've made sufficient observations that are cross-confirmed by other people, it transitions from being a hypothesis into a theory, and then you assign a sigma scale to it, which is a confidence scale. But so the notion that you would make observations without reference to the hypothesis is nuts.
Well, I think a lot of people, like, I don't know, I haven't really watched Jim Bob recently, but I do think that he's doing the natural thing that Andrew Wilson is probably doing, or Andrew Wilson done, is like move away from like these like religious debates and moving more towards politics. It's kind of like it seems like the direction, the pipeline that seems to be happening. Because I think Andrew Wilson, because dude, I've heard people explain to him like an anti-realist perspectives on like morality and stuff like that, and then I hear him go on a podcast like not like this year, completely strawmanning what it means. Like he's talking about, oh yeah, moral anti-realists are people who believe that morality is ultimately subjective. He's saying the same old shit. They don't have a grounding. It's all arbitrary. It's all my feelings. Like it's the same shit.
I've never understood this notion of like a grounding. Like we don't need, like, it seems like
they're saying that without something enforcing it, it's meaningless.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, obviously Wilson's favorite toy is force doctrine, isn't it? But, yeah, and obviously I watched the that debate he did was it a few days ago, where he was talking about Dyer, and he had a set two with David somebody. That debate was painful. It didn't seem like Wilson was engaging with the topic in an honest way. He was coming up with like extreme hypotheticals. whilst I don't agree with Andrew Wilson for most part, I actually quite enjoy watching some of his content. It's at least entertaining. That debate the other day was just painful. But his forced doctrine position, where it intersects with the concept of human rights, he seems to want. There's no concept that humans have that can't be enforced by force, right? And this is true for any belief, like be that a belief in a god or a belief in a set of moral principles. It applies to Protestantism, Catholicism, in the same way as it would apply to secular humanistic principles. Like you could ultimately, society agrees on a set of principles that we're going to live by, and if people deviate from those principles, if deemed necessary, they get incarcerated. We use force. Like,
yeah, I don't think we function like that's why society. That's why society isn't built off of like more like morality. Like it's not like we talk about morality as if like, oh yeah, these are the principles that we live by and yada yada yada. But no, like the thing about a society is it's built off of like sure, it's built off of loose principles of autonomy, people being able to do what they want, but some aren't even built off of that. Like you have people like North Korea, which are highly strict on particular things that don't give a shit about your personal autonomy. But like the thing about it is a society is going to be built off of particular laws and guardrails in place to keep the outliers from harming the people that have the, generally our best interest in mind. Like you have people like serial murderers and, like really bad people, and the law is made for those people, not the law abiding citizens.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, your example of North Korea is an extreme one, but where they've got prescribed haircuts.
Yeah,
it's just,
yeah, so it's like whenever you start, like it's almost like these conversations get blended. Like we start talking about morality, and then Andrew Wilson starts talking about force doctrine and stuff like and thing like it's like they don't really go together. You know what I mean? They're kind of like two separate things. You have the law, which is completely separate of morality, because there are things that have been illegal that we have come to realize, oh shit, that was like highly immoral. At least a lot of us do.
And also there are some things that whilst I can't, I have thought of examples in the past, but I can't think of one on the fly now. But there are some things which, in principle, we would like to make illegal, but for practicality's sake, we can't.
Yeah.
Okay?
That's true. I mean, like one of the cases is like abortion. That is such a hard topic to parse, because like you could have somebody that is like, I actually think abortions are moral, but for practicality reasons, I would actually prefer it stay illegalized, or like for somebody to make it illegal.
But it's like if when you get one of these people on the religious extreme who will say that termination of a pregnancy from conception should always be considered illegal because it's murder, but then you'll start asking them questions like about drug taking during pregnancy or fetal alcohol syndrome or something, but the bodily autonomy, like they don't seem to. There are some cases where they happily apply their argument, and there are other cases where they won't. So, like, if it's the case that a baby is assigned all of the rights that all humans are given from the moment of conception, does that mean that the state can intervene when a mother drinks a lot during pregnancy? Right.
Yeah, that's why one of the reasons why I don't ever debate abortion. Like it's just such a weird topic to debate. It's so subjective. Everybody draws their lines in different areas. And like on my end, I do think that, early term, like very early term abortions, I think are fine. But then once you start getting into the late stages, I think just purely, not even on moral grounds, just purely on like just harm prevention. Like even if there's a case of a late term abortion that isn't immoral, I would still prefer it to be illegal, just so we rid ourselves of possible outcomes later on.
Well, yeah, like I mean, the bodily autonomy argument for the most part for me does hold water. But if you're if you've somehow got where you're like gestation, you're at week 34, 35 in your pregnancy, you're only a couple of weeks away from full term, like, and like you just decide, okay, yeah, I don't want to be pregnant anymore, so I'm going to terminate the pregnancy. There does seem to be a massive moral distinction between my birth control failed and I'm going to have a termination at 4 weeks or
because I don't really want this baby or whatever. Yeah.
Exactly. And like the people who claim that there's no moral distinction, I think are just as nuts as the religious people who make the claim that it has all the rights of a human from the second that it's conceived. Like these equally extreme positions, just in opposite.
Yeah, that's why I love being a centrist and like, because extremes are they're just cringe. Like it's just like when people take extremes, it always fails. Like when you go, like life is what it appears to be is somewhere like you're better off being somewhere in a gray area than like staying on an extreme.
Well, and also like with what my wife does, she's a neonatal nurse. So her whole profession is built around caring for premature babies. And the unit that she works at in the UK, we grade our units from 1 to 3. My wife also is a band 7 nurse, so she's been doing this for 20 odd years now. She's one of the most experienced nurses on her unit, probably in the country for this particular type of care. And you know, the viability for an infant seems to kick in at about 21, 22 weeks. There is a possibility of that infant born at that gestation surviving, not usually without significant deficit. Obviously there's brain development issues, lung issues usually. You know, like the baby that's born at 21 or 22 weeks usually has steroids introduced with a fucking garden hose in order to try and get the lungs to develop quickly. So there's obviously technological issue, that there's a technological capability that we have, but one of the biggest discussions that they have morally on a regular basis is not like we can do this, but the question is, should we? Like this 21, 22 week old 22 week gestational infant, they measure it in weeks plus days of gestation. Like it's not about whether we can, it's whether we should. Like we can keep this baby alive, but the brain's not going to develop, the lungs aren't going to develop, it's basically going to be brain dead, but we can keep it alive.
Yeah.
Should we, is the question.
Yeah, that's why it's like when you're down on got your boots on the ground actually making these decisions, those are really the people that, I don't know, it's like none of these philosophical, like when you're in the heat of the moment, I don't think any of these philosophical topics even bring, like you're not going to make some sort of utilitarian calculus when you're in the heat of the moment or something like that, where it's like, okay, so currently I have this going on, and then if I do this, then no, you're generally, it's going to be something, how you feel, like how it makes you feel, like understanding the what's all going on, the things that you have going on around you. And a lot of times what I realized is moral discussions seem to be more like they're never this calculated, you know, they're more, how you say, like they're more feelings based, you know. Oh,
well, yeah, like, you know, whilst I suppose actually this is the closest discussion, like in terms of sort of moral philosophy, that I do end up having with my wife, is when we're discussing like she'll come home from work and she'll tell me about, you know, they might have like a 28-week baby that's been born premature, and just by pure fluke, sheer luck, the baby's actually in relatively good health. And then you can have a 34-week baby that's in the incubator next door, who's totally fucked, and you've got two sets of parents, like, and they, you know, you're looking at withdrawing care on a 30-week baby because it's got extreme hydrocephalus, i.e. there might only be like a brain stem, like the baby can't even breathe on its own, and then they've got a baby that's no bigger than a baked potato next to it who seems to be doing fine. Like the moral philosophy just gets jettisoned immediately when you've got these emotional issues that you're dealing with.
Yeah,
but it's the notion of when, again, what we can do compared to what we should do. Like
I think a lot of these conversations are made for like after you have already made a decision. You know what I mean? Like it's like you make a decision, something happens, and then you go home, and then you're all sitting around kind of going, okay, let's analyze kind of what happened here, what all the moving parts were, why we did X, Y, and Z, you know, stuff like that. And then, you know, it better informs your decisions later on. I just don't think, you know, people are making this calculus in the heat of the moment, you know.
But and again, it's like with my dad. You know, he was ventilated. We could have kept him alive. Like we could have dosed him up to the eyeballs with rocket fuel and just kept him going. But
Yeah.
his heart was fucked, his kidneys were fucked, his liver was fucked because we'd given him so much medication. It had shredded his liver, we turned his liver into pate. You know, his lungs were scarred to buggery because of the coof. You know, and when we were talking with the doctors, we were like, okay, at this point, so it's weird. So my dad ended up passing away a few days after my daughter's birthday. And we were having these discussions like, do we withdraw care? Like, is there any point in continuing? Like, if you could wave a magic wand and cure him, like, take him out of immediate danger right now with what his body's been through, with the state of his lungs, like, even if he had somehow managed to survive, he'd have been in a wheelchair, been pushed around with oxygen tanks. He'd have needed dialysis 5 out of the 7 days of the week because his kidneys were trashed. He'd never have survived like a transplant. His liver would have been ruined. So, you know, just the person who he was would no longer have existed. We, for the most part, had a decent understanding of what he would have wanted. So we decided to withdraw care. But this is a decision. We make these decisions on behalf of other people all the time. And it's almost exclusively governed by what quality of life would this person have. So, you know, these conversations are not particularly pleasant, but I think we do need to make it less of a taboo to have them, and that includes these conversations around sort of neonates and abortions and stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. All facts, no fib.
But yeah, certainly my wife, bless her, like she has got a fucking tough job. Like some days she comes home like high as a kite off over the moon because they've got a baby who's going home with a parent who's, broadly speaking, now relatively healthy. And other days she comes home and, you know, she's just had baby after baby. There's just either suffering, and the parents are insisting that we continue with every intervention possible, and she knows full well that it's never going to survive. She's essentially just administering suffering at the behest of the parents, and there's nothing, she can't intervene. She can't tell them to stop outside of a court order. That's not a decision she gets to make. She's just having to do it because that's her job, you know. So yeah, disagree with her on loads of stuff, but bless her, she's an absolute trooper when it comes to stuff like that.
Nice.
Well, on that cheerful note, I'm gonna have to go because I've got to give my kids some lunch.
All right, man. Well, appreciate you hanging out. It was good having you, and
yeah, no worries, tacos.
Good stuff, John.
Have fun with the kids.
Nice.
Yeah, well, I'm sending them off to their mother-in-laws, so I can get some stuff done.
Let's get a few days away from them.
Well, no, I think they're going for a sleepover tonight. Just have a bit of a chill over there. It'll
you guys didn't get to celebrate Memorial Day, did you?
Yes. We had a bank holiday on Monday yesterday. I don't even know which bank holiday it was. But I think our Memorial Day is in like November or something.
What are you guys remembering?
I think it's the 11th of the 11th, which I believe is the end of the First World War, is one of our Memorial Days. It's when the artillery stopped over Flanders and whatnot.
Gotcha.
But we're not. So we obviously we've got the cenotaph in London, and then we've got our typically where the wreaths are laid in the town where I live. We've got a war memorial, and then we've got the statue of Queen Vic as well, Queen Victoria. But interestingly, the highest medal of honor that can be bestowed upon a soldier in the British Armed Forces is the Victoria Cross, and all of the Victoria Crosses are made from the remains of one cannon that was captured on a battle. So it all comes from one big lump of pig iron.
Nice.
Be a big piece.
Oh, it's a big old cannon. Yeah, you got to remember In fact, let me. Is that correct? Yeah, 1856. Yeah, so it's forged from the metal of Russian cannon captured during the Crimean War.
From a warship or from a actual, land?
There's a land battle. Yeah.
Mm.
Amazing.
I believe it was a cavalry charge that captured the cannon. So these crazy bastards were donkey walloping towards a cannon whilst it was lumping lead at them. Can you imagine that? Like riding across open field while some dickhead is firing lumps of lead at you from a cannon. Fucking nuts, man.
Be like, hey, stop that! You asshole!
Well, I think that's one of my I presume you guys are familiar with the Blackadder. Blackadder. So it's a TV series with like Rowan Atkinson and Stephen Fry.
I love Stephen Fry.
But it's a comedy set during the trench warfare during the First World War, and there's like the end of the last episode, like the Hugh Laurie's character, and they're stood in the trenches. They're about to be given the order to go over the top, and then all of a sudden the shelling stops, and Hugh Laurie's character goes, By Jove, chaps, the guns have stopped. The war must be over. Hurrah, hurrah. And then Rowan Atkinson goes, I think you'll actually find that they've just stopped the guns before we go over the top. Even our generals aren't nuts enough to shell their own men. But it's the juxtaposition between the fact that it's a ridiculous comedy series, but they treated it with a degree of seriousness at the end. And it's actually quite an emotional end where all of these characters that you've fallen in love with over the series, like idiots and cynics alike, but they all go over the top of the trench.
So
as ordered.
The Brits were over in Ukraine fighting the Russians in 1956.
1856.
Oh, okay.
It's the Crimean War.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe 1956 would have been the middle of the Cold War, would it not have been?
Right. I was like, dang, like.
Although there are plenty of soldiers. Whilst the armed forces of the UK won't admit it, there's plenty of our special forces community over in Ukraine and Crimea right now, providing quote unquote training. But
yeah, same with us in our intelligence, quote unquote.
Quote unquote intelligence to free.
Yeah, they're providing logistical support.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Supposedly. Certainly arms.
I'm sure a 5.56 round traveling at 3,000 feet per second hits much harder because it's logistically supportive.
Oh, and I do need to set the. I guess I don't know how much longer I'm going to go. I guess I'll just set a goal for 5 with no timer. But
oh, I said I was going to go, didn't I? And then I got distracted. Right, I'm gonna go.
Yes, you stuck around, man.
That's what happens when you're on the Mega Bloodbath show.
I know.
Yeah,
Time
like conversations, man.
Time becomes very subjective. Right, I've got to go. Love you all.
So I think what we decided today was that God is just cope for death, chaos, and meaninglessness, and I think DeFreak has confirmed that today.
Yeah, I think he said that. I thought I heard him say that.
I think I would disagree with that and say the opposite, but
Okay, prove it.
Yeah, prove it right here, right now.
I think the last conversation, or I'm sorry, the last hour of conversation between Josiah and John is proof.
Wow.
I mean, the fact that you guys are like hashing out all this stuff and hashing out all these arguments and that is so cope for not facing death, in my opinion.
Wait, we're the ones that are accepting it.
You're accepting death.
Yeah, we're accepting the fact that when you die, we don't know what happens. You're the one that's creating a story.
Okay, so you don't know what happens, and that's not
But you know
code,
what happens.
Okay, what happens?
You die.
Our brains cease to exist, or what? Our the mind that comes inside of our brain. We have no reason to believe that it goes elsewhere.
No reason. All right.
You're saying you do.
Yeah, we believe that it does, of course. You know, do you think that your mind generates radio waves or electromagnetic frequencies?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I mean, it could. I don't see why not.
Do you know, like, when you are dreaming, that the electromagnetic frequency in your brain is set at a different level or whatever than it is when we're aware and conscious and talking, like right now?
Okay.
Okay, so like there's different mind states and different dimensions or different realities or different
Wait. Now
mind states that can occur just based on frequency, correct?
Well, you just said you just introduced multiple terms that I'm probably not going to agree with. Like you're talking about different dimensions, and you're saying that they can exist in different states. I mean, now you're like that.
Another dimension.
Yeah, now that I'm not going to agree with. Now you lost me.
Okay, so when you're dreaming, your mind frequency is the same as when you're conscious and awake and aware, like right now.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you could, whatever things it emits, whatever electromagnetic waves that you're talking about that it emits, if you're saying that it emits different frequencies when you're dreaming, I'm like, okay, that's fair. Whatever.
Okay, so like, why couldn't, when we die, our mind just go into a different frequency and just be carried away on like 5G?
Well, I imagine that like the whatever waves that my brain emits or my mind emits whenever I'm alive, I imagine that it's no longer gonna be emitting any sort of waves or electromagnetic fields. Like it's just gonna stop. Just like if I took a battery that's connected to some sort of electromagnetic field and I smashed it and, you know, like changed its form in some way, broke it in half. Well, I don't know. What are things that emit electromagnetic waves? Like if I created a station that emitted, like a radio station that emitted electromagnetic waves through a satellite, and then I smashed the satellite, well, those waves aren't being emitted anymore. Same thing if I smash my brain, it's probably going to do the same thing.
All right. So, but we know that thermodynamics, that energy cannot be created or destroyed, so it just transitions into something else, and that something is something that God could utilize, right?
Okay, now we're getting into different territories, because now you're saying that God could utilize whatever energy or matter. You know, I'm agreeing that matter or energy can't be created nor destroyed. Well,
okay, so
maybe energy is different than.
Okay,
I think this is talking about matter, right? Or
so when the battery is removed and cut off from the brain that is generating this, energy that is making up your consciousness and your awareness or dreams, as if it were, then what happens to that energy?
Well, I'm saying it could be transferred into different forms. Just like, the mind is like the thing that's inside of our brain. It's like, it doesn't seem that there's any sort of, we've never witnessed a mind absent a brain, right? So, and like, obviously, if I go to your brain and I start messing around with it, it's going to start messing around with the things that make up your mind. Like, it's going to start messing with your perception. We can even limit your perception in a certain degree, which is going to be attached to your mind as well. So if I disconnect the tether from your perception to your brain, which seems to be your mind, then whatever energy created that was made up inside of your mind is no longer going to be used, and it's going to be in a different form. That's not to say that that form is going to be in the form of like a separate existence, like that it exists still after you're dead. Like, I don't know why that would be the case.
So if that's the case, though, why isn't God on the table, at least, in a diligence sense? Like,
because I have no reason to believe
you can't just say, that you're dead, it's over, or whatever, and
I'm not
have
saying
that on
you're
the
dead.
table and say that you've done your diligence.
No. I'm saying, okay, if we're talking about like what we have reasons to believe and what we don't, I'm going to go based off of my perception with the reality that's around me. I've never been able to perceive like an all-knowing, all-powerful God. I've never those aren't really on the table in terms of things that I'm questioning. I'm questioning the reality that's around me, and I see that there are other people that seem to have minds just like mine, and I'm making an inference that they possibly have the same mind. I'm not saying that I'm completely justified in believing that, because I can't like prove solipsism or like solipsism wrong, but I'm just saying that it seems to me that there are going to be other people that have minds just like I do. And whenever you're introducing a concept that is foreign, like you're introducing a foreign concept would be a God, that you're saying, why am I not putting God on the table? Why are you not putting on an omniscient unicorn? Why are you not putting in omniscient fairies? Like, why aren't you putting those on the table? You're just stopping at God. There could be an unlimited amount of possibilities for the explanation for why the brain is there, or why where the mind goes, but you're not putting those on the table.
Well, I mean, put them on the table.
Okay. I mean, I'm just saying I wasn't really making a logical point. I was more so making a rhetorical one, where you're telling me that I have to like entertain the idea that a God exists. I could entertain an idea that God exists. I can go, what reasons do I have to believe that this God exists? And if they've just bottom out in the fact that like I have a brain and it possibly goes somewhere whenever I die, but I have no reason to believe that it does, that's not going to be justification. That's not going to be enough justification for me to believe a God exists.
Okay, but we know that energy is not created or destroyed, and we also know that a dream state is caused by a frequency change in the brain. So,
Okay.
like those two. So there
Who's
is
to say that the energy
justification.
is? I'm not saying that the energy is disappearing.
Right, and we also know that the brain can generate, a awareness, kind of a dream state, whatever, just based on frequency. So, like those are two things that now justify the possibility, right?
How you're making a leap? Like you're literally making like you're making a leap. You're going, well, now we have these magnetic fields that come from our brain whenever we die, or whenever we're dreaming. It shifts. It emits different electromagnetic waves, and then whenever we die, that gives us reason to believe that it goes into a different reality. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it gives you reason to think that reality can change based on a frequency or a mind state or whatever, and also the law of thermodynamics number 2, which is energy cannot be created or destroyed, conservation of energy. Then that gives a justified reason to put God on the table as something to diligently seek.
But dude, like you could totally have like something, you could have like an explanation like, well, the energy isn't just going like it's not going anywhere. It's just going into the space around me. Like the energy, like the stuff that's making up your brain that causes it to do the thing called your mind. Like that energy that's inside of there. Like we're not like atheists are not beholden to say that the energy that is inside of the brain, doesn't go anywhere. Like we're not saying that like the brain is just, or it's static, like the energy in there, it doesn't do anything. We're saying it dissipates. It goes somewhere elsewhere. That does not mean that it goes outside of this reality. It doesn't mean that it goes to a plane of existence called heaven or like some sort of spiritual state. Like you gotta fill in that hole.
All right. Are there radio waves all around you right now?
I don't know. Could be.
More likely, if you turned on AM, FM radio, you would pick up some sort of like transmission. I mean, I'm assuming you're in like a semi-suburban, metro area or whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah. So, like, why couldn't that energy transfer just turn into a radio wave and it's ridden out?
Well, oh shit! What happened to the freak?
Oh.
Hey,
Hello.
what are whenever the radio waves aren't being emitted from like a AM FM radio, where do those radio waves go?
They probably get absorbed into the atmosphere or something.
Okay, why can't I make the same explanation for the radio waves that are emitted from your brain?
I guess you could, but you know, let me think about that for a second. Okay, even if that's the case, you still have a reason to believe, or you still have a reason to diligently seek a God option. On the, otherwise,
For what reason?
you're-
I have a perfectly viable explanation that you just granted me that works with all of my prior assumptions about reality.
All right, so then the 5G towers keep your radio waves keep going. So it's called 5G for God.
That's what you're hitting him with.
5G with God.
So that means 5 gods, right? So you're a polytheist.
Damn. 5G
Is that 5
for
gods?
God. Okay.
5 gods.
That's a
right?
good argument. I've never heard that
Yeah,
one.
5.
Wait, oh yeah, I forgot.
5 gigahertz.
Yeah, I forgot. You're the same one, DeFreak. You're the same one that said that an argument for God is the fact that insurance company uses acts of God.
Yep, that's the freak.
I mean, everyone keeps saying that, but what it really is when people say fairy tales or spaghetti. Well, it's a debunking of that kind of argumentation.
Gotcha.
Because when they use act of God in court to actually, make decisions or make claims or fight claims, like that's reality, and so it holds up in court, right? They're not talking about fairy tales.
Yeah, but I think it's a colloquial thing. I don't think they're literally saying that this is an act from God. I mean, that's also a pretty ancient thing that was put into the Constitution, or not the Constitution, but like that was put in that they just haven't changed. I mean, we still have "In God We Trust" on our dollar bills. That doesn't necessarily mean everyone believes that God literally exists.
Right, but it doesn't. It also means that using the fairy tale argument to presuppositionally, dismiss any arguments from theists is also kind of bunk.
Wait, say that again.
In other words, when atheists say, "Oh, fairy tales," spaghetti monster, sky daddy, all the dismissive, wave hand, hand waving dismissive arguments that we're making. It's the same thing as like a presup argument that is also totally bunk.
Yeah, but I think the flying spaghetti monster and all of those fairy tale. I mean, I think we all recognize those are more like rhetorical tactics more than like actual like good arguments against God. That's kind of like white belt atheist type talking. I mean, some people do it to be derogatory towards theists, which I mean, I guess in some instances would be fair. But I don't think anybody's using like, oh yeah, the flying spaghetti monster as like a genuine argument against theists. At least if they are, I would hope that they wouldn't be doing that.
There's people that do that. The flying spaghetti auditor is a YouTuber and TikToker.
Well, I mean, I guess if he has a good argument to back it up, then sure.
No, he doesn't.
Oh,
get him, Taco. Get that guy.
You don't like him?
No, I'm saying
he's fine.
He's
I haven't watched his content. Just flying
you're talking about the guy on screen.
Well, we hosted him one time.
Was he good?
I don't think so. He hasn't moved back, but
who did he debate?
Secularism.
I don't know either one of them.
Who? He debated Wi-Fi gospel.
Oh God.
Oh, okay. Oh, and he did bad against Wi-Fi gospel.
I don't know if he did bad.
Why does Wi-Fi gospel still debate?
Because he wants a Christian nationalist nation.
He doesn't have good arguments.
No, he doesn't.
Like I heard it. Like
Does
I said,
that matter?
No, but I'm saying him and Cy Tim Brugge and Kate teamed up against Monkey Man and someone, or Monkey Boy and someone else. And dude, it was a slaughter.
I give you permission to call him Monkey Man if you want.
Yeah, Monkey Man. Yeah, I think that's better. He's not a boy anymore. He's a man.
Yeah.
He debated Justin, and it was just a wrecking ball.
Who?
Yeah.
Wi-Fi gospel.
Oh, Justin destroyed him?
Pretty much. Like Wi-Fi gospel doesn't know like the Bible stuff, so much. Or he's a Orthodox. I think Orthodox like parrot, basically. I mean, I like the guy, or whatever. He's nice, whatever. But like, Justin has got I don't know what type of degrees, or so he knows. He even knows where to go, and it was very you know Justin shouldn't have even been debating the guy. It was well beneath
You
him.
saying he
It
was out of his league?
definitely out of his league. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And for clarification, you're saying Wi-Fi Gospel was out of his league by debating Justin.
Definitely, that's not even punching up. That's like punching friggin'. That's I don't know what that is. That's that's like dreaming.
That's abuse.
Yeah, that's definitely that's like Joe Biden tried to run a country, in a basement or something.
Joe
Meanwhile,
Biden.
Donald Trump is running the world from a Twitter account.
Yeah, and our gas prices just continue to go up.
Yeah.
Womp womp.
Just wait though until we have that whole Iran situation under control. It's going to be great.
That's what you call
totally awesome.
Hopium.
I think we're going to get Iran under control.
I mean, I don't see how not. We're basically economically, draining them. They have zero resources. I mean, I guess they have some bunkers or whatever, and maybe some uranium, but their water supply isn't that great. China's not on board really anymore. I don't know how they could sustain what they're doing other than just basically bunkering up, hiding, and doing nothing.
Well, it's your guys that are supporting war, dude. Your people.
I mean, it is the only theocracy. Well, I don't know if it's the only theocracy, but it is one of the only major power theocracies, still left. So I would think that atheists would be on board with it too, but I think they just hate Donald Trump.
No, I think they hate war. They don't want people to go die.
I believe in church separation of church and state, but
do you
that's
want
just
people
me.
to go to war?
I mean, so what you're saying is, atheists hate or don't. Atheists support separation of church and state. They just won't die for it.
Well, I mean, I agree with people being able to eat ice cream. I'm just not going to die for the fact that people can eat ice cream.
All right. So then when Andrew Wilson runs around with Christian nationalism and doesn't define it, and it's who knows what it actually really is from day to day, other than what, he's not talking about, then you'll not die for that to fight against that either, right?
I mean, there's not a whole lot of shit that I'm willing to die for anyway, unless it's something that's truly personal, values. I mean, I especially for a land that I didn't. I mean, of course, I know I'm benefiting from the fact that I'm born in America, but at the same time, it's I wasn't I was kind of forced here against my will into this world, and then now I'm forced in this land that I benefit from, and now I got people that are yeah, you got to be willing to die for this land. I was wait a minute, I didn't ask for all that.
All right, but so you're not willing to really die for much, right? And that's not cope.
Are you willing to die for much?
Yeah.
I don't know if you got kids or I don't know if you got kids or not, but I do, and it's I got those guys to worry about, and it's
yeah. I mean, I understand that, especially if they're young kids. Mine are grown now, so it's a little different, but still, if you say if you're debating and this and this and that, and you take a stand for this and that, but aren't willing to die for it, well, then what? Isn't that a cope that you wouldn't die for something?
Well, depends on how you're defining cope.
All right.
I mean, how I define cope as there's something that's clearly wrong in the scenario, how I brought up earlier. If you had a girlfriend that was clearly cheating on you and everybody's trying to tell you that she is, and then you're not wanting to listen to it, and you're like, just kind of withdrawing the belief that it's actually happening because of your own personal, like you want to be satisfied with your own personal, feelings or whatever. That I would define as cope. But what you're talking about, no, I wouldn't call that cope. I would call that's just my values.
All right. So when we talk about cope, like we're talking about like something that people do to basically deal with the reality of being a conscious being. Something like people can use anything for a cope, whether it's drinking, drugging, gambling, watching TV, YouTube, making music, video games, pornography, uh, sex in general. I mean, the list could go on and on. Like these are all things that we do entertainment to basically get our mind off of the inevitable death or the inevitable stress.
A cope or a coping mechanism is a psychological strategy whereby somebody rejects a harsh truth and adopts a less disturbing belief instead. It is a term often used by looksmaxing incels to indicate that a given strategy is invalid or ineffective. Shit like that,
Looksmaxing. It's where did you get that definition, bro?
Well, that's from the Urban Dictionary, but I'm okay. That's kind of what we're talking about when we talk about cope. Because I mean, you can look up the actual standard definition of cope. It's going to be something similar, but it's not going to have the same general connotations as like what Tacos is using in that title.
All right.
But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say what I'm talking about as cope because I'm recognizing the reality of the situation of the world around me. And then I'm going, and I'm also recognizing I didn't ask to be here. I'm not coping with anything. I'm not trying to deal with the harsh truth of reality. I'm just clearly stating my value is not to die for a world I didn't ask to be in, to be put in. But if I'm the one, my children are born in this world, and I'm the one that kind of subjected them to that, it's like, then, I have a clear, at least by my lights, I have a clear obligation to them to ensure that they stay alive. And so if it meant laying down my life for them, then that would be a clear, I would do that. I feel like I would be extremely fucked up if I wasn't willing to do that.
It's an interesting conversation. I think it goes like a psychologist would say cope is well-adjusted, productive member of society, and so coping is just dealing with the reality of say having responsibility of family, kids, or a house or whatever. And so God probably is a cope for a good number of religious people. It certainly is. But
a cope is entailed inside of a cope, I think, is that the thing that you're believing isn't true. So
you're saying that they're saying that they believe something, but they actually don't. But testify that they do.
No. They're rejecting reality for something that aligns with all of the evidence. Like, for example, it's clear that someone's girlfriend is cheating on them, and they're presented with all of the facts of the situation, but every step of the way, they want to reject that it is true because believing that it is true would hurt way more. Believing in the fact that their girlfriend is actually cheating on them would hurt them way more than trying to come up with some sort of reason as to why.
Yeah. So it's almost cope is the same as almost like cope, denial, and cognitive dissonance. Almost right in the same hegemony.
Yeah, basically. And so what Tacos is saying is that he's kind of bringing into question is your belief in God just cope for the fact that you have to die, the chaos around us and yada yada. Which I believe.
I like the girlfriend model that you brought up, because I knew a guy who, in high school, his girlfriend was like that, and no matter who told him, how they told him, what they he just refused to believe it, and he got hurt in the end. But I can totally relate to that example.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think a lot of people do. I think we've all kind of, you know, been in a similar scenario where we didn't want to face the music and just kept turning a blind eye to it, and kind of had to learn in the end. But I think those sorts of learning experiences, especially the harm that comes from that, definitely teaches you a thing or two about like what to expect about reality, that you can't trust everyone, you know, to the highest degree, you know, things of that nature. And, you know, God is, you know, it's kind of something similar where it's like,
All right, but if facing death is the thing that people don't want to face, but then if they're believing in God, didn't they already face that cope? So they're already past that cope.
what do you mean?
In other words, the guy who actually
Welcome
finally
back.
does
Welcome
the
back,
guy
John.
does fi-
Hey,
Hey,
so
John.
I've fed the kids, and they're off to their my mother-in-law's. So I didn't think you guys would still be going, so I thought I'd drop back in. I've opened my Tuesday afternoon beer, so
Nice. So the guy who finally comes around and accepts the that the girlfriend's been cheating on him, and he's ready to basically deal with the loss of the hurt or whatever. Like, he's faced God in that scenario. Like, that's, he's been avoiding the girl, actually doing that. But so for you to say that theists are using God as cope, well, they've already faced the death part of God.
Yes,
So, like,
they face the idea that God, like, so the idea that you're gonna die and there's nothing after that is the girlfriend cheating on you. It's like that's the harsh reality. It's like that you're looking at that and you make a choice whether you want to investigate whether that is true or you want to lean away from it and go to something that's a lot more comforting. Well, in this scenario, now instead of like looking at death at its face or finding out that your girlfriend is actually cheating on you, you either investigate all that's around there and then come to the realization, okay, well then maybe God actually is doesn't exist, and so I need to face death and I need to understand that this is the reality that I'm going to live in. Similarly, as someone needs to understand that their girlfriend actually was cheating on them and it wasn't just some happenstance and she's just saying, of course babe, I would never do that, even if all of the, you know, even if everything aligns. So it's like it's still an apt analogy, you know, like you're talking about them facing, like they already faced death. Well, they really didn't, because we're talking about God is the one that's allowing them to cope with the fact that they don't have to accept that death is all there is.
yeah.
right,
I mean,
but if you are not facing the fact that she cheated on you, then you're not facing God. That's the actual real cope, because you're still in the denial phase.
Oh wait, yeah, I see what you're doing. You're flipping it on us, and you're saying that that is the reality, whereas we're the ones that are denying reality.
Because if you believe in God, you face that death already. You face that girlfriend
Yeah, but
cheated on
there's
you already.
no, if you believe in God, you don't have to fear death, because there is a life outside of death that is awaiting you.
Right.
Yeah, it also applies regardless of what the facts of the matter are. Like if so, for example, you could flip it around and go, let's say the notion of going to heaven and having to worship a god for the rest of eternity. That sounds like my version of hell. I would fucking hate that. I'd rather just cease to exist and pop out of existence.
Well, you hate that now, but if you went to heaven, you'd love it.
Well, I would have no choice but to love it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but the thing here is that you've got something that you prefer and something that is less desirable than the thing that you prefer, and whether you believe it is dictated by what your preference is rather than what the evidence states.
Okay, but what would he? Okay, so hold on. I'm going to read the title again, just on the right page here. Is God just cope for death? I mean, if you're believing in God, then you've already coped with death. You're past the cope.
How is that?
No, so it's like just believing in God and accepting that you're going to die. Now, like whether you're secular or believe in a god, death is going to happen to you, but the repercussions and what you experience post the death is different whether you believe in a god or don't believe in a god.
Yeah, both sides are accepting that you're going to die. Like
You're
both
going to
sides,
die. Yeah.
both sides are already like they're not like denying the fact that death is happening. It's just like John just said. It's just they're going away from the conversation or going away from the thought with two different outcomes. One that's all that happens to you, or there's a life that happens after you die.
Yeah, whilst technically, DeFreak, I suppose you are correct in that both of them have accepted that death is inevitable, but the consequence of death in one reality or one system compared to the other system is very, very different. You'd have to concede that, right?
Yeah, I would, but also I just want to say you could replace God with anything like alcohol, video games, whatever, this or that, and keep the word death, and it would still apply. But then also you could replace God with whatever and replace the death with stress. And those would all be true. Like these are all like pseudo science, psychological kind of, things that we try to understand in human like psychology and whatnot, but don't really necessarily really, get to the core of a person's, fear of death. Right.
I think we're all instilled with the fear of no, I mean, maybe not even necessarily death, but more so like the act of dying. Like I think we all kind of like inherently feel that through evolutionary means, some less than others. But I mean, most people aren't. Like I think your average person is not going to be okay with the idea that whenever you die, that's all there is. But there are some of us who have sat with that idea a long enough time to kind of be okay and understand that it's not anything to be stressed about.
Yeah. Just super quick, Austin, in the chat. I don't know if you picked it up or not, but the maths on how much a gallon of diesel costs in the UK, it was 185 per litre. We do sell it by the litre, not per gallon in the UK, which converts to 245 in dollars. And there are 3.72 litres to a gallon, the American gallon, which works out to $9.26 per gallon when you convert from pound sterling to dollars. So yeah, we're paying nearly $10 a gallon for diesel in the UK right now.
Insane.
Yikes. I remember when crude oil was like over 100 and I don't know 20 or whatever it was during the Bush years, like the end of the Bush years, and UK was paying like over $5 whatever it was for gas per gallon, and I thought that was like crazy then.
Yeah, the thing is, my van is a Ford Transit Custom. It's got like a 15-gallon tank on it, so it's nearly 150. I think it works out like £120 to fill it, so nearly $150. But I do get about 450, nearly 500 miles out of the full tank. It's actually a pretty efficient engine, all told.
Yeah.
But
for a van, 15 gallons sounds kind of small, but if it's getting that much mileage, then that's pretty good.
It's a 2.2 litre turbocharged diesel. There's a low pressure turbo on the diesel, so again, they're efficient. They're pretty efficient engines. I think it tops out at nearly 100 miles an hour, like loaded.
Yes.
So
yeah, that's all you need, really.
Especially,
yeah.
But the other thing you were talking about, Freak, earlier with regards to like the notion that energy is neither created nor destroyed, there are like our brains do produce like brain waves, but you don't like just because energy is like the conservation of energy, it's neither created nor destroyed. It doesn't preclude energy from changing from one state to another, and there's nothing to stipulate that the state of energy when we die has coherence to it, has consistency to it. Like the experience that is us most probably does not survive that change of energy from state A to state B.
Yeah, that's why like whenever you started like equating mind, like the I guess the electromagnetic waves that come off of our mind, he starts equating them to radio waves. I just had to demonstrate that like, well, when a satellite isn't producing radio waves, where does the radio waves go? And if he says they get absorbed into the environment, like the energy that comes off of those, they get absorbed to absorbed in the environment. I just had to state, well, our minds could do the same thing. Why are our minds any different?
Well, with any electromagnetic wave, with any kind of signal of any kind, you get what's called attenuation. Signals attenuate. That doesn't mean the energy is gone. It's just distributed in a way.
Distributed into the environment. Yeah. I mean, It's still there. It's just in a different form. And that's why I was trying to go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Well, I was going to say, you don't think that it like reposits back into the flesh and then, just kind of loops for a little bit or whatever. Like we would say that those electromagnetic waves are being dissipated out into the environment or out from our minds as like it currently does for being aware and conscious right now.
It does seem like the energy that is being expressed by our brains and is subsequently like forms us, our consciousness, the thing that, when you say I, me, when you refer to yourself in the first person, this entity that is us is there's obviously energy required for that entity to exist. And does the conservation of energy mean that is it contraindicative of there being some kind of soul or some kind of consistency for that energy to exist, maintaining the experience that is us after our death? Well, no, it doesn't preclude it. But if you were to ask me how likely I think it is, I would say incredibly low likelihood. Because the entity that is us it seems to be very contingent on us and the physical entity that we are that does degrade after we die. Like, I mean, traumatic brain injuries affect people's personalities. Like, we have plenty of examples of affecting people, their personality, the experience that they have by damaging the brain. And we have precious few, or I would suggest 0 examples of conscious experience continuing to exist after the brain has been destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, people have a very formal way of putting it, and they talk about priors, and there's like this very rigorous way. I don't really talk about it in that way, but I more so talk about it from things we have a precedent for and things we don't have precedent for. We have plenty of precedent for stuff like, the energy that comes from things that emit energy or waves to dissipate into the environment. That's totally, completely consistent with the things that we already have precedent for. But then when you start bringing in an otherworldly dimension where all of our brainwaves just kind of sit and go, it's like, I don't know how you're getting there. I don't know where you're getting that from. I understand it comes from, the Bible and stuff, but it's like in terms of evidence.
What if it's the advanced physical aliens that are not supernatural or the mind in the vat?
It could be, but I still have no reason to believe that. I don't have any current reason. I'm just saying whenever you're bringing up an explanation, you're saying it could be this. I could bring up an unplausible scenario that is completely consistent with the things we already have precedent for.
Look. If you could get, I mean, the human brain is, as best as we can tell, is a ridiculously large number of neurons in one place that are phase locking in a coherent way. So in principle, could you take like a computer and or a sufficiently advanced computer and transfer the consciousness of the human brain into a computer? Like, could you do that?
That's Neuralink, right?
Maybe. Well, no, Neuralink, we're not transferring consciousness with Neuralink. We're taking electrical inputs from the brain and using them to control things that are external to us, which actually we've been able to do for years. Obviously, Neuralink is one of the most advanced examples of it, but we've been able to do that for years with varying degrees of success. So we've been able to hook up human brains to computers and get them to drive like a cursor around on the screen for decades.
And I agree with like what you're saying, in terms of like the physical dependency of, the biological phenomenon that we call consciousness and whatnot. All I'm saying is that because of these couple things that, we can verify that are true, even in science, like the the table should have at least a 1% or X% chance that there's something after, and should be looked at diligently by each individual who actually does give a crap about it, or who does, who gives a crap about it.
Yeah, but like you're talking about that it's giving off magnetic waves, but then you're positing that the things that's happening with these magnetic waves is that they're going into some sort of other dimension, when you haven't even demonstrated that other dimension even exists, or there's even a place where this outside of our realm of existence could go. Like that's a jump that you're not justifying,
I mean, I don't think I'm implying that directly. All I'm saying is that there's a possibility of continuation, and therefore it needs to be diligently,
I mean,
researched.
I will say it's not an impossibility. There's no contradiction in believing that for some reason our consciousness continues to exist even after we're dead. I'm not saying that that's logically impossible. I'm just saying, based off of the evidence that we have no reason to believe that that's the case. Like, to hold a positive belief, the proposition there is an afterlife, I don't see any reason to hold that proposition to be true.
Okay,
yeah, I mean,
based on that, I would say that the God as a cope for death is just as invalid as the God, or no, there's nothing after death.
But
I'm not positing that there is nothing after death. I'm not making a positive claim. I'm saying what I think is the most reasonable is to be agnostic to that sort of to those sorts of claims, because we can't go past death. There's no one that has ever been able to, like, verifiably been able to go past death, be dead, and then come back and then tell us our experience. There have been people who have made anecdotes to say, oh, I've seen this. There are some people that say that they see nothing. There's some people that say that they went to heaven. There's some people that say they went to hell. These aren't verifiable.
We also need to agree on what death is. So, like, there are plenty of people whose hearts have either stopped or been stopped, and they've been rendered unconscious, but the brain itself has still been alive, clearly, because once we've restarted the heart, the brain picks up where it left off.
Yeah.
And there are all sorts of different experiences that people claim to have had, seeing a bright light, hallucinations. But, like, I mean, brains do all sorts of funky stuff when they're oxygen deprived.
Okay, so let's go down that route a little bit. If like these experiences that people are having after, like, the heart stops and the brain waves are minimal, if at all.
Well, to the best of my
oxygen deprived brain acts in all sorts of different weird kind of ways. How are they able to have these organized thoughts, these organized experiences, and actually store them, and then actually recall them, and then, like, call it and reduce that to chemicals? I don't see that as happening.
To the best of my knowledge, Freak, I don't think anybody has been adjudicated to be brain dead and been brought back to life. I think they've been dead from the perspective of they've stopped breathing, their heart stopped, and we have had certain circumstances where there's a phrase that is used by things like the Coast Guard and stuff like that, which is, you're not dead until you're warm and dead. So there have been examples where people have been pulled out of the ocean where they're freezing cold, the heart stopped, there seems to be no activity, and then we've warmed them up and restarted the heart. In most circumstances, they end up with some kind of deficit, like brain damage, but we have managed to get them up about walking again. But these examples are few and far between, and there's no evidence whatsoever that they've continued consciously experiencing anything whilst they've been quote unquote dead. But again, like, how dead is dead here? Like, there have been anecdotes of, people that were decapitated with a guillotine. It's so quick and clean a decapitation that people, like, heads have been witnessed as, like, uttering full sentences,
moving their eyes and shit.
After y'all reminded me of that movie Faces of Death now.
Well, I mean, it is an interesting topic. I mean, it's like, I don't think that there's been anything that's been presented that would, like, warrant someone to go, oh, there is an afterlife that, our brains and our minds and our whatever spirits or whatever go to, if there is a spirit. I mean,
but
I haven't even like even the claims that you were talking about the magnetic electrical field. I didn't even look into that. All I did was grant it. I just said, okay, like let's say that's the case.
Haven't they done? There's a I forget where it was. Isn't there some organization that has got like a financial prize for if you can prove certain?
Yeah, well, they no longer do it, but it was if you can prove something spiritual, supernatural. If you can prove like magic or anything like that, then it's like $1 million prize.
Yeah, and isn't that? Oh, it begins with T or something. It's like the Trinity Foundation or something.
Yeah, I forgot what it was called, but
the one of the things,
it was James Randi.
Oh, was it?
Did someone prove it?
If you can prove supernatural, is that the one?
It's been going on for a very. I don't think. Are they still doing it?
No.
Yeah, it was going on for a very long time, and no one was able to claim it.
Well, one of the things that they did was in emergency rooms, they put printed out random number sequences.
Yeah, I heard about that
on the top of the furniture that was only visible from like if you were up near ceiling height. And then they would interview people who had come, like when they got circumstances where people claimed near-death experiences, where they claimed that they'd floated out above their body. They'd ask them if they saw the number sequence on top of the furniture in the emergency room. And whilst people have claimed the experience of floating above their body, nobody had reliably returned this number sequence that was on top of the furniture.
Yeah, but were they told that there was numbers up there that they should look for?
No, that was the whole point. Like,
well, I mean, like if they did, I think that would undermine the whole.
Yeah.
Well, but
sort of
if they were told for the numbers
if somebody comes
told
into
the numbers, then it would actually be a more legitimate test.
How would that even happen? Like somebody walks through the emergency room and a doctor goes, "By the way, you're going to have a near-death experience." Look out.
Yeah. Like it's like, well, and I'm sure a lot of people aren't going to be happy to induce themselves into that sort of state just to prove something.
But if they were told that there is a set of numbers, and then they would actually know to look for them.
Yeah, but it's just like you're telling people
versus if they got it wrong. Then
what is the demographic? What is the demographic of people that you're going to choose to tell this to, and who are you not going to choose to tell this to?
Can you imagine? It's a bit Mengele-esque, isn't it? Some poor bastard goes into hospital to have like an ingrowing toenail dealt with, and they lie.
Yeah, it's like, hey, if you die,
by the way.
Right. But if you're in that situation, you're going to be looking at you. You're going to be listening to the doctor, what he's saying with the nurse. You're not going to be looking for some numbers on top of a piece of furniture. Like it's going to be totally like.
Sure, that's fair, but it's like, I mean, this is not what John is mentioning. Isn't even like, look, there you go, theist, checkmate. We got you there. It's just kind of like an anecdote that's just kind of like.
Yeah, the attempt has been made, and at best, the data is inconclusive.
Yeah. And that's not the only attempt that's been made either. There's been other attempts that have all
but
failed.
One thing I want to point out is like when you say like the heart stops and the brain automatically from oxygen lack of oxygen starts doing weird things. There should be no coherent, there should be nothing organized, there should be no recall of anything.
Why?
At that point, that isn't like totally just like weird Alice in Wonderland type of stuff instead of some sort of coherent experience.
I'll talk to you guys later.
No worries, Joe.
Have a good one, Jazeel. Good seeing you, man. And we've got Muslim and back. What's going on, Muslim?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's going on, man?
Okay, so I just want to make clear of the topic for the debate, right? So it's is it does God exist, or does God exist in relation to the cope for death?
Well, there's like a primary one, does God exist? And like that I do every day, and it's is God, and then today is God cope for death, or is God just cope for death, chaos, and meaninglessness?
Okay.
Yeah, the way I interpret it is God a human invention, and was the motivation for the human invention as like a coping mechanism for death, chaos, and meaninglessness?
So if you want to like provide an argument for a God that you believe in, you can. Or if you want to talk about the God being cope thing, you can as well.
Okay,
both
so
are valid conversations.
I think I'll lean more into God being man-made, or just God actually existing in and of itself.
So you think God is man-made?
No, all the way around. Like, as in, God isn't man-made.
Oh, why?
Okay,
What do you
so
think?
the reason I would say that is because, okay, so for example, I see that the freak has glasses on, right?
You see what?
I can see you have glasses on, right?
The freak's got glasses on. Yeah.
Oh yeah. The freak has. I'm the guy playing the game.
Yeah. So
But yeah, the freak has glasses on.
So the glasses, they have a design, they have a purpose, and they are made by someone. Do you agree, right?
Sure, why not?
Okay. So could you tell me what is more complex in design, your heart or your sunglasses?
Sunglasses.
Your sunglasses are more complex in design than your heart.
Correct.
How would that be?
Well, because the heart wasn't designed at all.
Yeah, this heart was formed naturally, dude.
Let's say, so something had to have made the heart, right?
Yeah, but you
No.
see what happened. Mate.
I mean, it formed naturally, obviously.
You have presupposed a design with the heart, and we can just counter with that by presupposing that the heart exists naturally.
You don't even need to presuppose that.
The sunglasses are more complicated in design.
You don't have to presuppose anything. Just look at the evolutionary science and literally every field of biology. Like, it's literally as obvious as it gets.
If you're using evolution, then that just creates a chain that just infinitely goes on.
No, it doesn't. That's stupid.
Nope.
It does, because where did the first cell come from?
Abiogenesis.
Yeah, we don't know exactly the process that occurred, but the second a cell could self-replicate.
Abiogenesis. Just name the process. Abiogenesis. You don't have to go on the details. Abiogenesis. He's not going to understand anything else.
Okay, but the thing is that
he literally thinks that evolution is an infinite regress. So evolution to abiogenesis, and then you have chemical evolution back to the Big Bang, and then prior to the Big Bang, you have an initial state. It's that simple.
Okay, but where did that initial state come from?
Well, it would have had to exist by its own nature. It couldn't possibly have failed to exist, or nothing would exist, and nothing can't exist.
Okay, but you do realize that stance is just off the fact that this just happened. That was just random chance that this just happened.
Well, no,
rando, quanto,
I literally said it can't fail to exist. I'm literally claiming a necessary being. That's not just random chance, dude.
What are you claiming the necessary being as?
The universal quantum field.
Wait, sorry, what actually is that?
The initial state.
Initial state of what?
The universe.
The universe.
Correct.
So you're saying that the universe just always existed?
More that it couldn't have failed to exist.
So I'm really confused by what you're saying.
I'm claiming that the necessary being is the universal quantum field. It's the initial state. This is backed by the various scientific models.
Yeah, so the most basic state that we think we can verify existing is quantum field theory. Now there are different quantum fields, but quantum field theory seems to be the most basic state that we think can possibly exist, and because it is the most basic state that can possibly exist, it must therefore exist.
Okay, but do you realize that the universe had a starting
That's not my argument. Don't listen. I'm just saying that it can't fail to exist because nothing can't exist.
Okay, but the universe had a starting point.
That's what you're saying, but that's not what any of the physical models would suggest, so I don't know why you would say that. That's just some random claim you're making.
Because the universe is ever expanding.
Do you want to justify your claim that the universe began to exist?
Because the universe is ever expanding, then that means it had to have had a starting point.
Well, the current state, but you're talking about the universe as a whole, not this current state. You'd have to justify like prior states, right? You like you're saying like the universe, the set of all the stuff could fail to exist and there could be something else is what you're saying, and it began to exist. And so I'm asking you to justify that, and you're not even attempting.
I am justifying that it began to exist because it had a starting point.
Are you? You're not even
If
trying.
it had a starting point, then that means at some point it didn't exist.
It didn't have a starting point. Like, yeah, if it had a, who cares? It didn't. It's like it's like if God exists, then God. Of course, God doesn't exist.
No, but
who cares about the if? Nobody cares about the conditional. It's about like, I mean, I guess they would if you were presenting an argument, and then like premise 2 was one of the sides of the condition was like necessarily if God exists, God necessarily exists, like that conditional, and then like possibly God doesn't exist, so that's premise 2, which is justified by the physical models not pointing to anything except for the stuff, and then the conclusion, therefore God doesn't exist, necessarily follows through modus tollens, and we can have deductive certainty that your God doesn't exist if you claim it's a necessary being. And if you don't claim it's a necessary being, I don't think anybody cares.
Okay, but the point I'm saying with the universe, with you saying that the universe just always existed, it couldn't have always existed because it had a starting
prove
point.
it.
Yeah, but that's just a wait.
He just made a claim. Let him prove his. Yeah. Let him provide some type of scientific model that
it's
suggests
proven,
the universe.
It's proven by the fact that the universe is expanding.
No, it's not.
They literally explained how that doesn't follow.
It does, because if the universe is expanding and it's also accelerating, then that means at some point something must have, according to the what's it called? The laws of... Is it the laws of physics? What is it?
Big Bang Theory?
You're referring to the. I presume you're referring to the expanding universe model with reference to the Big Bang Theory. But just because the universe began to expand at a particular point, the Big Bang Theory does not claim that the universe came into existence at that point.
Yeah, but it's not saying that it isn't either. It's not saying otherwise either.
The most intelligent thing that we could possibly say about that is
they literally say so if it doesn't say otherwise, then say you're agnostic to God. Holy shit.
Okay, there we go.
Why don't you just claim agnosticism if you think that's what it says? You're being dishonest by claiming a God exists if you think that. Holy shit, you're dishonest. If you think that says that and you're claiming a God, you're dishonest.
No, but I'm just
Do you think that the Big Bang Theory is agnostic to the universe having a beginning?
What do you mean by agnostic?
Do you think that the Big Bang Theory doesn't claim that the universe has a beginning?
I think it does, but it also could claim that it isn't.
Okay. So you think that the Big Bang Theory claims that?
Claims that there was a beginning.
Yeah, of the stuff. Like the universe itself began to exist.
Yes.
You're not talking about some like current state of the universe. You're talking about the universe as a whole, like this stuff actually beginning to exist, right? That's what you think happened?
Ex nihilo.
So do you think something can come from nothing?
Yes.
How?
Because... Okay, sorry, sorry. Let me go back, sorry. I thought you were talking as in... Okay, so I'm saying that something isn't coming from nothing, like literally like nothing. I'm saying something's causing something to happen. God caused that to happen.
What?
Yeah, so
Meaning that... So I'm saying that God did create nothing, did create something out of nothing, but I'm saying that God caused that because he's all-powerful.
So can I just clarify here? So the claim that you're making is that the Big Bang Theory states that it is possible that the universe came into existence at the point at which the rapid expansion took place, and that God, the deity that you believe in, is responsible for the creation of the energy that began to rapidly expand. So you're making a causative claim that God is responsible for creating the universe that immediately began to rapidly expand after, quote unquote, God created this sort of high energy environment, this dot, right?
Yes.
So you're making, at minimum, you're making a belief claim that the God did this, whereas almost everybody who is initiated into this field of physics and astrophysics would claim that at best we don't know.
Yeah, almost everybody claims that stuff arose from prior stuff, that there's some fundamental state. All the physical models point to some base state, right? You saying that anything arose from something else is just a claim that you're making that you're never going to be able to justify and nobody's going to care about.
Okay, wait. Okay, this is where
you have any better arguments?
Okay, wait. This is why I go back to my other point. So I'm saying that base is God. That God is the base. God is the thing.
Even if it has no mind, it would still be God to you?
Say again, sorry?
Even if it had no mind, it would still be God?
I don't believe God has no mind.
It doesn't matter what you believe. You're saying that the fundamental state is God. So that means that if the fundamental state has no mind, it's God, right? So your God can have no mind?
No. I'm not saying as in the fundamental state is actually God. I'm saying God is that fundamental state.
That's the same thing.
No, the other way around is saying that base state is a God. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying God is the original thing. God is that eternal thing.
So the universal quantum field is that eternal base thing. So you're calling God that, right?
Say that again, sir?
So the fundamental state, the initial state, was existent at one point, or the universe was in that state, I guess, at one point. I don't know how to talk about time like that, but at one point, right?
So at one point that state existed, is what you're saying.
At one point, right? Not talking about time, but one point.
Yeah, I've got no problem with saying that there was some kind of universal state before the Big Bang.
So you're calling that God?
No. I'm saying that God caused that state.
But there wasn't a prior state to that.
What do you mean there wasn't a prior state to that?
There couldn't have been.
But you don't know that.
Yeah, because if you didn't have that, you'd have nothing.
Exactly.
Right, so you have to have that state.
Exactly.
Which would mean you can't have nothing. Which would mean you always have to have something.
But there's no evidence that provides that state wasn't caused by that state always existed before the Big Bang.
There's no evidence that.
Okay, yeah, but
a unicorn
didn't.
That's
what I'm saying.
Listen. There's no evidence that a unicorn didn't poop the universe into existence. So why don't you defend unicorns not pooping the universe into existence, right? Your argument is, your response is literally that dumb.
Okay, but I have logical reasoning.
I have logical reasoning for my position. You're just saying dumb shit, dude.
Okay, but wait, just one second. Come on, let's be respectful, bro. Okay.
I am. You're saying dumb shit, and I'm telling you, you're saying dumb shit because it's dumb shit, and you need to know it's dumb shit.
Okay, I'm saying that it's not dumb because the universe and we as humans and every other creature is too complex for it to just be random chance.
Yeah, but
it's too complex in design for something that just random events that occurred to just cause us. We're too complex in design.
Firstly, it's not random events. The mutations within biological entities are random, but the ones that continue to exist, continue to procreate, the selection process isn't random. That's the whole basis of the theory of evolution. So
yeah, I've got no problem with that. I've got no problem with the fact that we can.
How does it feel knowing that your arguments are so dumb that the person you're engaging with doesn't care at all to engage with it?
Yeah, I don't understand what you're saying.
I'm like, your argument is so dumb, it's not worth any of our time. Please provide an argument. another argument because this one is super stupid and you're not listening to what we're saying, and you're like, no, my dumb argument is smart, my dumb argument is good, my dumb argument is the argument, and we're like, no, these are the reasons why this is a dumb argument and you shouldn't be running it. Please provide another argument.
Okay,
and
I'll
then you're like, no, but my argument is good. But we're like, no, your argument is stupid, stop running it. You don't have an argument, dude. What's a syllogism?
Okay, I'll say my whole argument as a whole then. Okay? So you actually understand that. I'm saying that we both don't know what was before the Big Bang. We don't know whether there was
an initial state.
Yeah, but we don't have no proof. We have no evidence for an initial state.
Yeah, we do. There's stuff now.
Yeah, but I'm saying that was caused by the Big Bang. That was created.
We also have physical models that point to that. Multiple physical models.
You was just saying earlier that there's that. Oh, okay, sorry, wait. I'm saying that we have no evidence that
the base
state. I'm saying there's no evidence that the base state always existed.
Yeah, there is.
How is there evidence that the base state always existed?
Yeah, there's stuff now.
Yeah, we have stuff now because of the Big Bang from that base state, but we don't have anything.
You can't have nothing, right? So something would always have to exist, right?
Exactly,
so something existing would be evidence that something would always have to exist, and there could not be nothing.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that there is something.
Welcome to atheism, brother. It's good to have you.
Okay.
If it's that easy, jeez.
I'm saying that
you're an atheist, dude. What are you even talking about? You're an atheist already.
I'm saying that thing that always existed is God because we are too complex.
You're just calling the universal quantum field God. Who cares?
I'm not calling quantum field God.
Yeah, you are.
I'm saying that God created that quantum field.
Well, that's insane. It can't be created. It can't fail to exist. How could you say it could be created?
Because God is outside of time and space.
That's incoherent.
How is that incoherent?
Well,
it's not a real thing.
Well, because causation is time dependent, so you can't have something
in time
outside of time and space.
Space itself. In time and space itself is the same. Like space time is one. Like it's the geometry of the universe, right? Like saying outside of space-time is like it's totally incoherent. That's saying that it just is made up. You're just making it up.
Yeah, look,
or it exists in some platonic realm that you made up or some shit, right? Like it's totally. It makes you sound like an insane person. Like, are you drinking lead or like eating lead chips or drinking lead paint or what's going on, dude?
Because the special theory of relativity dictates, or it seems to indicate that time and matter they're interdependent. They can't exist without one another.
Yeah.
So the notion that you can have something that is time independent, like and it is incoherent. It doesn't even begin to make sense. And what the quantum field theory, I mean, without getting too technical on it, there are several different quantum fields. 17 of them actually, but they cannot fail to exist. Like our current best understanding of physics dictates that these fields must exist. They can't not exist. The notion of nothing existing is an impossibility. And if the notion of nothing existing is an impossibility, then the universe as we understand it, despite the fact that it may have changed from one state to another, has always existed. Which means the state that it was created by a timeless entity doesn't make sense.
Okay, but we have no proof that the universe, that base state, always existed. Always existed is what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it didn't exist. I'm saying always existed. So then, therefore, it makes more sense by the fact of how complex our world is.
You're just ignoring
a designer.
Dude, you're just ignoring everything that we've stated to you, and you're presenting
I've agreed with everything you said about the quantum fields. That I'm not saying that doesn't exist.
So if it cannot fail to exist, how can it begin to exist?
It cannot fail to exist in relation to the universe, not to anything outside of the universe.
But to state
there's nothing outside of the universe. That's the point.
Yeah, but I'm saying that
the universe is quite literally all the stuff.
Okay, so then we have to go back. Okay, we have to go back because we have to go back to my argument because I'm saying that God must exist because we have no evidence that there was a base state that
There
always
is
existed.
evidence there was a base state though, so your argument is false.
No, I'm in the middle of my sentence, bro.
Right, what I'm saying is false though.
Yeah, I literally just said that always existed.
So you acknowledge that the statement you just made was false, right?
No, you didn't even let me finish.
Is there evidence that there was an initial state?
Yes.
Okay, and so that contradicts what you just said in your position is false.
It doesn't because I'm zooming in on the point that it always existed. I'm saying that there's no proof that it always existed.
Yeah, there is.
No, there's no proof that it always
There
existed.
literally is. Well, not proof, but evidence. You were asking for evidence, and now you're saying proof.
Okay, what's the evidence that it always existed? Always existed.
What's the evidence that what always existed? The universe?
The base state. The base state.
The initial state? What's the evidence that the initial state always existed?
Yes.
Do you want me to like cite like a specific scientific model, like quantum field theory, or like CCC, or like?
Okay, but you'd have no way of knowing.
Like what do you want me? Because I just named a couple, right?
Yeah, no, but that's
that should be sufficient, right? Or do you want more? Like what more do you want? Because I just met your ask, right? So you're an atheist now, right?
No, that's evidence. Sorry, that's evidence that it did exist, not that it always existed.
No, that's what I just provided evidence for. That's why I'm saying you're just saying that's not evidence. Evidence is a very low criteria. So whether it's good or bad evidence is irrelevant. It's still evidence.
It is completely irrelevant if it's good or bad evidence, but I'm not even saying that evidence is false. I'm saying that it's evidence for a different thing.
No, it's not. You're just saying that it's evidence for your thing. It could be evidence for both things, and it wouldn't matter. I'll just grant that it's evidence for your thing. Listen. I'm just granting that it's evidence for your thing. I'll grant that it's the worst evidence possible for your thing. But you acknowledge that that's evidence for my position, right?
Okay. Yes, it could be evidence for both. But the reason I'm saying it makes more sense.
All right. So now, in this hypothetical where I've granted that it's possible your necessary being exists. I don't actually think this is possible, but in this hypothetical, both of our, you've granted that both of our necessary beings could fail to exist, which means that your worldview is false.
Can you do you accept that energy cannot be created nor destroyed, right?
Yes, we cannot create or destroy energy.
Right, okay. So we have
there can only be one necessary being, right?
Yep, I'm fine with that.
And that you just said that possibly both the initial state and your God cannot exist, right? Or possibly they do not exist, right? Both the initial state and your God, right?
I'm not saying at the same time. I'm saying either or. I believe
exactly. So necessarily, if God exists, God necessarily exists. Possibly God doesn't exist. Therefore, God doesn't exist, and we know your God doesn't exist with deductive certainty.
Okay, well, let me just. Sorry. Hang on. Let me just quickly pin down the quantum field issue, because obviously you're making the claim that
it's been resolved.
Well, I know, but you're making the claim that just because a quantum field exists now doesn't mean that it always existed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if energy can neither be created or destroyed, and the Casimir effect is it's a diagnostic test that we have for demonstrating that quantum fields do in fact exist, and they're the lowest possible energy state that can exist, and it's the lowest possible energy state that can exist that can neither be created nor destroyed. Therefore, it doesn't have a quote unquote cause. Therefore, it doesn't have a beginning. Right? There you go. Done. Quantum fields have always existed.
Yeah, but that's still in relation to the universe.
He's just so lost and confused.
Why isn't quantum field equal to God in the cope section?
You just you don't even listen to anything anybody says to you. It's so boring to engage with you.
But you
do you try to be so intentionally obtuse that nobody even wants to talk to you, like totally, like you're just like outright rejecting everybody else's position. You're not providing anything substantial. Your position is absolutely horrendous. You don't even have a good argument. Like, oh my god, it's so dumb,
I
dude.
do have a good argument, but you just might not agree with that, but that's fine. I don't agree that you have a good argument either.
I mean, we use quantum field theory to an unbelievably accurate degree. I think it's been demonstrated to a degree of accuracy that's like 1/1,000,000,000% or something insane like that. As a tool in modern physics, it's unparalleled. So to state that it's a bad argument.
So quantum physics. I'm sorry. Quantum fields are subject to the laws of physics.
Well, I mean, yeah, of course they are. Everything's subject to the laws of physics.
And doesn't that imply design?
No.
Why not?
Well, how can something that doesn't have a cause be designed?
It's subject to the laws of physics.
So
that means that there's some sort of design or implied design because
No.
that's the structure that it follows.
So, why does structure have to have a designer? Like you're inserting a telos where there's no justification for it.
I mean, because otherwise you're talking about, random Joe Biden dumb luck probability.
What is difficult to understand? If something doesn't have a cause, if something has always existed, it cannot be designed because the design would form part of the designer, and the design process would form part of the cause. It does not have a cause, therefore it can't be designed.
Is the quantum field inside or outside of the universe?
It's part of it. It is the universe.
It is
the universe. Like, do you not understand? Initial state is all the stuff.
All right, but what did you just say, John? What was your last argument that you just made?
So, quantum field is a quantum field is the lowest energy state that is possible to exist. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. Therefore, this lowest possible energy state must exist. It's you'll have heard it being referenced to in sci-fi as like vacuum energy, right? It is the lowest possible energy state that exists. The conservation of energy dictates that energy cannot be created nor destroyed. Therefore, quantum fields do not have a cause. They have always existed. It is like the ground state of our universe.
And we're in a closed system or an open system?
Well, the universe as a whole, with respect to a quantum field, would be a closed universe. We're not an open system. It depends what theory you're referring to. So, for example, M theory would dictate that we're an open universe, but M theory is probably wrong.
Yeah, I'm just referring to conservation of energy, which cannot be created or destroyed. If it's an open system, then that would have to be refigured or whatever. But I agree with you that it is a closed system. I just don't see how it has to that the laws of physics apply to it and not being able to say that there's some sort of design implied to it.
Yeah, but again, you're inserting a designer. There is no justification for that. Zero justification for that, right?
I mean, the fact that it's a closed system could be an indicator of that.
No. You're inserting a telos. This is your human intuition, because we see in the world in which we interact. We have, by virtue of our evolution, the planet that we stand on, everything has an antecedent fact to it. It's how our intuitions work. Like you need to get rid of these intuitions when you're dealing with this type of physics. They're not applicable. It's one of the first lessons that anybody learning this type of physics is taught. Your intuitions are worthless. They're crap. They're no good here. And that's not me having a go at you. Like it applies to everybody, myself included. You can't use the intuitions that we, as these sort of like mediocre mammals bobbing around on the surface of this rock, use in our day to day. It's not a justified methodology for trying to understand this.
I mean, I think it's a useful tool. Like, Tesla created the oscillating motor, electrical oscillating motor, kind of using, intuition and other things. I'm not saying that that's the end all be all of like scientific discovery, and SHIT has to be tested out and, engineered or whatever. But, a lot of theoretical physics is just based on just kind of creative thought and then implementing some sort of hypothesis that can be tested and then theorized out, in my opinion.
The problem that you've got is, I mean, I'm sure you've heard of the phrase, anybody who thinks they understand quantum physics doesn't understand quantum physics, right? You've heard of that. Yeah, right. It's an old joke. The problem that you've got is, whilst we don't fully understand it, whilst there are gaps in our knowledge, we use it with unbelievable accuracy to make predictions about things. Like we are using, and again, people don't realize that we're using it. We are using quantum physics now to communicate across the planet. Wherever you happen to be sat, we're making use of electron tunneling right now. It's how resistors work, which is almost exclusively what your computer is made of. Phone, tablet, whatever.
Yeah, but that's not really a quantum phenomenon. This is a linear phenomenon.
Well, you're gonna have to distinguish the difference there. It's a principle, like electron tunneling is a principle of quantum physics.
Maybe it is, but from what I understand, like quantum particles can be in two places at the same time.
Well, you're talking about quantum entanglement, but the quantum tunneling, electron tunneling, sorry, is where we have the mathematical model for an electron, and it meets an impermeable barrier. The electron doesn't have the energy to pass through it or go around it, and the electron just materializes on the other side of the barrier, having shed energy that it didn't seem to have in the first place. And this is how resistors work in computers. We use it all the time, every day. Every single piece of electrical technology that you have ever used, or any human has ever used, uses this principle. It's part of quantum physics. I can't make it any simpler than that. We use quantum physics all day, every day, in every piece of technology that we deploy to enhance our lives. Yes, we don't fully understand it.
We're talking about the flow of electricity and controlling the flow, and to where we can insert bits into the wavelength of the electric that's being flowed through whatever given circuit, right? What you're saying about electrons materializing outside of the circuit really doesn't apply to what's going on inside of the circuitry.
That's not. I mean, just look up electron tunneling. Just not necessarily now, but go and look it up. They don't materialize outside of the circuit. That's incoherent. That's not how. Like, even using the word circuit in this context doesn't really make much sense. But the quantum physics that we make use of, whilst yes, we don't fully understand it, we make use of it every day. It's been mathematically modeled up the kazoo. And yes, we discover new particles all the time, but these fields that govern our universe, I mean, if you were to ask me in honesty, is there something that could possibly sit underneath quantum fields? Maybe, but I doubt it.
Okay, so along these lines, John, if we're talking about quantum fields and stuff, and we're talking about the loss of the mind energy, why couldn't it be a quantum field explanation?
Sorry, I don't quite understand the question.
You know how we were talking earlier about dreams and mind and frequency and electromagnetism and stuff, and like now we're talking quantum fields. You're saying the whole universe was created by this thing, but it couldn't be theorized well enough to basically contain a human mind.
I mean, but because a human mind is an expression of, or it seems to be an expression of matter, which is subject to quantum fields. So, for example, like when I said earlier, there are 17 quantum fields. Well,
I missed that part.
Well, there are 17, or we think there are 17 quantum fields, and 12 of them are matter fields. They're made up of things like quarks, leptons, neutrinos, and then there are other fields which are they gauge bosons. So they make up like forces, or
Your core physics.
Sorry,
temperature, gravity, matter, that stuff.
No, more like gluons, protons, bosons. And then there's a mass field, which is the Higgs field. So that these 17 fields dictate like how matter and energy functions, and a human brain, a mind, is a product of, whilst energy is expressing itself through matter, the human mind is an expression of matter. We have no evidence whatsoever that a human brain, a human mind can exist independent of the matter that we express ourselves through. And even what makes us is well beyond just the brain, in that you also need the senses that we use to interact with our world. Like it doesn't really seem to make much sense for a brain to exist independent of any kind of input mechanism, i.e. like touch, sense, smell, etc.
All right.
So it doesn't.
You know who
doesn't,
Donald C is, right? Like Donald C, who comes on the channel every so often, and he's got a song, and he'll crash out every so often.
Yeah, I know Donald. Yeah. Donald and I had a set too a little while ago. Yeah.
Oh, cool. He's quite a character, but like, if you ask him about physics, he'll say like something like every electron is a quantum field, right? So like, if that's the case, then the consciousness moving on after biological death isn't really that far fetched, in my opinion.
No, because it needs to it would need to maintain coherence, right? Like the things that make up your thoughts, your feelings, your memories, all of those things make up you as an entity. If you were to break them all up and spread them around, churn them up and mix them around, like you've still got all of the constituent parts, but they're not they're not structured in a way that would allow you to continue existing in the form that you exist in, which is the claim that's made, right? When like a soul exists independent of the body, right? So just because that, now I will grant you that the existence of quantum fields and the conservation of energy doesn't preclude a soul from existing after the destruction of the body and the brain, but it also doesn't confirm it either. If I was going to be Bayesian about it, I would suggest that it's actually very unlikely that a soul exists, because it would need to maintain some kind of the energy that is being expressed by the matter that makes up our bodies would need to exist in some form that is similar to the form that it exists right now. And every time we damage the brain, we fuck people up.
Okay, but this also would have to apply to the solar system or the universe. And we see that with the laws of physics, which is also, implying design of some sort, because it's following these what we call laws.
Again, you can't just insert a telos and just leave it there hanging in the air. Like there's no justification for that. Like just because things look like from our perception they seem complicated, or they seem to have a purpose to them, doesn't mean that they actually do. Right? How do we?
I'm just saying, if you can apply that same quantum field to the formation of the universe as we know it, closed system, solar system formation theory, gravity, heat, temperature, mass, whatever, and but then dismiss it as a possibility of the mind continuing after death, I think that's an inconsistency.
Excuse me.
Yeah, but so let me put it this way, like
Kelly, we're still going.
So the
Earth, you're crushing it, man. You're destroying John. I don't think there's any recovering for John after this one.
The Earth is an open system, right? It's not a terrarium. We're receiving shitloads of energy from the sun, etc. You know, the ecosystem of the Earth seems to be quite complicated.
Yeah,
right?
ecosystem complicated, sure.
Yeah, fine. So if I were to blast the Earth to smithereens and distribute all of the material that makes up the planet Earth over the entirety of this particular galaxy, right? Does the Earth still quote unquote exist?
I would say no, just like, scattered
Right.
particles, right? Just like physicists say that we're basically just made up of stardust particles.
Yeah, so the Earth is a complicated system that is subject to externalities in the physical universe around us, right? Energy from the sun, gravity, etc. Why, if you acknowledge the fact that the Earth no longer exists, if it's mushed up into its constituent parts and spread all over the place, why is the human brain somehow special? And this system, after we've mushed up all the physical things that seem to make it matter in any way, shape, or form to other brains, it's no longer recognizable.
I would just basically, for a quick answer, say like organic chemistry, biological imperative, and the emergence of consciousness versus a piece of rock that's a heated core and other molecules that are formed around it. That'd be the difference. I mean, like the only difference, right? Like,
but we're talking.
We don't think that Earth is a living, entity with a mind or anything.
No, but why are you granting the mind a special? It's special pleading. Why are you granting the mind a special characteristic that somehow exists after the physicality of it has been destroyed and redistributed around the universe? Like why? Like the Earth is a complex system. A human brain is likewise a complex system. And what you're making the claim is that if we destroy the physical matter that makes up the human brain, you're making the claim that it somehow persists after this because the quote unquote energy exists. But you're not making you seem to acknowledge that if we mushed the Earth and distributed it through the universe, that the Earth no longer exists. Like you're making a special case with no justification for the distinction between destroying one system and destroying another system, right?
I mean, we're just using like general terms and stuff, but I would say it doesn't exist because there's no remnant of it, of it continuing on in the state that it was in. Whereas the difference between you saying that the quantum field is able to construct and create the universe, but not able to maintain and maintain a stability of a mind. I think that you can't have one without the other. If you're talking about theoretical, like physics.
No, I mean the example, like the minds that exist that we know exist express themselves through matter, and the matter existing requires the quantum fields. The quantum fields are the lowest possible energy state that can exist, therefore must exist. So why, if any other complex system, if we take a hammer to it, ceases to exist, except you're making a special case with the brain? Like you don't even need to reference quantum fields here for this to be this argument that I'm making to make sense, right? One system which is complicated.
If you're saying that it's able to create a universe, why couldn't it also maintain a mind? I mean, we use this stuff every day. Like every day when we're using computers, and that's what resistors are and stuff, right? Yeah. So it's like, I mean, you can't just dismiss one application and then give it the full go ahead based on theoretical physics for the creation of a universe.
Inductively, wherever we see minds, they are connected to matter. They're inextricably connected to matter, right? And the matter that exists is running on the rails of the quantum physics.
Okay, is energy? I'm sorry. Is information carried within radio waves?
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, it depends how you're using the word information. There's potentially a trap in there. So, like for example, we would say that we use the word information to describe DNA, right? But information applies as a telos. There is no telos. Whereas with radio waves that are emitted by devices that humans have created, like for example a radio signal or something, then obviously it conveys information because you've got entity A and entity B, and the radio waves are transmitting information from entity A to entity B.
And 1 second, welcome back, Muslim. Let me pull you back up on the panel. Welcome
I'm
back,
gonna
Muslim.
let him. I'm gonna
Sorry-
let him
sorry
go
about that,
too. I just wanted to, go over a couple of those little things. So go ahead.
So, is anything that anybody said made sense to you, Muslim, or do you still think that the stuff began to exist?
Sorry, I want to go back to when John was talking about energy can't be created or destroyed. I want to go back to that point. Okay, so with that, energy still abides by the laws of physics, right?
Sorry, so you broke up there saying energy what? By the laws of physics?
Does energy abide by the laws of physics?
Yeah, of course. Everything does.
Okay, so then where does that law of physics come from?
Again, you're inserting a telos where one is not required.
Yeah, but they both have to be required.
Yeah, so when we use the word,
it's just a part. It could just be a part of the nature of the stuff, dude.
Yeah, like when we use a word like the laws of physics, you understand that our laws of physics that we use to describe what we see in the universe are exactly that. They're an imperfect model of the universe that we observe. So the laws of physics they're not. There's no like.
And they don't really call stuff laws anymore.
No.
It's all theories now.
Yeah, theories or principles as opposed to laws.
Right. Right. Laws were, I thought they were like side by side, but no, laws were superseded by theories. Theories is the correct thing to call them.
Okay, let's say theories, but that doesn't go against the fact that they have to be in hand for the universe to exist.
Well,
what?
In order for any complex system to exist, there needs to be what I would describe as consistency, right?
Yeah.
But just because the universe has a degree of consistency to it doesn't mean that the consistency was imbued by some agent. If the universe had if the university had no consistency to it, we wouldn't exist to observe the consistency of the universe, right? Because we wouldn't have been able to have evolved in a system that had no consistency. So it's
okay, but this is going
the
into
universe
a different
has consistency
argument,
to it, and that we are here to observe it is circular, right?
Yeah, so that goes into a different argument though. This goes away from the argument that the fact that because this theory and energy, because they go hand in hand, then that means that if you're saying that energy always existed, then therefore that this theory, then therefore, so then do you think that this theory also always existed?
So which theory
are
you referring to?
The fact that the law of physics.
Yes. Yeah, well, I mean, you're talking about entropy and conservation of energy, right? So yeah. This is an observation that we've made about the universe, and we have created this theory to try and model the universe so that we can try and make sense of it. So what we've modeled is independent from our model, right? Whilst our model is inspired by it, the model that we've created, the principle or the theory, isn't the actual thing. One is a map and one is the actual place.
Okay, but do you agree for that theory to even exist that you needed that map? You need that thing.
No.
For in order
like the physics that is governing the universe would exist whether the map existed or not, but the physics governing the universe needs to exist in order for us to be able to map it. So the map requires the physical principles of the universe ontologically, but the ontological stuff that governs our universe doesn't require the map. Our model is contingent on the universe itself, on the ontology, right?
Okay, but you do agree that the model is fact. Like, you do agree that the model is true.
Sufficiently true. It's accurate enough for us to use it as a tool. Yeah.
Okay, and then you also still agree that to even get this model, you still have to use the map.
No, the map is human created. Like we created it. You know.
You created the
So
the laws of physics.
no, the laws of physics is a model or a predictive tool that we used to navigate through our universe, and it's a map that we have created. Like, look, think literally. You use the analogy of a map, right? If you're a sailor and you're sailing down a coastline and you're literally mapping out the coastline, you're drawing it as you sail. That you're the first person to ever be there.
Yeah.
Right, so you sail down this coastline, and then once you've sailed down the coastline, you turn around and you go home, and you give the map that you've created after you first sailed down this coastline to another sailor and go, hey, here's a map, follow this and you'll be all right. Right? If you scrunched up that map and destroyed it, does the coastline itself disappear?
No.
Does it cease to exist? No. So they're different things. One is the map and one is the actual place, right? Same with the laws of physics. The laws of physics are human created, but they are attempting to accurately describe the ontology of our universe, the thing that actually exists.
Okay, but the reason that example doesn't work is because that map is better off if we use the example not of the map but of the actual thing being mapped. Because again, like you said, even if we never mapped it, it still always exists.
Yeah.
Just because we bring up we use the I don't want to say, I don't know what the correct term is, idea, or just because we made the theory of it doesn't mean it never existed. So it would be better off if we use the example of the actual thing being mapped.
Yeah, but you can't.
Our understanding of it.
So yes, but our understanding is always going to be imperfect. Like a map is not, even like a photo or a satellite image of the place is an imperfect observation of the place, right? It is sufficiently accurate for us to use as a tool. But
Okay,
it's never, the map and the place are always going to be different things.
Yeah, but why does it matter if it's perfect, if it's sufficient enough?
It doesn't. Like, all we require is sufficiency.
Exactly. So I don't understand the point.
So it seems as though what you're claiming is that in order for us to be able to map something, yeah, there needs to be the ontologically, there needs to be the thing that existed in the first place.
Yeah.
But because we can map it, you're applying telos. Because we have telos, because we have a purpose when we come and map the place. That doesn't mean the thing that created the place in the first place, i.e. quantum fields, which give rise to matter and yada 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 yada. That doesn't mean that there was a telos there, right?
No, that's a circular argument, because if you're saying that, I'm not talking in relation to quantum fields. I'm talking in relation.
Why would you say that's a circular argument, dude? Come on.
Because
you're not even tracking, bro. Track. Come on.
Sorry. Okay, because if you're saying if the laws of physics, if you're saying that the quantum field caused the laws of physics to occur, then that means that the laws of physics would have had to have a start date.
Do you remember what the response to that earlier was?
What was the response?
You don't remember, do you? This stuff could have just always existed, dude.
Yeah, but there's no evidence for that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, there's physical models.
No, there's no evidence. Yeah, there's physical model. That's evidence for its existing at one point. but not evidence that it always existed.
No, that would be evidence for it existing at all time. It existing now would be evidence, or at one point, yeah, at one point, exactly what I've been talking about. 1 point, good point. I agree.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with the fact that it existed. I'm disagreeing with the fact that it always existed.
I know you keep disagreeing with that. I don't really care, but I mean, you can disagree about whatever you like, right?
Okay.
It's just stupidity at this point, right?
Yeah, but also just so, as best as we can tell, quantum fields have always existed. It's not possible for them to not exist, right? But the universe, like, again, with these meat sacks that we are, with these imperfect tools for observing the universe, as best as we can tell, the universe has, through the past, has changed from one state to another. It, like, the furthest back that we can observe with our senses with any kind of accuracy is a few 100,000 years, we think, after an initial expansion stage, right? This is the Big Bang that we refer to, right? And this is a very high energy state that expanded rapidly, and then because of gravity, this energy condensed into these things called stars, and these stars, the gravity increased and increased and increased, and they started fusing the lighter atoms into heavier atoms, the atoms themselves being made up of obviously protons, neutrons, and electrons, themselves being made up of things like muons and quarks and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of this.
Yeah, but so the quantum fields always existed, but these changes from one energy state to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. Of course, there is a beginning to this particular energy state. There's a beginning to this particular state of matter, because we can observe that.
Yeah.
So I don't see what the problem is here. Why is that conceptually? Why are you struggling to leap that hurdle?
The problem is, it's not the fact that energy could have always existed in relation to the universe, but it's the fact that for it to have always existed, then therefore that these laws.
Oh, have we lost him?
Maybe he DC'd. I don't know. Let me see, DeFreak. Let me check for you. I'm sorry, I was playing the game there. I may have missed your Ko-Fi. I should be better about that. I don't see your Ko-Fi. DeFreak, I'm hitting refresh. I do not see it. Yeah, it looks like he disconnected. Oh, he's reconnected now. All right, you're reconnected now, man.
Sorry about that. My internet keeps on crying on and off. Sorry, what was the last point you said?
You were talking.
Well, the last point I said, I don't understand why conceptually you have a problem with the notion that quantum fields have always existed, but there have been changes in states within the physical universe that we can observe. But anything that our ability to accurately, directly observe, and when I say directly, I mean with like tests and experiments, satellites, telescopes, like the CMB, the cosmic microwave background radiation, for example, is something that we observe that confirms the Big Bang theory and the energy state of the universe. This radiation that permeates the entire universe as far as we can see. But I don't understand why conceptually you have a problem with the notion that things begin to exist in this sort of Newtonian sense, but that something from a quantum perspective, like quantum field perspective, has always existed. There's no problem with this. It's fine.
Yeah, I have no problem with the fact that that energy in relation to the universe has always existed. But I'm saying that the laws or theories that we use to actually create sense of it have to be being enforced by something.
In what sense are you using the word enforced?
As in, something has to be because it's the laws and the theories aren't like an actual like thing. They're just It's not an actual like thing. Like energy is a thing, or like consciousness is a thing. It's not got the same like kind of state to everything else.
Yeah, but I just feel like we're going to go round in a circle here. So when we use the word like theory, law, principle, these are all human created. They're concepts of human brains, right? That we are trying to use to, as best as we can, accurately describe what we witness that the universe does. But there's nothing. There's nothing. There's no agent enforcing anything. The universe does what it does, and it just does it. It's a brute fact. It just does it. The quantum fields that exist, these 17 quantum fields, that as best as we can demonstrated to have exist, have always existed, and as long as those quantum fields exist, the universe will do what it will do its thing.
Okay, so then it is illogical to think that it just does it by itself. That it's just doing it by itself. That there's no reasoning behind it. There's nothing enforcing it, because that's illogical to think. The only two possibilities is that either it does it by itself and it just does it of its own fruition, etc. Because this theory that we used to understand, yes, it's human-made theory, but just because it's human-made doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Because without it, then there'll be no logical understanding of the universe, of why energy can't be created or destroyed. So either one possibility is that it just does it by itself, which is just what was that?
Taco's got a donation.
Oh, bro, that scared the life out of me, bro. I'm not gonna lie, that scared me, bro. So yeah, either which is illogical.
And the freak with the tip, thank you very much, sir. He says 5 + 5 = $10 for Dave Garstay's song. Please, thanks for having me up. Need to get car emissions test now. See you later. Have a great one, to freak. Thank you so much for hanging out, man. It was good to see you. And good luck with the car emissions test. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Let me get that played for him because he had paid the other. Sorry, I'm tired.
That's fine. Take the time.
Yeah, he had paid the other $5 earlier. So let's play this. Let's play some music.
Talking loud, like they're trying not to think. Then your name comes through, soft across the dark, and the whole night changes with one little spark. You show up easy like you've always been there. Drop a quiet joke like you don't even care, and somehow that lands harder than everybody trying to be the loudest voice in a room full of fighting. You make it feel lighter without killing the mood. You can roast like hell, but you never go cruel. One line in the chat and the whole thing turns from another dumb train wreck to something that burns. Chill after 4 days, dark mode on the screen. Valheim in your head, grim dawn in your sleep. Talking about your wife, never seeing you again. If she bought that game, yeah, that one hit. And when the stream runs long and the colors all blur, and somebody says something so dumb it hurts, you come through calm, you come through sharp and make the whole weird night feel less dark. Stay, David Gar. The night gets softer when you are here. Stay, David Gar. You make the chaos bloodbath feel like home? Formal charge at help while the whole panel shakes. Need discovery first and the whole room wakes. Who is winning? 45 minutes gone, that might be the truest thing anybody said all night long. You know how to cut without making it mean. Know how to laugh without making it cheap. It's rare in a place built on noise and ego. Rare in a live chat where everybody needs to be seen. And you're there in the middle, half friend, half blade, throwing clean little lines that somehow always stay. Not just another username floating past in the scroll. You're part of the reason the whole thing has a soul. When the panel gets bitter, when the air gets thin, when the fun starts slipping and the sludge rolls in, you come through warm, you come through clear, and make the whole long night worth being here. Stay, David Garr. The night gets softer when you are here. Stay, David Garr. You make the chaos disappear. One more joke, one more spark, one more light out in the dark. Stay, David Garr. You make the bloodbath feel like home. You make the bloodbath feel like home. Some people show up and vanish again. Some people talk but never get in. Some people leave nothing but noise in the air. And some people make it feel like somebody's there. That's you in the dead of the stream, when the jokes hit weird and the whole thing leans. You make a bad night funny, you make a dumb thing art. You make a screen full of strangers feel less far apart. Stay, David Garr. The night gets softer when you are here. Stay, David Garr. You make the chaos disappear. One more joke, one more spark, one more light out in the dark. Stay, David Garr. You make the bloodbath feel like home. Blue light in the room, red glow on the stream. Some nights just pass by, some nights leave a dream. And out of all the noise, out of all the scars, it always feels better when it's Davy Garr.
What a great song selection to Freak. Thank you for the tip, man. Greatly appreciated. And welcome back, everyone. Thank you, Panelverse. I appreciate the kind words and you saying it's underrated. I wish more people felt the same way like YouTube. Oh man, Muslim, you still there, man?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for John. He said he's gonna go make a coffee.
Do you have any other thoughts on our discussion so far?
That's
Like,
actually
are you listening to what we're saying? Are we making any sense to you?
yeah, it's actually been like very like I've actually learned a lot. I will say that.
Oh. Oh. Got him. Whew. Oh man. Sorry, my brain's in combat mode right now, so bear with me for a second.
It's fine. What game actually is this?
This is Dark and Darker.